Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1 Youth X Boy X One-Eyed Old Man. A/N. To avoid new readers not wanting to read the work introduction, I'm writing it here as well. This work is purely a personal interest project, powered by love, and mixed with a large amount of personal settings, made as reasonable as possible. Warning. The protagonist is an ordinary person, so he will not be decisive in killing or neatly solving all problems, but he will grow gradually. The protagonist is a transmigrator and does not know the anime's plot. The protagonist has it pretty rough in the early stage, pretty rough. Important things are said 3 times. Therefore, if some parts of the story don't suit your taste, if you don't accept cruel treatment of protagonist, think that not wanting to kill indiscriminately makes someone a saint, then for the mental and physical health of both you and the author, please leave immediately. There are countless novels, why waste time on one that doesn't suit your appetite? Thank you for your cooperation. Discussion of the plot is welcome, but writing guidance is politely declined. This article is suitable for all readers who have watched the Hunter anime or not. You can read it with your brain. The author will do their best to carefully consider things so that every character is written with a brain and the plot feels very Hunter. But even if you read it without thinking, you'll gain a different kind of enjoyment. P.S. Brain storage area. The wind swept up fallen leaves and gravel, knocking against the roof of the shack with clattering sounds. The air was filled with the pungent stench of garbage baked under the blazing sun, mixed with a faint trace of blood. A young man in a black suit slowly walked into the alley. At the end of the alley, in front of a shack whose entrance was hard to make out, he lightly knocked on the door, then pushed it open and walked inside. Inside, the air was so stifling that not even a breath of wind could get through. It was dim and filthy. At what could barely be called a counter, the piece of wood with items placed on it, sat a disheveled old man. Sorry to trouble you. This time, I need 4 types of abilities. The young man smiled and spoke to the old man. There was a dark bluish inverted cross tattoo on his forehead. With black hair and eyes, his temperament was clean and clear, like an intellectual from high society or a university professor completely out of place in the filthy Meteor City District 12. The old man slowly opened his eyes. She had only one eye. His cloudy eyeball appraised the visitor, while the other eye socket, where an eye should have been, was nothing but a hollow void. 4 abilities. Each ability costs 10,000. The crafting fee is 10,000. Total, 50,000 jenny. The old man spoke. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse, like 2 pieces of metal grinding against each other. The young man placed a stack of 10,000 jenny bills on the counter. In the one-eyed old man's remaining eye, a light called greed flared up. He rasped. The customer might as well say if there are any other requirements. The young man smiled gently. I want to see the person who makes the ability badges. The one-eyed old man's expression instantly turned cold. That's against the rules. But the young man placed another stack of 10,000 jenny bills on the table. Suspicion, hesitation, greed, and killing intent flashed one after another in the old man's eye. He stared fixedly at the young man, let out a cold laugh, and said, "Follow me." The young man nodded and withdrew the hand pressing on the bills. He followed the one-eyed old man through a hidden door behind the counter, walked down a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor was a room. Just as they were about to reach the doorway, the old man turned back and locked eyes with the young man, his gaze carrying a warning. The young man smiled, nodded, and spread his hands, signaling that he wouldn't move forward anymore. Only then did the old man slowly pace to the doorway. Beside the door sat a wooden box 1 meter wide and 1 meter tall. He slowly squatted down and unlocked the lid. From not too far away, and with the use of Gyo in Nen, the young man could clearly see what was inside the box. Inside was a white-haired boy. It was impossible to tell his age, but his size was that of a 7-year-old child. He sat naked in the box. The bones of his legs and arms had been broken and bent outward. Chains were fastened around his ankles, and a heavy shackle was locked around his neck, securing him to the box wall. The bottom of the box was filled with filth mixed with bloodstains. The smell was likely comparable to District 11, the largest garbage dump. The boy stared wide-eyed. His blue-gray eyes were empty and lifeless, like a doll that had had its soul pulled out and been played until broken. The moment he saw the one-eyed old man, his whole body convulsed and trembled, letting out whimpering sounds again and again. The one-eyed old man gave a satisfied cold laugh. From a nearby shelf, he took down a piece of moldy bread. Half squatting in front of the box, he held the bread up before the boy's eyes. The boy's fear was replaced by hunger. He drooled uncontrollably, struggling to lift his already broken hand to reach for it. His eyes were fixed on that piece of moldy bread and only that piece of bread. The one-eyed old man raised the bread higher and tapped the box 4 times with his other hand. 4 types. The boy seemed not to hear, still reaching for the bread. The one-eyed old man grabbed the hand he had barely managed to lift and bent it slightly. Aha! The boy let out agonized moans. Snot and tears fell together as his body twisted and convulsed. The back of his head slammed again and again against the box wall, making dull banging sounds. 4 types. The one-eyed old man tapped the box 4 more times, producing heavy thuds, and repeated himself. The boy trembled. He slowly closed his eyes. With his movement, a 4-cornered badge surfaced in front of him, gleaming with metallic luster in 4 color cyan, blue, red, and yellow, each color occupying 1 section. The light dimmed, and before the badge could fall to the bottom of the box, the one-eyed old man snatched it with lightning speed. The one-eyed old man stood up and turned to face the young man, trembling as he handed the badge over to him. The young man raised his hand to take it. The next second, a cold flash of light passed. The one-eyed old man couldn't bear to part with the tens of thousands of Jenny, nor did he want to let anyone who had seen the secret leave alive. But the dagger that had appeared in his hand at some point clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. The young man's figure crossed past the one-eyed old man. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, he stood beside the box. His eyes met the boy's inside the box, and then he realized in surprise that the boy's eyes were not truly blue-grape gray, had merely been a shadow covering the moon. At this moment, the shadow dispersed. The silver-blue gaze was no longer empty or hazy. Reflected within it was the one-eyed old man lying on the ground, and beyond that, endless anger and killing intent. The young man chuckled softly. He reached out and placed his hand on the blood-stained box. The one-eyed old man shakily struggled to his feet. Clutching his broken right hand, he stared at the secret that was about to be released and shouted in shock and rage. "Don't touch him. You're not allowed to touch him." Interesting. The young man also tapped the box and said, "A box that seals none. Only after the box is opened can then be used, and even then, only the permitted portion." He glanced at the chains. These chains probably won't be that easy to undo. In the one-eyed old man's eyes, the young man's reflection looked like a demon. He screamed hysterically, "You're not allowed to touch him, Don Tident." Yet he didn't dare step forward to stop him. The young man looked at the boy in the box. The boy's gaze fell on the shackle around his own neck. Following his line of sight, the young man looked at the collar and spoke. "Is it enough to just remove the one around your neck?" He paused. "It's not impossible. Then how are you going to repay me?" Pretending to think for a moment, he smiled. "Little guy, after you come out of the box, give your ability to me." The next instant, the young man pressed his fingers against the shackle, which was as thick as a baby's arm. With a sharp crack, the shackle was crushed just like that. The young man slowly stepped back. The boy in the box slowly lifted his head. Moving his broken hands and feet, the corners of his mouth curved into something that could not be called a smile. The young man saw that smile. Strangely enough, this crippled boy, someone he could crush to death with ease, actually, for a brief moment, felt like his own kind. The one-eyed old man watched the boy, who was using all his strength to hook his elbow over the edge of the box to keep himself from collapsing. His entire body trembled violently, just as the boy had trembled when he was locked inside the box. Dragging his body, heavily injured by the young man's single strike, the old man turned and staggered toward the doorway. But as if he had slammed into a wall, he crashed into the hidden door leading out and was bounced back into the corridor. In shock, he saw that the door had somehow been covered in men. Enraged to the extreme and terrified to the extreme, he turned his head and saw the young man he had led into the corridor slowly closing a black notebook in his hand. Before he could curse with the foulest words in the world, he saw a white-covered book appear in the boy's hand. The boy opened his silver-blue, empty eyes and gently raised one hand. The one-eyed old man was drowned by flames and whirlwinds filling the entire space, by rock spikes thrusting inward from all directions, and by ice spikes dancing through the air. The Nen rampage stopped after 1 minute. The boy hanging onto the box wall fell to the ground. The one-eyed old man no longer resembled anything he once was. Spikes that had burst from the ground pierced through his spine. Large portions of his body were carbonized, causing the ice spikes half-melted to fail to lodge properly and fall to the ground. Lumps of flesh and vaporized bloodstains covered the area around the corpse. The Nen box that had trapped the boy was burned to ashes by raging flames filled with endless anger. The boy didn't even bother to dodge the Nen fire that burned onto his body. He only wished that the flames would burn away all the filth clinging to him. After the Nen rampage ended, the boy's face was deathly pale. He gasped for breath again and again. After an unknown amount of time, he remembered that there was still someone else here. He lifted his head and met the gaze of the young man who had been smiling down at him all along. The young man floated in midair. Flames, rock spikes, whirlwinds, and ice shards from all directions packed the corridor, which was less than a meter wide, yet not even a single wrinkle appeared on the young man's clothes. The boy seemed to want to speak, but he had forgotten how to speak. A confused expression appeared on his face. After thinking for a long while, what came out were still meaningless monosyllables. The boy gave up. He tried to stand, but fell back to the ground. After remaining silent for a while, he simply closed his eyes, and his nen slowly withdrew back into his body. The young man bent down and cautiously reached out to touch the boy, but the moment his hand made contact, the boy, like someone who had lost all the bones in his body, which was indeed the case, collapsed toward him. Chapter 2, Kisho. In District 8, there is a one-eyed old man who sells a kind of badge that can, for a certain period of time, enhance a person's abilities. As long as the badge is pinned to the body, it can strengthen one's speed, strength, and stamina. If the person being enhanced already possesses the ability of nen, then their nen will also be enhanced. After obtaining this information, the spider leader became very interested in this ability. He spent some time finding that shop, then spent a bit more time disguising himself as a rich but brainless customer, and became a regular there. The one-eyed old bastard had no name, but after a period of observation, the spider leader realized that those badges were not made by the old man. Originally planning to just borrow the ability and leave it at that, the spider leader changed his plan after seeing the boy who was being disguised as an idiot, as if he had discovered an interesting toy. But after taking the boy out of the box, he realized that this ability was really not easy to borrow. The boy was too badly injured, fractures in all 4 limbs, with the right hand almost completely shattered, his chest bore marks of being cut open and then stitched back together. There were more than 30 wounds all over his body, and after being soaked in filth for a long time, they had rotted and begun to stink. Fortunately, that mass of fire had burned away the hopelessly rotten flesh, so it no longer smelled. But the boy's appearance as he slept quietly with his eyes closed was calm and peaceful, like an angel whose wings had been cut off, soaked in hell with only his head exposed. Considering the sunk cost, the spider leader could only swallow the bitter pill in distress. If the target whose ability was borrowed died, it would count as borrowing for nothing. He had no choice but to use nen to fix the boy's broken arms and legs, helplessly took off a piece of clothing to wrap him up, bundled the boy into a ball, and carried him away. It was laughably on one of his rare outings. The spider leader didn't kill anyone, but instead saved someone and brought him back. Who am I? I don't know, but I should have the name Kisho, an ordinary person who originally lived on Earth, yet not ordinary. What made me not ordinary was inheriting my family's ALS. I was forced to accept my fate early on. There wasn't a single thing an ordinary person could do that I could do. I could only lie there and watch myself rot bit by bit, dying before I even reached 20. Where am I? I don't know. Anyway, it's not a hospital. Judging by the number of scene changes, the first time I woke up I was in a box, the second time I woke up this place seems to be an abandoned building. Why didn't I die? I don't know, but I probably did die. I watched the heart monitor connected to that body turn into a straight line, and only after quite some time did it disappear. As for how I saw it, maybe as a soul. This place, this world, what kind of world is it? I don't know. Writing I can't understand and can't read, strange abilities I can't comprehend, and despite being gravely injured and on the verge of death, a body filled with power, a sensation I have never felt before. The boy gently opened his eyes and tentatively moved his hands and feet. Excruciating pain flooded him, yet this pain was something he had never experienced before. He was actually a little happy. Then he saw that young man he had seen just before closing his eyes last time, sitting in a corner of the room, white candles lit around him, flipping through a book. With no one bothering him now, and no life or death urgency hanging over him, he opened his eyes wide and carefully examined the man's appearance. He wasn't wearing the suit from last time, but a black leather coat with a white collar worn improperly, exposing his chest. His hair was slicked back, and there was an inverted cross tattoo on his forehead. It would look a bit better if his hair weren't styled like that. Last time he looked like a student somewhere between high school and university. This time he didn't know whether it was because he wasn't deliberately restraining himself or disguising himself, but just looking at his eyes and the tattoo on his forehead made a chill rise from the depths of one's heart. Not a good person. Perhaps because his naked stare was too much, the young man reading the book slowly lifted his head and met his gaze. The corners of his mouth curved upward, and he closed the book and walked over to the boy. Kisho, let's call him Kisho for now, heard the young man speak, saying something he couldn't understand at all, and revealed a confused expression. The young man frowned. He slowly raised his hand. Smoke appeared in his palm, then condensed into a book with a black cover, upon which was painted a bloody handprint. Kisho widened his eyes in surprise. This ability. Hades' body of his seemed to have such an ability as well, only it worked intermittently. The usage was somewhat like imagining a book in one's hand. When it worked, one could really summon a book, but when it didn't, well, nothing happened. Inside the book were words that only he could recognize and could see clearly even without light, along with standard piano sheet music. It was ridiculous. No one knew that in his previous life, someone who couldn't even sit up was actually very good at music. His greatest dream was to one day sit up and personally play the piano pieces he had composed countless times in his mind. And the title of his book matched that dream so well it made one want to laugh. The Fantasizing Musician. Composed of 4 segments: Song of the Whirlwind, Song of Clear Water, Song of Raging Fire, and Song of the Earth, together forming Song of the 4 Seasons. A slightly triunibious set of titles, and also a dream he had wanted his entire life but never had the chance to personally experience. By opening the book and singing it once in his mind, he could summon a badge. Singing it several more times would still only summon one badge, but if multiple songs were sung consecutively, the summoned badge would gain an additional color. He didn't want his book to be stained with filth or blood, so he tried skipping the step of summoning the book. On the 13th day after waking up, he succeeded in directly condensing a badge, although doing so was twice as exhausting as summoning the book first and then the badge. But he didn't know the purpose of the badge, nor could he test it. Wearing it on his body seemed to have no effect. Woke up in a box, and it nearly hurt him to death and made him sick. The only person he could see was that one-eyed old man. He couldn't understand what the old man said, and the old man couldn't understand what he said either. They could only stare at each other with wide eyes. One day, after the box was opened, he saw the one-eyed old man standing to the side holding a knife. Just as the old man was about to bring the knife down, he inexplicably created a badge right in front of him. The old man picked up the badge and examined it for a long time, then put down the knife. After that, every day he would create badges of various colors based on the number of times the old man knocked on the box. Sometimes he could exchange them for a bit of spoiled food or water that tasted terrible. He lived a life even worse than when he had been lying in bed watching himself rot. He cursed 100 times in his heart but had no target to receive those curses, thinking that this life of his would amount to nothing more than being a boxed boy forever, with the only thing he could do each day being condense a badge, condense a badge, condense a badge until, in the long and endless wait of despair, he saw this young man. This young man also had a book in his hand and was flipping through it. Could it be that everyone in this strange world had a book? Some kind of world where everyone studies hard together? It wasn't strange that Kisho's thoughts ran wild. Anyone who spent their whole life lying in bed staring at the ceiling would think wildly too. The young man seemed to finally find what he was looking for. He glanced at the book, then at the boy lying on the ground, and purple light gathered in his eyes. Stared at by that purple light, Kisho felt as if he had been seen through to the depths of his heart. "What is your name?" He heard the young man's words. They were still words he couldn't understand, yet strangely, he did understand them. Kisho felt his worldview refresh. In an instant, possibilities like aliens, monsters, telepathy, and quantum entanglement flashed through his mind. But the young man beside him closed the book again, glanced at him, and walked out the door. Before long, he returned, bringing a woman with him. The girl who walked in behind the young man was very beautiful and had blonde hair, but for some reason, Kisho felt that the way she looked at him wasn't very friendly. The girl walked over to Kisho, bent down, and placed her hand on his shoulder. By the way, Kisho was finally not naked anymore. He had put on an overly long shirt, the kind that covered everything from top to bottom. Although the emptiness underneath made him very embarrassed, but if you can't see it, it's fine, right? Sorry, he was thinking nonsense again. But Kisho didn't know if it was just his imagination. He saw the girl's gaze flick toward his lower body, then she revealed a cold smile that he couldn't tell whether it was mocking, disdainful, or something else. She looked at the young man again, as if waiting. The young man started flipping through the book again, purple light emerging in his eyes, then he looked at Kisho. "What is your name?" Still words he couldn't understand, yet did understand. Kisho honestly answered, "Kisho." Then he paused and continued, "Thank you for saving me." At this moment, a blonde boy appeared in the room out of nowhere, and his sudden voice startled Kisho. The blonde boy said something, but Kisho couldn't understand it. Kisho felt dejected. So he could only understand the words of this young man in front of him. He had thought he had suddenly gained some special ability to understand all languages. The blonde boy said, "It's not any of the 15 most commonly used lingua francas on the continent." The young man looked at the girl and asked, "Hakunoda, can you read his memories?" He couldn't understand this sentence either. Kisho felt dejected again, so what he had awakened was a Schrödinger-type ability. Before hearing it, he didn't know whether he could understand it or not. "Yes, I can read his memories from before, in the box," the girl said. Perhaps the things in the box were too disgusting, so she didn't describe them in detail. She paused, then continued, "But the part you mentioned, boss, about him using 4 abilities to kill the one-eyed man, he doesn't have that memory." "Oh." The young man uttered a sound filled with strong interest. This time Kisho understood, probably meaning "oh." He felt a small surge of excitement. The young man looked at the blonde boy and said, "Go check it out. See if you can find any clues through his appearance." The boy responded and left. Kisho thought that what he responded probably meant okay. Memories and heart voices don't need words or sounds to be recorded. The foolish boy's chaotic thoughts and ideas, along with his carefree optimism that had no idea what situation he was in, made the girl with her hand pressed on him show a bit more of a smile. After giving his orders, the young man walked gracefully over and crouched down in front of the boy. "Kisho." The young man pronounced Kisho's name with a slight awkwardness. Kisho knew he was saying his name, but couldn't help thinking, it sounded a bit like a Japanese person reading Chinese aloud. "My name is Crollo Lucifer." Kisho thought it sounded a little like an American name, Crollo as the given name, Lucifer as the family name. He politely said, "Hello, Lucifer." Crollo nodded. The meaning of this should be similar to right? Monosyllabic words really were easier to guess. "Do you still remember what happened before you passed out?" Kisho thought about it, then nodded. "Then I'll get straight to the point. What is your ability?" 3. Chapter 3, Ability X World X Strange People. Before I fainted, first I saw Mr. Lucifer standing by the box, then I saw the box was gone, and you were standing beside me. I'm not lying. Between the first and second times, there was a break in my memory. Crollo Lucifer said thoughtfully, then he stared into the boy's eyes. Sure enough, the boy called Kisha. His eyes had turned blue-gray again. A hazy layer of gray covered his pupils, as if concealing or rather, protecting them. Saving you requires payment. Crollo Lucifer said. Kisho's eyes widened slightly. He looked both surprised and at a loss as he said, I don't have any money, and I probably don't have anything you'd like, either. Crollo was amused by the boy's idea of money and curled the corner of his mouth as he said, your ability. Kisho thought about it, then said in surprise, abilities can be transferred too. Wouldn't that mean one person could have a lot of books? But how would you carry so many books? One hand can only hold one book, so at most two would you fight by tearing books and seeing who tears more pages. On the other side, the girl was amused into laughing out loud. Crollo Lucifer was surprised. Pakunoda rarely laughed. He looked at the girl in confusion, and then she said a bunch of things Kisho couldn't understand. Kisho thought it was probably an explanation of why she was laughing. Damn it, he really wanted to know too why someone would suddenly laugh for no reason. The idea of tearing books to fight made even Crollo pause for a moment, and he smiled as well. Unfortunately, that wasn't the kind of method that would turn a first-rate battle into a third-rate farce. Naturally, it can't be transferred at will. A book appeared in his hand. Anyway, this little brat would never leave this building for the rest of his life. There was no harm in telling him. My Nen ability is called Skill Hunter. But as long as the following conditions are met, I can take Nen abilities weaker than mine for my own use. Kisho's gaze fell on the book. Thief, not a good person, he thought, but pretty cool, he thought. On the other side, Crollo calmly recited a long explanation. First, answer questions about the Nen ability. Second, demonstrate the Nen ability. Third, the target must place their hand on the mark on this book. Finally, all three conditions must be completed within 1 hour. The borrowed ability cannot be used by its original owner. Kisho thought to himself that he had learned a few new words, first, second, third, and also finally. Crollo said, so, what is your ability? Kisho thought for a moment. He raised his hand, spent a little time finding the feeling, and then, out of thin air, a book with a white cover appeared in his hand. On the snow-white cover, patterns formed by lush emerald branches and leaves circled around 5 connected gilt characters in the center, imaginary musician. Of course, for now, only Kisho could understand these words. Kisho stared at the book. Under his will, he slowly turned a page. Looking at the book under the light was a completely different experience from looking at it inside the box. He saw the score that carried memories of his previous life, Song of the Four Seasons, appear before his eyes. Without him noticing, a tear slid down his cheek. It was very painful, because he could never go back. But it wasn't sorrowful, because he now possessed the 4 seasons that his former self could never touch. Being able to stand barefoot on the earth, feel blazing fire like the sun, feel torrential rain, feel gentle breezes or raging hurricanes, even if after the turbulence there was only death, and that would be a fiercely free death. His hand could not be lifted, but his thoughts swept through 4 movements. He softly hummed the melody, his voice clear, yet carrying a depth of vicissitude unlike that of a child his age. The boy's singing was very sad, like a requiem, very joyful, like a hymn. As the final note fell, a badge appeared floating above the page, and was taken by Crollo. The method of use was simply to pin it onto clothing to take effect. No other steps were needed. When it came to Nen, no amount of caution was excessive, but if it was only this, it could be tested directly. The cautious spider had pinned the badge completely out of place against his black leather coat beneath his collar. Then a faint surge of Nen rippled out. Speed, strength, stamina, and the body's explicit aura output all saw a slight increase. For ordinary people, this level of increase would be significant, like 1 becoming 1.5, 5 becoming 7.5, 10 becoming 15. But for him, it was roughly 100 becoming 105. Even with multiplicative enhancement, the range of improvement had limits for someone already trained to the extreme. Still, that bit of improvement might decide victory or defeat, life or death in certain battles. He asked, how many times can it be used in a day? Kisho thought for a moment. I haven't tested it. Sometimes 4 or 5 times, sometimes once or twice, sometimes the badge doesn't even come out. Crollo said. What are the restrictions? Kisho looked blank. Restrictions, what are those? Crollo said. He looked at Pakunoda, who shook her head at him, meaning that no related content had been found in his memories. Crollo showed an interested smile again. He had Nen, could even reach the level of emission, yet didn't know even the basics of Nen. Crollo kindly filled in as a teacher and patiently said, after using this ability, are there any negative effects? Or, what conditions must be met to use this ability? Kisho looked blank. I don't know. He had worn the badge himself, and nothing happened. Pakunoda said. He's not lying. Crollo said. Fine. He was tired. Put your hand on the book. Though he was doing something akin to taking by force, his tone was as casual as chatting with a friend. Crollo spoke indifferently, but Kisho in his eyes made no movement at all. His voice turned colder. Are you unwilling? No. The boy's expression showed slight pain. Help me out, Mr. Lucifer. I can't lift my hand. Crollo said. He closed the book and placed it under the boy's hand that Maki had sewn up. He was really weak actually. After it was stitched, he could already move it, though it would hurt a bit. After the ability was stolen, the book in the boy's hand dispersed into smoke. Yet the boy himself showed no reaction at all. Was he foolish, or just thick-nerved? Mr. Lucifer. Kisho called out. Crollo lowered his head. What? If he wanted to bargain with him about his ability. I want to ask, is there any water? And if possible, could you give me something to eat? And, in an extremely faint voice, I'll pay you back, Crollo said. Honestly, no matter how you looked at it, this boy should have been an enhancer. Pakunoda stood up and went outside the room, bringing back a bottle of expired mineral water and a box of expired canned food. It wasn't that she had any issue with him, rather, in District 6 of Meteor City, it was difficult to get unexpired food and water. She didn't dislike this boy whose head was full of strange ideas. His memories were very clean, not clean like a blank sheet of paper, but clean in the sense that no matter what happened, he could turn it into something bright, a pure kind of cleanliness. Most importantly, this boy was harmless. The boss had taken his ability, so he couldn't be allowed to die. Since she didn't dislike him and he was harmless, there was no harm in keeping him like a pet. Feeding the boy mouthful by mouthful, helping him eat and drink, Pakunoda left the room under Crollo's interested gaze. Chapter 4, Kisho x Noah. Crollo closed the door and went down to the first floor of the building. At his request, Pakunoda had already called Shulnark and Maki to the first floor. The few of them each found a place to sit down. Did you find anything? Crollo looked first at Shulnark, blonde boy. I wouldn't say we found nothing. Shulnark turned his computer toward Crollo. The toddler on the screen had about a 70% resemblance to the boy who called himself Kisho, 2 points missing in temperament, 1 in age. But the toddler's name was what made it interesting, Noah Barton. Moreover, the photo was black and white, indicating that the person was already deceased. I logged into the information inquiry system using a hunter license, then found this in the Republic of Padokia's database using his photo. Shulnark said, but what I found was in the database marked deactivated. Time of death was 5 years ago, age at death 5 years old, cause of death was rescue failure. Crollo nodded and continued asking Shulnark, what about the language he spoke? Shulnark spread his hands innocently. Searched all databases. Didn't find anything resembling those notes. Crollo, the song he sang. Regret showed on Shulnark's face. Didn't find any clip with over 70% similarity. Honestly, it sounded pretty good. I even wanted to download it. Crollo pondered, then looked at Pakunoda. Anything noteworthy in his memories? Pakunoda shook her head. Some very strange images, but they're all fantasyist and have much to do with his identity. Crollo looked at Maki. Did you notice anything while treating him? Maki looked as though she had thoroughly examined him inside and out, answering without hesitation. No known marks, seals, or anything else on his body, and no implanted monitoring or recording devices. His body has been cut open and stitched back together, but without detailed instruments it's impossible to know the internal condition. As for his physical quality, disgust appeared on Maki's face. It's worse than the kids from the outermost garbage mountains. After consolidating the information, Crollo nodded. I understand. The few who were ready to return to their rooms stood up, but Crollo remained where he was, as if thinking. Shulnark looked at him and asked with a smile, Boss, are you thinking of recruiting him? Crollo gave a noncommittal smile. What do you think? Better not. He's a burden. Shulnark shrugged. A burden. Crollo thought of the ice, fire, rock, and wind that had filled the corridor yesterday afternoon. That level of release would be hard to achieve even for someone who had trained in the transmutation category for 10 years. Though it was used with no method or technique at all, he could only barely give it 1 point based on quantity, but if properly cultivated. What was interesting was that the little brat seemed completely unaware of the power he possessed. Crollo smiled again, said nothing, and stepped up the stairs. He returned to his room. The crippled little brat who knew nothing lay sleeping soundly in the corner. The white shirt he had generously sponsored had a collar that was far too large, leaving half of the kid's shoulder exposed. On the fair neck were more than one scar, like a little white rabbit covered in wounds that thought it had escaped the wolf's jaws and finally relaxed into exhausted sleep, unaware it had entered a den with even more wolves. Crollo walked over, bent down, and his long fingers closed around the boy's neck. It wasn't that he wanted to kill him. After all, his ability was still with Crollo. Killing him would make it unusable, and that would be a loss. But if only under intense emotions or when encountering something he couldn't accept could that silver blue eye, possibly a second personality summoned, then Crollo wanted to try. Kisho felt a bit cold, and his neck felt a bit itchy. He muttered, shrank back slightly, and rubbed his neck downward, brushing against the palm of the hand, as if craving a source of warmth. Oh right, his nen had been taken away. Without Ten protecting his body, and with winter just beginning a few days ago, the weather really had turned cold. Crollo didn't withdraw his hand, instead feeling the slender artery beneath the fair skin of the prey under his palm. He thought, there really is no awareness of having entered a bandit's den. What is the rarest thing in Meteor City? Food, clean water, heavy metals? None of those. It's trust like offering one's neck and throat into a stranger's hands, like being able to sleep so soundly in a completely unfamiliar environment. Rare as it wasn't precious at all. On the contrary, it was the cheapest and most useless thing. He lacked someone to teach him, using blood or life. Thinking this, Crollo released his hand and tossed a piece of clothing onto the sleeping boy. The next day, news that the leader had picked up a child spread rapidly to everyone in the building. Those who had gone out on missions also gathered at the doorway with interest, peering through the unclosed door at the boy who was half sitting, half lying on the floor inside. Kisho was sitting leaning against the wall. If his biological clock was correct, he had woken up around 6 in the morning, but when he woke, the room was already empty. The room was quite large. A huge window allowed a view far into the distance. All 4 walls were covered with bookshelves and books, and in the opposite corner was a sofa, one that looked very comfortable to lie on. When he realized he could sit up, he was almost moved to tears. After sitting up, finding that he wasn't tied up and hadn't fallen made him want to cry openly, even though his body hurt like hell after 10 years of ALS that worsened absurdly within a year starting at age 9, and then 3 months since coming to this world. This was the first time he had sat up on his own. But his recovery ability was frighteningly good. His broken arm and thigh had actually recovered overnight. He tried to stand up again. He spent an hour curling his left leg and found it hurt like hell. He spent another hour mentally preparing himself and tried moving his right leg, only to find it still hurt like hell, so he stopped. Better to just sit. Then he saw several pairs of eyes staring at him from the doorway. A short figure with half his face covered, a man with no eyebrows and short blonde hair, a black-haired man carrying a sword, and a tall gray and white-haired man who looked very dangerous. Being stared at by so many people clustered at the door made his skin crawl. He could only force a stiff smile. He couldn't understand the murmured words they exchanged, nor the few sentences they shouted at him. All he could do was keep smiling until his facial muscles stiffened. At that moment, the people by the door moved aside to both sides, and a young man draped in black with a white-collared coat stepped in with long strides, flipping pages, eyes glowing purple, and then, Crollo's first sentence made Kisho's face turn pale. "If you're awake, get up." Kisho grimaced. "I can't get up." Even though as a guest in someone else's home it was very rude not to get up after the host had risen, but it really hurt. Reading pictures and guessing meaning from faces was one thing. His expression was bitter to the point of numbness, and the people outside instantly understood what he meant. Shulnark teased, "Maki, did your body stitching skills get worse?" A vein bulged on Maki's forehead. "You considering Crollo was there, she swallowed the rest." "Nonsense." Crollo said nothing, only tossed out a sentence. "Be downstairs within 10 minutes. Then he turned and walked out, signaling the people at the door not to block it and to come down. Kisho. Was minutes the same minutes? He understood. He felt like giving up, but the next second he thought of the look Crollo had just given him. Clearly calm without the slightest ripple, and the voice was just a casual instruction, but for some reason it was terrifying. He couldn't muster even a trace of resistance. And it felt like if he didn't comply, something even more terrifying would happen. After cursing 100 times in his heart with filthy words that no one would ever receive because no one here could understand, Kisho endured the excruciating pain as if his bones were being split apart. He propped himself up with his hands and tried to inch his way up. But for someone who had lain in bed for 10 years and then sat in a box for who knew how long, this was far too much. No one can instantly master control over something they've never controlled before, just like no one can write neat standard script by picking up a pen with their toes without practice. He crashed heavily back onto the floor. Every muscle in his body felt like it was tearing itself apart to entertain its owner, trembling and twitching, trying to escape the owner's control and return to the good old days of not moving. This was a sensation different from pain, yet more unbearable than pain. Helplessness. He had finally obtained a proper body, could feel its existence, yet couldn't use it at all. 10 minutes later, the expressionless spider head waited for a long time without anyone coming down. So, under the mixed gazes of pity, fear, and anticipation from the other spiders, he walked up the stairs. Then he saw the boy using his arms to drag his body out of the room, all the way to the spot just before the stairs. The boy's face was covered in tear tracks, but the moment he saw Crollo, he still smiled. "My body hasn't been used for too long. I really can't stand up." He lowered his head and said softly, "Sorry Mr. Lucifer." 5. Chapter 5, Member X Candidate X Ability. Kisho leaned against the sofa, sitting on the floor. Crollo set him down on the floor so he could lean against the sofa, then gracefully sat down on the sofa himself. "Nobunaga Hazama." He pointed at the black-haired man with braided hair and a sword. "Fiden Portor." He pointed at the short figure who had been peeking at him outside the door earlier openly and shamelessly, his face half-covered. "Maki Komakin." He pointed at the ponytailed girl. "Finks Mag Cub." He pointed at the man with no eyebrows and short blonde hair. "Shulnark." He pointed at the rather handsome blonde boy. "Franklin Bordeaux." He pointed at the terrifyingly tall man with an equally terrifying face. covered in scars, with long earlobes. Pakunoda. He pointed at the loose-haired girl who had brought him food last night. Bonalinov. He pointed at the person wrapped head to toe in bandages like a mummy. Yuvajin. He pointed at the big man with an afro. Kordapai. He pointed at the person with very long hair covering their entire face, making their gender impossible to tell. The one introducing them was Krollo, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Using an ability from his book that turned his eyes purple, he made Kisho understand what he was saying, though the names were strange and hard to pronounce. Finally, he introduced the person before them in their own language. Kisho. When read in their language, the name was actually not that awkward. All of you used his ability this morning. If there are no objections, I'll put him on the candidate list. He didn't avoid speaking in front of Kisho, so Kisho could understand. But what did candidate list mean? Didn't these kinds of joining a group things ever consider the wishes of the person involved? Could this be some kind of cult? Maki glanced at Kisho and said bluntly, "He looks unwilling." Then she added in confusion, "And isn't there a vacant position?" Krollo lowered his head, looking at Kisho, who wore a blank, confused expression tinged with faint dissatisfaction. His wishes aren't important. He smiled again. If he were made a full member directly, he wouldn't be qualified. Kisho understood. He clenched his teeth and braced himself. So even cults don't accept illiterates these days. If he's just a candidate, Yuvajin said enthusiastically, I'm fine with it. Nobunaga gave a light laugh. No objections. Finks grinned. No objections. Shulnark smiled. As expected, enhancement types really care about the boosts brought by that kind of ability. Maki sneered. As expected, enhancement type idiots. The three shouted angrily. What did you say? Looking for a fight? Stolen men can't be trained again, Krollo said slowly, ignoring them. But if practice can continue, it might bring even more improvement. Every word was understandable. Put together, none of it was. Krollo's words made the three known as enhancement types light up. If going from 100 to 105 was a slight improvement, then going from 199 to 200 breaking through the limit after reaching the extreme was incredibly precious. It wasn't that the improvement itself mattered so much, but that if one had insight into 200, then at least there would be a traceable path toward reaching it. After training close to one's limit, improving even a tiny bit became unimaginably difficult, sometimes with no sense of direction at all. Shulnark said, even if you don't care about the increase in strength and speed, improvements in stamina and visible aura are still useful for troop activities. Phaeton held the opposite opinion. Even as a candidate, he's too weak. Dead weight. He can be taught slowly, Krollo said. Inferring what Phaeton had said from that reply, Kisho glared at Phaeton, gritted his teeth, and braced himself. Heh, he dares to glare at me. Phaeton's eyes suddenly sharpened, killing intent bursting forth. That killing intent was blocked by invisible men, and Phaeton clicked his tongue. Seeing that the little burden was completely unaware of what had just happened, having no idea he'd nearly died under killing intent and aura pressure, Phaeton clicked his tongue again. I don't really object, Pakunoda frowned. But during troop activities, someone would need to be assigned to protect him, right? That would affect combat efficiency. Krollo withdrew his nen. But if there are no special requirements, groups can be formed voluntarily. Kisho, right? From now on, I've got your back. Yuvajin said, patting his chest. Shulnark laughed. You can't communicate, he can't understand what you're saying. You might as well tell the boss. Krollo smiled as well, non-committal, then looked at the remaining people. Kordapai spoke softly. No objections. Franklin shook his head. No objections. Bonalinov shook his head as well. Since there are no objections, then, Krollo stood up and lifted Kisho by the collar like grabbing a rabbit by the ears. Number 4 will be notified another time. You're dismissed. Kisho. Hey, so you really aren't going to consider the opinion of the person involved at all? The little boy was carried back to the room and set down on the floor covered with cardboard. Krollo crouched in front of him and met his gaze. Then he flipped his hand, and Bandit Secret appeared. He began flipping through the book, turned to the page with Kisho's portrait, glanced at him, and tore that page out. Kisho watched him blankly, as if watching a play, then felt something very strange happening within him, like a missing part of his body or his heart had suddenly returned. Krollo flipped a few more pages. Purple light. Krollo said. No acting alone. Report to me before doing anything. If you dare to run, I'll take your ability, break your legs and arms, and lock you in a box. Kisho. Question mark. Borrow yesterday, repay today. This was harsher than any loan app. And what kind of group had such strict rules? Then do you have to report going to the bathroom or drinking water? No, why am I even linking drinking water and using the bathroom together? And that threat actually, was it really a threat? Kisho met the gaze of the black-haired, black-eyed young man. Krollo gave a soft smile and walked back toward his sofa. Kisho sat quietly on the floor, eyes wide open. He seemed to have truly arrived in a place even more terrifying than that box. In Krollo's eyes, he saw like a hallucination a bottomless abyss. You know what Nen is? Kisho, who looked like he was resting with his eyes closed but was actually slowly trying to control and move his legs, heard Krollo's voice and raised his head to look at him. Krollo was sitting on the sofa reading a book and did not look back at him. Kisho shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it. Krollo seemed to see him shaking his head and smiled, but his voice grew a degree colder. Since you don't know Nen, I'm curious how your ability came into being. Can you explain it? Kisho, I don't know. Krollo chuckled softly. He did not judge Kisho's answer, but simply closed the book in his hands. Then Kisho froze. The sunlight outside the window was bright, yet he still felt as if he had been thrown into an icy abyss, or pressed into the pitch-black, suffocating depths of the sea, or perhaps both at once. Cold surged along his spine straight to his brain and completely seized control of his body. His soul screamed hysterically to run, but his body felt frozen stiff, unable to breathe, unable to move. His heart beat both extremely fast and extremely slow. In his ears was a shrill ringing, yet in the blink of an eye, all he could hear was the dead silence of a lifeless sea. He didn't know how long it passed, long enough that he thought he was already dead. When he realized he wasn't dead, he felt wet liquid flowing from his nose and ears. In a daze, he raised his hand and touched a palmful of blood. He looked at his hand, then blankly at Krollo, unable to understand what kind of ability that had been, and even less able to understand why Krollo had suddenly used such a terrifying power on him for no reason. After the confusion slowly faded, he dully felt fear. He slowly lowered his head, trembling almost imperceptibly. So that was what it felt like to take the final step at the gates of hell. Krollo withdrew his Nen and stared at the boy sitting on the floor. If an ordinary person underwent the baptism of Nen pressure, there was a certain chance they would open all the aura nodes in their body and learn Nen, but a greater chance that they would be unable to control the dissipation of aura and die. If it was someone who had already learned Nen, when subjected to overly strong Nen pressure, they would instinctively use their own Nen to resist. But in both cases, the person bearing the Nen pressure would have the aura in their body burst outward. Yet the boy remained in a state of Zetsu the entire time. Either he had unconsciously trained Zetsu to the extreme, suppressing instinctive reactions even under Nen pressure, or his Nen was under some kind of restriction, forcing him to remain passively in a state of Zetsu. More regrettably, even when the gray blue-eyed brat was practically dying, that silver blue eye still didn't come out. Krollo spoke. Close your eyes. Kisho was silent for a short while, then did as told. Krollo, think about using your ability, but don't actually use it. Feel the aura gathering in your hand. Kisho followed his instructions, spreading his hand and making the motion of preparing to take a book. As his thoughts moved, he felt the book gathering in his palm, maintained in the form before becoming a book. That was the aura flowing out from his body. It clearly had no physical form, yet it felt very strange. He seemed able to control it freely. Krollo saw a faint blue mass of aura appear in the boy's palm and said softly, "Do you feel what's in your hand? This is your Nen. Normally, learning Nen starts with Ten, passes through Zetsu, then to Ren, and finally to Hatsu. But this brat already possessed Nen that could be emitted outward, so doing it in reverse was relatively easier for him. Now disperse the Nen in your hand and do it again. This time, remember where in your body the Nen emerges from." Kisho dispersed the mass of aura in his hand. He focused on every detail of his body that might change or move when he mentally summoned his ability. It was a strange feeling, yet also like a part of his body. The metaphor might not be appropriate, but it was as natural as breathing air into the lungs. Most people don't notice the air entering their body when they breathe, but with just a bit of attention, they can feel it. However, unlike breathing, these countless threads of aura emerged from within his body. Gather the Nen around your body and fix it there. Don't let it leave your body, and don't let it run wild. Krollo lowered his head and flipped through the book. This was his first time flipping through a book that taught how to practice Nen in a proper, orthodox way, a textbook with no publication number, of unknown origin, time, or place. He didn't need to read such useless things. He and the others all had their own methods of learning and improving Nen. His own method was fast and efficient, and the subsequent growth rate of Nen was impressive. The only drawback was that using it on this kid might turn the kid into a dead kid. Although the teacher was learning as he taught, fortunately, the student being taught was fairly capable. It might also be because the boy himself could already perform Hatsu and was now training in reverse, like walking from a single endpoint toward multiple exits, quickly finding where the maze entrance was, much easier than trying to go from the starting point to the end. Under the purple light, in Krollo's pupils, a layer of blue aura about 2 millimeters thick appeared around Kisho's body. That was the kid's 10. If the kid's age was 10, then when Krollo himself was 10, his 10 could already reach 5 centimeters. Krollo felt a bit disdainful. Kisho felt as if a thin film had wrapped around his entire body. The external temperature wasn't easy to feel, though that wasn't quite accurate. Rather, he could feel the temperature, but there wasn't much sensation of heat or cold. Moreover, the feeling of wind brushing past him, of small insects crawling against his body, and even the sensation of blood flowing past certain points all became clearer. Your current state is called 10. Krollo stood up and said, "Maintain this state until I come back." 6. Chapter 6, Learning X Training X. The wish to stand up. Actually, maintaining Nen gathered around the body like this is really exhausting. An inappropriate analogy would be like exhaling through your nose, slowly letting the breath out, keeping air constantly flowing beneath your nostrils. If Nen leaves the skin by even 1 micrometer, it will quickly become uncontrollable. To keep it from running wild, the only way is to forcefully imagine, with focused intent, that it always stays on the surface of the body. The airflow starts to run chaotically and then rapidly dissipates. See, even harder to control than aura is his own thoughts. Without him even noticing, his thoughts have already galloped away like an unbridled wild horse. Kisho opened his eyes and then closed them again, entering the state of 10 for the 13th time. Fortunately, this time compared to the last, 10 lasted another 13 seconds longer. When Crollo returned to the room, it was already afternoon. He pushed open the door and saw that the layer of aura around the kid sitting on the floor had increased from 2 mm to 5 mm, just about as he had expected. He used the kid's ability to create badges for the members to use, so he knew the amount of Nen required to make one badge. Comparing that to the maximum number of badges the kid said he could use in a day, the kid's current visible amount of Nen was only enough to maintain 10 at this thickness. But this probably only accounted for a few dozen fractions of the aura used by those silver blue eyes. Just the Nen attacks that filled the underground corridor that day required enough aura for this kid to make dozens of badges. Crollo increasingly wanted to find those silver blue eyes. On the other side, hearing the sound of the door opening, or rather, hearing the footsteps before the door opened, Kisho ended his meditation and looked up toward the door. Crollo stood by the doorway, completely still, but Kisho once again felt that icy, bone-piercing killing intent roaring toward him, far more terrifying than the previous time, a pitch-black, bottomless abyss that sought to crush him and then devour him. Ugh! Kisho clenched his teeth and swallowed the faint whimper rising from his throat. The blood throughout his body almost seemed to flow backward, and the aura surged violently along with it, erupting from deeper within his body and enveloping him more densely in an indescribable way. The sensation of being crushed weakened slightly, and Crollo slowly stepped toward him. With each dull tap of leather shoes against the floor, Kisho uncontrollably curled up his body and uncontrollably wanted to retreat, but behind him was the wall. There was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to escape. Now you can try condensing Nen into places in your body that are difficult to control, and then stand up. But if you can't continue to maintain 10, you will die. Crollo's voice was very soft. If, by the time I reach you, you still can't stand up, I will kill you as well. Kisho stared at him with wide eyes. In his gray-blue pupils was reflected Crollo's figure, set against a background of fear so thick it couldn't be dissolved, and disbelief. Thump. Thump. The sound of his heartbeat was exceptionally intense, reverberating against his eardrums. A drop of cold sweat slid down from Kisho's temple and then seemed to freeze in place at his jaw. Something seemed to be burning in his widened eyes. Aura and Nen intertwined into a blazing wish not to die like this. If he could stand up, at least he could run. Even if he could at least try to run. Aura gathered from all directions into his uncontrollable legs. For the first time, Kisho so vividly sensed the existence of this thing called legs. He slowly twisted his body, fingers digging into the rough, uneven wall, little by little dragging his body along, little by little moving his trembling legs to support his precarious body. Finally, he stood up. He panted heavily, using all the strength in his body to maintain balance. It felt like a dream, like an illusion. He stood up. He really stood up on his own legs. Kisho did not notice at all that the fingers digging into the wall had already sunk into it, nor did he notice that the pressure like a cold tide had already dissipated. Crollo stood in front of him, only one step away, yet did not continue forward. A hand was placed on his head and rubbed lightly. Kisho shuddered as if startled. He raised his head, gazing into those bottomless black eyes, and then heard him say, "Qualified. Boss, sorry to interrupto. The little guy can stand up now. Is this 10? The blonde boy Shulnark's voice came from the doorway. He stood there holding a bag, filled to the brim with notebooks and pens. He smiled. Looks like pretty decent, 10. Did the boss teach him? Crollo turned slightly to the side, one hand in his pocket. More or less. Oh wow, that's rare. The boss teaching someone Nen. Shulnark walked into the room and set the bag of pens and notebooks on the floor. By the way, boss, I'll be leaving the base for a while. Crollo. Sure. Just be back before the next operation starts. Shulnark nodded, turned around and waved. The gathering time is the 24th of the month after next, February 24th. See you then, boss. After Shulnark walked around the room once, the fear Kisho had accumulated toward Crollo was finally diluted a little. He stood with his back against the wall, but even without that terrifying pressure anymore, his body remained tense. Maintain your 10 properly, no matter what you're doing, Crollo said softly. Eating and sleeping are no exceptions. Crollo looked down at Kisho and said, you've also felt what Nen pressure is. Only using Nen to resist Nen can reduce the damage. Being attacked by Nen pressure without any preparation will shatter you to pieces. So you must always be prepared to be attacked by Nen pressure. But why? Kisho stared into Crollo's eyes. Why teach me Nen? Why force me to learn it this way? What if I can't do it? Are you really going to kill me? Because the Phantom Troop needs your ability, but it doesn't need useless people. Crollo answered seriously. In the future, your ability will allow the Special Assault Team to be more effective, but right now you can't do that yet, so you need to become stronger as quickly as possible. There was not the slightest hint of a joke in his black pupils. This is the fastest way. If you succeed, then naturally you won't have to die. Kisho understood the unspoken implications in Crollo's words. Being repeatedly placed on the brink of life and death had already exhausted him mentally. The last taut string in his heart snapped at Crollo's words, and anger condensed in Kisho's eyes. If I can't do it, that means I'm useless to you, and if I die, then so be it. Is that how it is? His body was slammed heavily into the wall behind him. The back of his head seemed to hit something, and a ringing like hallucinations echoed in his brain, muddled and splitting with pain. Only after his shoulder shattered did the pain register. The intense agony made Kisho's vision go black, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. The boy collapsed to the floor, his left hand hanging limply at his side. He stared in disbelief at the calm black-haired young man before him, while the latter still stood in the original spot, showing not the slightest sign of having moved. Yes, that's right. Crollo said softly. He half-crouched down, drawing close to the boy sitting on the floor, the calm in his pitch-black eyes confronting the anger in the boy's eyes. But I did make one mistake. Before teaching you how to use Nen, I should have taught you the rules here first. Crollo spoke slowly. You can't yet be considered a true member, so just remember these 2 points. His voice grew heavy, carrying an authority like a godfather chanting the Bible. First, the troop comes first. Betrayal is absolutely not allowed. Second, the boss's orders come first. So, my orders, you only need to obey them. Kisho shouted angrily. I never agreed to join any troop. Before the words even fell, the searing pain from his right shoulder almost made Kisho black out. It hurt too much. Even back when he had first opened his eyes in the box with all 4 limbs broken, it hadn't hurt this much. Crollo stood up. Refusal is invalid. I said the troop comes first. Your ability benefits the troop, so no matter what, you cannot leave. He stared at the boy, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Unless you die, but are you willing? Kisho. It was as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He wanted to live. That was why he chose to lie in bed for 10 years, feeling his body rot bit by bit along with his wishes, rather than give himself release when his hands could still move at the beginning. He wanted to live. That was why he endured filth and tainted blood soaking his body, endured the pitch-black wooden box, sitting inside it day after day, waiting for a sliver of hope that perhaps didn't even exist. He wanted to live, so he dragged legs that hadn't been used for 10 years and stood up again. He wanted to live. He had finally gotten a new beginning, finally could see the world outside the window with his own eyes, finally could control his hands. She still hadn't played the songs he had composed countless times in his heart. If you have no objections, then let's continue. Crollo placed a book in front of Kisho. Let's start with learning the common language. First, learn listening and speaking using Nen the whole time. Just to communicate with you is pretty tiring. Tip, while studying, don't forget to keep maintaining 10 the entire time. 7. Chapter 7, Learning X Death X Non-Professional Teacher. You're really harsh, leader. Maki withdrew the Nen needle from her hand and stood up. Kisho, whose left shoulder and right shoulder bone had just been stitched up, had already passed out from the pain. Crollo looked at his book without lifting his head, and his words of concern were utterly insincere. Thanks for your hard work. Altogether, 18 million. Maki said, not needing any sympathy at all. Crollo finally looked up. Why did the price suddenly go up? He seemed thoughtful. Don't internal personnel get a discount? Yesterday's full-body treatment was 10 million. Add today's left shoulder 3 million and right shoulder 7 million, totaling 20 million, Maki replied calmly. But this kid isn't internal personnel. I've already given a 10% discount for the leader's sake. Crollo smiled. Alright, put it on the tab. I'll pay you together after the next activity. Maki nodded, walked out of Crollo's room, and casually closed the door behind her. Crollo put down the book in his hand and strode over to the corner of the wall where Kisho was lying. Passing out from pain basically doesn't exist for people who grew up in Meteor City. Only under irresistible external factors would losing consciousness be possible, such as losing half their blood or being knocked out instantly. Because the body itself is considered a recyclable resource, whether alive or dead. In most cases, anything that passes out is treated as a corpse. So as long as the body can still move, no matter how much pain one has to endure, they would never choose to pass out. Really weak, Crollo said softly. Not like someone from Meteor City at all. The boy was too weak both physically and mentally. He was afraid of pain and afraid of death, with combat power close to zero, and his personality lacked even a trace of Meteor City's traits. Crollo's interest in Silver Blue Eyes far exceeded his interest in Kisho. If possible, the one he actually wanted to invite into the group was Silver Blue Eyes, the boy who, after appearing, dragged his broken limbs and still forced himself to stand by hanging onto a box, attacking with ruthless decisiveness, staking everything on a single strike. Teaching Kisho felt like instructing a clueless child, whereas Silver Blue Eyes, though he had only met him once, somehow felt like an equal existence to Crollo. Still, the kid's learning ability wasn't bad. While learning simple dialogues and words in the common language, he practiced 10, and in just half a day, he had increased his 10 to a 1 centimeter level. He even learned, without a teacher, how to use Gyo to observe the nen attacking him. However, judging from the nen that Silver Blue Eyes had used, how much nen capacity this body actually contained was still unknown. So this would still be a long and arduous training journey. He poked the boy's face. Break time's over. Continue. Kisho frowned deeply, as if trapped in a nightmare. It took a long time before he slowly opened his eyes. For him, the dream was a pitch-black world of despair and the world outside the dream was the same. Kisho sat on the floor holding a pen, a notebook spread open on his knees. On each page, the first line was written by Crollo, who also told him how to pronounce it and what it meant. All Kisho had to do was copy it over and over until he memorized it. Copying the names of all the troop members and his own name. Copying the numbers from 1 to 10, copying 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100 million. Although the capital numerals in this world were different from the previous one, the lowercase ones were still the familiar Arabic numerals he knew all too well. Copying hours, minutes, and seconds Monday through Sunday months and years to me keeping in this world was also seconds, minutes, hours, and weeks, just like before. He carefully copied stroke by stroke, finding it hard to imagine that the first-grade elementary school curriculum he had once escaped was now being made up in this world. According to the terrifying teacher Crollo, who could kill at any time, each word only counted once it was copied to the point it couldn't be forgotten. To be fair, teacher Crollo's handwriting though Kisho didn't know this world standards for beautiful calligraphy was indeed quite nice. It's just that his fingers were still not very flexible, so what he wrote was probably only slightly better than a child who had just started learning to write. The next second, he frowned again, because the oppressive nen pressure that made him extremely uncomfortable rolled over him yet again. For the umpteenth time, he used 10 to protect himself. It was really hard to imagine that this feeling like a gun being pressed to your temple with the finger about to pull the trigger had become something he could get used to in just one day. Meanwhile, the person releasing the nen pressure had no awareness of being disliked at all. After the nen pressure was barely blocked by 10, he continued calmly reading his book without any reaction. Dinner was brought in by Pakunoda knocking on the door. When she handed it to Kisho, he stammered out a thank you in the common language. However, it was hard for him to describe Pakunoda's expression after hearing that thank you. What filled his stomach was still expired water and canned food. Although his stomach would feel uncomfortable after eating, if he gathered aura in his stomach, that discomfort would quickly disappear. So, being able to fill his stomach was already pretty good. After dinner, it was still study time. Just when Kisho thought he was almost done copying, he watched in despair as Crollo slowly walked over to him and then walked back. Then, more than a dozen new words appeared in the notebook. He kept copying until after 10 at night. After using up 2 pens, Kisho completely gave up. He closed the notebook and capped the pen, then collapsed backward, hissing. The back of his head hit the wall. Even with 10, it still hurt quite a bit. Teacher Crollo, who could kill at any time, raised his head to look at him, candlelight flickering in his black eyes. By the way, the miserable first-grade elementary student had no money to exchange for candles with teacher Crollo, so he was forced to use Gyo to see the words clearly in the darkness. Kisho said in clumsy common language, "I want to rest. I'm tired." "You can rest only after passing the inspection." Crollo strode over to Kisho. His long fingers picked up the notebook from the ground and flipped it open. Upon seeing the handwriting on the first few pages, a clear trace of disdain appeared on the teacher's handsome face. After flipping through the notebook, Crollo asked, "You remember everyone's name?" Kisho pulled over a notebook and wrote while reading them aloud. Nobunaga Hazama. Phaeton Portor. Maki Komakin. Finks Mag Cub. Shulnark. Franklin Bordeaux. Pakunoda. Bonali Nove. Yuvajin. Kortapai. After finishing, he capped the pen, widened his eyes, and waited for teacher Crollo's inspection result. Crollo looked at Kisho. Kisho stared back at him with wide, innocent eyes. Crollo reminded him expressionlessly. "My name." "Oh." Kisho pulled off the pen cap again and wrote on the paper, "Crollo Lucifer." Crollo said expressionlessly. "Read it." Kisho said. "Crollo Lu 1111. Crollo said. "Lucifer." Kisho enunciated clearly. "Lu 1111. Crollo corrected him again. "Lucifer." Kisho read stiffly again. "Lu 1111. After repeating this for an hour with no results, Kisho curled up in the corner with a head full of bumps and fell asleep. Nearby, Crollo held his book and read, yet his gaze did not move with the turning pages. Having experienced a total failure in his first attempt at teaching a student, Crollo still could not figure out which step had gone wrong. Chapter 8 The Troop X Activity X Target. 2 months later. It was hard to imagine that Kisho, who had managed to more or less master a foreign language in just 2 months, was now squatting behind Shulnark and Phaeton, watching the two of them connect a game console to a computer and play video games. Shulnark, "No, you're supposed to crack the mechanism first." Phaeton, "Who cares about mechanisms? If your destructive power is over 10, you can just blow the gate open directly." Kisho, "But isn't there a small hole next to it that you can crawl through?" Shulnark and Phaeton said disdainfully, who the hell crawls through a little hole to get past a gate? Then, the little character in the game took the wrong route and was incinerated by a flame-spewing trap. Game over. Looking at the blood-red word dead on the screen, Kisho snorted, TCH. Shulnark turned around, grabbed Kisho, and pulled his cheeks outward with both hands. You TCH again, go on, TCH again. Phaeton angrily slammed the controller. Look at what kind of damn game you brought us. Shulnark laughed awkwardly. It's fine, I brought a lot of other games too. We can just play them one by one. Kisho muttered, I think it's impossible to clear. Maybe it's not the game's problem. Veins bulged on Phaeton's forehead. Have you finished your homework? Get lost and go do it. What business does a kid have playing games? Shulnark laughed maliciously. Yeah, otherwise when the boss comes back, you're dead. Kisho, ? So annoying. He couldn't get his hands on the controller at all. That stupid rule of die once and switch players never applied to him, and that was bad enough, but now he was also being crushed by homework on a dimensional level. He snorted and stood up, walking toward the door outside Shulnark's room. It was hard to describe his current situation. On the surface he was free, but only within this strange abandoned building. On the surface the others seemed to have accepted his existence, but he knew very well that he hadn't truly integrated into this strange place at all. To this day he still didn't know what these people actually did. He had asked before, but never gotten an answer. He also couldn't quite describe the feeling in his heart. The air was filled with the pressure of a storm is coming, even though everything was no different from yesterday. Oh, there was still one small difference. The murderous Krollo had left one day a week ago, leaving behind a huge pile of homework. Well, the boss. It's normal for him to disappear. Honestly, if he stayed at the base longer than 2 months, that'd be abnormal, right? That was the answer Kisho had gotten when he casually asked Shulnark while they were playing games together. At the time, Shulnark had turned to look at him. The smile on his cheerful face somehow made Kisho feel cold all over. You'd better not get any funny ideas. Otherwise, when the boss finds out, I'll get scolded too. So Kisho had no choice but to give up the idea of skipping school while Krollo was away. During the week Krollo was gone, he spent every day reading books and doing homework. He discovered that Krollo was also a pretty magical person. On the bookshelf in his room were books including but not limited to The Fantastic Adventure of a Hot-Blooded Boy, A Breeding Manual for the Beast, Religion and Theology, Master the Architect Exam in 100 Days, How to be a Good Teacher Students Like, and so on. From academic papers to comics, covering astronomy, geography, mathematics, and religion, it felt like no matter what kind of book you found on Krollo's shelf, it wouldn't seem strange at all. He had flipped through Krollo's books before, and since Krollo hadn't forbidden it, his courage grew. He deliberately picked comics and novels to read. Unfortunately, even in this world, manga artists were still plagued by cliffhangers and hiatus addicts. A novel he especially liked called All XX People had been on hiatus for ages. According to Shulnark, it was because the author thought playing poker was more fun than writing novels, so he'd immersed himself in card rooms instead. Homework wasn't a problem at all. Kisho planned to finish the comics he hadn't finished reading first and only then think about homework. But when he walked out of the room, came to the first floor hall, and was about to go up to the second floor, he saw Krollo sitting on the sofa in the first floor hall. Damn! Kisho blurted out a curse in fright, then immediately thanked his lucky stars that the two worlds' languages didn't overlap. Krollo turned his head to look at him and smiled slightly. Come here. Kisho walked over to him and stood properly in front of him. Krollo looked at him seriously. Can you pronounce my name now? Kisho met his gaze seriously. Krollo Lucifer. Krollo stared at his serious expression for a long time. He didn't say anything, as if resigning himself, and stopped pursuing the topic. Instead, he said, release your rune at full power and show me. Kisho closed his eyes. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Not bad, get ready. When Kisho heard the words get ready, the expression on his face suddenly turned grave. A terrifying aura pressure rolled over him again. Even though this test had been carried out countless times already, every time he was tested, he still felt fear at Krollo's strength. Every exam was perfectly stuck at his limit. Even using all his strength, he still couldn't see the end of that aura pressure. It was like wild grass facing a hurricane. He could only endure it and try not to be uprooted, but no matter what he did, he couldn't affect the hurricane in the slightest. Time was stretched both unbearably long and unbelievably short. When the aura pressure finally disappeared, all the clothes on Kisho's body were soaked through with sweat. But after the aura pressure withdrew, his nen seemed to have increased slightly again. And at that moment, he even felt a faint lightness in his body. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, he thought of something. Phaeton and Shulnark, they'd been talking about homework just now. They actually knew Krollo had come back, didn't they? Damn it. They clearly knew and still deliberately spoke vaguely, obviously just wanting to watch the show. Then Krollo's evaluation made Kisho so angry he stomped his foot. Just barely passable. Ignoring Kisho's puffed-up bun-like cheeks, Krollo spoke calmly. Gather everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but after he finished speaking, everyone who was still staying at the base gradually came to the hall. For this activity, the destination is the Whale Manor, located within the White Light Mountain Range, Golden Province, Republic of Bartokia. Krolo's calm voice entered everyone's ears, but on the faces of those who heard it, Kisho saw an emotion called excitement. Calling it excitement might even be too mild. Their gazes were more like beasts that had discovered prey, bloodthirsty, thrilled, yet forcibly restraining themselves, just waiting for a single order to pounce and bite through the target's throat. Krolo's gaze swept across everyone's faces. However, participation in this activity is voluntary. Members with personal matters can choose not to come. Number 4 still hasn't returned. Maki said, yes. He said he still needs some time. Alright. Krolo looked at Bonolinov. Bonolinov and Franklin will stay behind to guard the base. The two nodded. Krolo looked at the others again. Does anyone need to take leave? No one spoke. Actually, at that moment, Kisho somewhat wanted to ask for leave, but Krolo's gaze made him abandon that thought. Good. Maki and Pakunoda, go collect any necessary information. Okay. MHM. Shulnark, you're in charge of transportation. Roger. The activity is tentatively scheduled for 1 week from now. The specific arrangements will be decided then. Krolo stood up. The assault team can start resting and building up strength. Yuvigen's loud voice was full of happiness. Great. Finally we can stretch our muscles a bit. Nobunaga, want to have a match when the time comes? Sure. Phaeton, you come too. Yuvigen said as he looked at Phaeton. Phaeton curled his lips. Sure. Want to bet on something? Shulnark leaned over. Are we opening a betting pool? I'm in too. Ignoring the overly excited, noisy group, Krolo stood up. Kisho. Kisho followed Krolo upstairs and back to the room. There were clearly empty rooms available, but when he requested his own room, he was mercilessly rejected. The reason was that strict Krolo needed to keep an eye on his studies, so he was still miserably squeezed into the corner of the wall. Krolo said to him, how many times can you use your ability in succession now? With a thought, Kisho caused one badge after another to appear in his hand. A total of 10 appeared, and then he couldn't produce any more. Krolo asked him, is that your limit? Kisho replied, it seems 10 badges is the upper limit of the ability. It has nothing to do with my nen. I still have nen left. Krolo picked up one badge and put it on himself. A few seconds later, he took it off. The badge disappeared in his palm. The improvement compared to last time was slightly greater, which meant that Kisho really could, through training, make his nen ability badges more and more practical. Krolo said calmly, this activity will count as your entrance exam for joining the troop. If you pass the assessment, you can officially join. Kisho hesitated a little. He really wanted to know why this group of people had gathered together in the first place, and what kind of activities this troop actually carried out. He looked at Krolo and asked softly, you all, what exactly do you do? Krolo didn't answer. He just looked at him calmly. After this activity, you'll know. But, the words he didn't get to say were swallowed by Krolo's eyes. Have you forgotten? The rules you must obey. Krolo said softly. His voice was still calm, but it was a kind of calm that made people feel despair. You only need to carry out my orders. If necessary, I will explain things to you. But that doesn't mean you have the right to ask questions. He turned around, leaving the boy, shrouded in killing intent, standing stiffly in place. Remember it. This is the last time I'll repeat it. 9. Chapter 9. Departure X and X Journey. This was the first time since Kisho came to this world that he had observed it from such a close distance. Being scolded for running too slowly, he was alternately carried by Yuvigen, Phaeton, and Nobunaga. When Yuvigen carried him, he could sit on Yuvigen's shoulder. The other two would only hold him down either under an arm or slung over a shoulder, jostling him so badly that his internal organs felt displaced. The group ran at an extremely fast speed, so fast that the scenery on both sides rapidly flowed backward like what you see when riding a train. After leaving that building, they first ran along the streets toward the outskirts. After running for an hour, what came into view were garbage piles as tall as mountains, and countless enormous things like submarines flying over. They opened their hatches, dumped vast amounts of trash, then flew away again. Kisho stared in shock at those submarines flying in the sky. Never seen them before. Those are called airships. Shulnark noticed Kisho's curious gaze and explained while running. We'll be riding one of these later. Kisho nodded, anticipation rising. Although airships were incredible, nothing was more incredible than having died properly and then being able to live again. Thinking that way, no matter what happened next, he could accept it. The group seemed to defy the law of universal gravitation, running as if they were flying, jumping higher than buildings. In just 10 minutes they crossed the hill-like garbage heaps and arrived at the outermost desert. Endless yellow sand surrounded the area they had just left, and the temperature rose as well. Yet Kisho remained utterly absorbed. Another hour passed. Sitting on Yuvigen's shoulder, clutching his furry cape, leaning against the giant's shoulder, Kisho saw the city in the distance. Their running speed slowed. As the time on the badges worn on their shoulders ran out and vanished, Shulnark spoke up. This badge is pretty useful. Krolo slightly turned his head to look at the three of them. Kordapai, Pakunoda, how does it feel? Compared to before, after using it, our speed increased by about 10%, and we saved roughly 8% of our nen. Pakunoda replied. I'm about 6%. Kortapai said. But I have more stamina left than before. Krollo nodded, then glanced at Kisho again. This kid really was a pretty good battery. One badge could be used for 10 minutes, and after use there was a 20-minute restriction period, but the badge would only disappear a day after being made. Therefore, counting the badges made yesterday, the 2 women and the 2 non-combat members of the group each received 5. During the 2-hour and 10-minute sprint, the effects of the badges had already begun to show. And more importantly, that kid was still only a beginner nen user. After running for nearly another 20 minutes, just before entering the town, everyone stopped in a concealed corner. Pakunoda, Maki, Phaeton, and Finks are one group. Nobunaga, Yuvajin, Kortapai are another. Kisho, Shulnark, and I are one group. After making the arrangements, Krollo looked at everyone. After reaching Golden Province of the Republic of Bartokia, gather at Binzh town before entering the mountain range. Everyone nodded to indicate they understood. Pakunoda glanced worriedly at Kisho. It seemed she felt he not only had no combat ability but would also drag them down, and she hesitated. Boss. Krollo smiled faintly and said nothing. After meeting his gaze, Pakunoda continued. Calmly, she said. Then let's set off separately. As long as we arrive within a week. Everyone dispersed. Kisho walked behind Krollo, with Shulnark bringing up the rear. He examined this town. There wasn't much difference from the towns buried in his memories of his previous world, but because he was seeing the buildings and pedestrians with his own eyes, the colors felt more vivid. Most of the townspeople had black hair. There were utility poles, trash bins, streetlights, and small cars roaring back and forth along the streets. Even the traffic lights were exactly the same as in his memories. This was truly astonishing. Clearly none of the written language or countries were the same, yet so many things were incredibly similar. What kind of connection existed between this world and the previous one? Your gaze is interesting. Krollo said softly. Kisho jolted. Ah. Krollo asked quietly. What you're seeing surprises you? Why? These are all ordinary things. Why do they surprise you? He paused, then continued. Or is it that you're seeing something only you can see? Kisho. He rubbed his temples in distress, not knowing how to answer. Was he supposed to say that he hadn't expected things he saw in his previous life to exist in this one as well? Krollo smiled and didn't press further. The small town looked not very big, but only when walking it with one's feet did you realize that overestimating yourself was a mistake. The 2 of them moved so fast that normal people couldn't possibly keep up. After being left behind for the 8th time, Kisho braced one hand against a wall, panting heavily. The number of badges he could make today had already reached the maximum of 10. Without badges, even though he had none, physically he was no different from a normal child his age. Personally, he felt that being able to keep up until now was already impressive. Moreover, because someone responsible for preparing food had overslept, the group that was supposed to depart in the morning didn't gather until nearly 10 o'clock. There was no breakfast, no lunch eaten on the road, and after reaching the town they spent another hour crossing it. Now it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Kisho felt like he really couldn't go on. The 2 people in front noticed that the kid behind them had disappeared again. Shulnark, you go on first. Krollo said. Shulnark nodded. Okay. Then his figure vanished around the street corner in the blink of an eye. Krollo stood with his hands in his pockets, watching indifferently as Kisho panted and caught up. Boss. Before Kisho could catch his breath, the cold and aloof leader turned around again, leaving him only a back view. Keep up. Kisho. Help. After barely running another 20 minutes, Kisho felt like he was about to faint. He propped his hands on his knees, panting, when suddenly a shadow fell over him. Boss. Kisho gasped. I really can't run anymore. Krollo stared at him silently for a long time, then asked with obvious disdain. Where is your nen? Kisho. Ah. Tch. Krollo truly couldn't understand how someone who possessed a treasure yet had no idea how to use it had managed to survive until now. He felt the student he had taken in was unbelievably stupid. He would have to teach him step by step. It looks like expecting you to figure it out on your own is impossible. Krollo raised a hand to cover his mouth, seeming to think. After a moment, he said. That day, how did you stand up? Kisho recalled and answered. I gathered my nen into my legs. Krollo ordered. Do it again. Kisho slowly adjusted his breathing and gathered his aura into his legs. Withdraw the nen from the rest of your body. It took Kisho some time to carefully remove the enveloping aura from the rest of his body bit by bit. Strangely, he felt the aura from other areas slowly flow toward his legs like pinching a section of a balloon. The air inside didn't need active control and would automatically rush elsewhere. Kisho calmed his mind and focused. Aura burst forth from within his body, surging and piling up in his legs. Enormous power condensed inside them. Kisho opened his eyes, a terrifying recoil force came from beneath his feet. He took a light step forward, and then, with a loud bang, he appeared several meters away, slamming headfirst into a wall. Fuck. It hurt so bad. Ugh. Covering the huge bump on his forehead, Kisho reached up and felt a handful of blood. He collapsed onto the ground, dizzy to the point where he couldn't stand up. Krollo. He suddenly regretted putting Kisho on the candidate list. After solving the first problem, there was the second problem. With bandages stuck to his forehead, Kisho sat at a table slurping noodles. Who would have thought this world also had big bowls of beef noodles? The beef didn't taste quite like the beef in his memories, but compared to expired canned food, it was 10,000 times better. Crollo sat across from him, watching expressionlessly. After eating and drinking his fill, Kisho rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. TCH. Crollo stared at Kisho's eyes, squinting happily, and thought that this kid was really easy to satisfy, but people who were that easy to satisfy were, from a certain angle, hard to control, and also hard to derive a sense of accomplishment from after controlling them. Crollo asked. Enough, want another bowl? Kisho. I'm full, thank you. Crollo stood up and placed 2 1,000 jenny bills on the table. Then let's go. Kisho responded with an "oh" and followed him out. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he seemed to hear someone shouting, "Where did my jenny go? There's a thief." Kisho paused, then, driven by some inexplicable impulse, cautiously glanced at Crollo again. But the latter's expression was so upright and proper that there wasn't the slightest hint of anything wrong. That expression made Kisho start to doubt himself. In his heart, Kisho thought, impossible. I must be overthinking it. And so, the big and small figures disappeared into the street once more. This time, Kisho ran much faster, barely able to keep up with the figure ahead who was deliberately controlling his speed. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the airship terminal. Kisho followed behind Crollo, his eyes unable to take it all in. More than a dozen enormous airships were parked in the plaza. Compared to them, human figures were so tiny they were almost invisible. For some reason, Kisho suddenly felt excited. This world was truly amazing. Chapter 10, Whale Manor X and X Assessment Mission. Wow! As the gigantic airship broke through the sea of clouds and soared into the sky, Kisho lay against the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the scenery outside. Beneath the airship, the sea of clouds stretched endlessly, like a blue whale swimming through the clouds. She had never ridden a plane in his previous world, but in this world, that dream had finally come true. After flying for about 3 days, Kisho and the 2 members of the troop arrived at New Gordon City in the Golden Province of the Republic of Bartokia. However, to reach Binge Town, they still had to pass through 2 more towns, though the pace of these 3 was already nearly as fast as a car. On the 4th day after leaving Meteor City, they arrived at Binge Town, a place filled everywhere with gigantic trees. This town was very interesting. All the houses were built on trees. The centers of the massive trees had been hollowed out, with wooden staircases on the outside leading up to the 2nd floor. After arriving, Shulnark contacted the others, then led the other 2 to an inn in town, the Giant Tree Inn. Pakunoda was sitting in the inn's lobby waiting for the 3 of them. When she saw Crollo, she stood up, smiled, and said, "Boss." Crollo replied, "Has everyone else arrived?" Yuvichin said they'll probably arrive around 3 this afternoon. Pakunoda answered. Crollo nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. The rooms have already been arranged. Pakunoda handed a room card to Crollo, then tossed another to Shulnark. Shulnark raised his hand to catch it and laughed. "Thanks a lot, Pakunoda." Pakunoda looked at him, smiled, and said nothing. "Everyone meets at 8 tonight. Before that, you're free to do as you like," Crollo said. He turned his head and glanced at the listless Kisho, calling out, "Kisho." Kisho was already exhausted to the point of death. Oh. As soon as he entered the room, he collapsed onto one of the beds, not even wanting to move a finger despite having Nen, using it to boost his speed for 3 consecutive days, combined with sleeping outdoors at night, had completely drained him. "After this operation, it's time to put your physical training back on the schedule," Crollo said. But Kisho didn't hear a single word, was already asleep. A little after 9 in the evening, Kisho opened his eyes. He rubbed them and sat up drowsily. On the other side of the room, Crollo was sitting on the bed, while Shulnark sat on the sofa. The 2 seemed to be discussing something, but at the same time sensed that he had woken up, so they stopped talking and looked over at him. "Awake? Feel rested?" Shulnark smiled. "There's some work you need to do." "Huh." Kisho rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to wake up, staring at him in confusion. "Here, the Whale Manor Visitor's Guide. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." Shulnark walked over and handed him a booklet. Kisho took it and flipped it open, immediately drawn in by the exquisitely detailed architecture and the vast sea of flowers depicted inside. Whale Manor was located at the summit of the White Light Mountain Range. At the top was a massive lake, and Whale Manor sat on an island in the middle of the lake. Surrounding it was a vast artificial sea flowers known as sunward stardrops. Under sunlight, depending on the cultivation method, droplets of various colors could condense on the flower cores, attracting large numbers of visitors during the limited open period. Every year from March 1st to March 10th was the annual opening period of the Flower Sea. However, the interior of the manor was only open to special guests. Within the Flower Sea lay a secret path leading to Whale Manor. Only visitors who discovered this secret were qualified to enter the manor itself. Shulnark said, "What you need to do is find the secret hidden in the Flower Sea, then enter the manor through legitimate means and investigate the interior, or the very least, figure out the building layout and personnel distribution." Kisho closed the booklet, puzzled. This kind of thing, are you really comfortable letting me handle it? Because for now, you're the only one who won't be suspected. Shulnark smiled, but clearly had no intention of explaining further. By the way, the information stating that Noah Barton was dead had been altered by Shulnark, with the death record erased and released from the cancellation database. In other words, he was now a legally recognized citizen with an IDBY verifying his DNA. His records could be found in the database. All information before the age of 5 was authentic and verifiable, making it far more credible than a randomly fabricated fake ID. Moreover, a severely ill child having no records between the ages of 5 and 10 due to recovery and recuperation was also a plausible explanation. Shulnark said, each opening of the manor lasts 10 days. After that, all passages will be closed. Today is March 2nd. You have 3 days to gather the information. The remaining time needs to be left for the troops' activities. He smiled, Kisho's reflection visible in his emerald green eyes. Got it. Kisho carefully pondered Shulnark's words. He had a rather bad feeling about this. After Shulnark left the room, Kisho opened the booklet again. Besides illustrations and introductions to the Flower Sea, there was also information about the owner of the manor. Kisho glanced at it a bit more closely and was surprised to find that the owner of Whale Manor was actually a pianist. And at the end of the introduction, there was a strange term attached, music hunter. Music and hunter. In Kisho's memory, no matter how he thought about it, those two words just wouldn't fit together. Leader. Kisho looked toward Krollo, hesitating over whether to ask, but in the end, curiosity won out. At some point, Krollo had already taken a shower and changed clothes. He was lounging lazily against the bed, flipping through a book he'd pulled out from who knew where. He closed the book. What does music hunter mean? Kisho asked. Hunter is a profession. After passing an exam administered by the Hunter Association, you're issued a license and granted special privileges. Krollo explained. As for what you mentioned, it's probably just one of the hunter categories. After listening, Kisho thought for a moment. Is the exam hard? Could I take it? Krollo looked at him thoughtfully. After a long pause, he said. With your level, if you use Nen to enhance your body, physical ability wouldn't be much of a problem. But you lack far too much experience, better not take it. Kisho. If you really want to, then finish this operation first. Krollo's voice was calm. This is your assessment, you haven't forgotten, have you? Kisho, okay. The next morning, 7 o'clock. Kisho changed into a set of casual clothes and left the inn. Not far outside was a bus stop already packed with people. He was surprised to find that there was a direct bus to the manor, but when it arrived, people crowded from the platform onto the bus until it was completely full. Kisho took one look, silently stepped back, and once the bus started moving, began running after it. He'd rather run than be squeezed into a can. An hour later, the bus stopped at a ticketing point. Standing outside, Kisho could already see the endless flower sea. It was hard to imagine that a snow-white sea of flowers could somehow support layers upon layers of rainbows. Inside the ticketing area, there were even sightseeing hot air balloons and tour vehicles. Countless attendants wearing black bow ties pushed carts along the perfectly straight, well-paved roads. It was said that the dew of the sunward stardrops could be brewed into alcohol. The flower cores and petals, depending on their color, emitted different fragrances and were premium materials for making perfume. As a result, there were also temporary stalls inside the manor selling perfumes and fruit wines. The ticketing point stood at the main gate of the Whale Manor Flower Sea, surrounded by a circular wall. The sunward stardrops encircled the lake, and within the lake was a small island. From afar, one could see a magnificent, palace-like building standing proudly on the island. There was a long line outside the gate. After Kisho joined it, he awkwardly noticed that most visitors were parents with children, or couples, making him, a lone child, stand out all the more. Under the curious gazes of the staff, Kisho took out the temporary ID Shulnark had given him, along with 5,000 jenny as the entrance fee, and handed them over. To be honest, it was his first time using a fake ID, and nervous sweat had already broken out. But after the staff member scanned the temporary ID, they stacked together an exquisite card, 500 jenny in change, and the temporary ID, handed them back to him, and smiled with a perfect 8-tooth grin. Mr. Barton, we wish you a pleasant visit. Ah, thank you. Kisho hurriedly took them, then subtly wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked inside. But, Barton, was that the original owner of this body's surname? As this thought crossed his mind, Kisho's steps suddenly halted. He shuddered as if electrocuted, countless fragmentary scenes flashing through his mind. But the images passed too quickly, like lightning, gone in an instant, followed by an illusory yet excruciating pain. It felt as though his internal organs were being torn out, or like being strapped to a chair surging with massive electric currents. Are you all right, kid? Kisho suddenly heard someone calling to him. He snapped out of it. Sunlight and a gentle breeze brushed over his body, bringing a sense of comfort, making him feel as if he had come back to life. The person speaking to him was a black-haired man wearing a finely tailored dark blue suit. He looked to be in his 30s, with a polite, gentle smile on his face. I'm fine now. Kisho bowed slightly in thanks. Thank you. That's good. If you're feeling unwell, you can rest in the lounge over there. the man said with a chuckle, then slowly walked away. Kisho watched him leave, then raised a hand to press against his head. He lowered his gaze to his fake ID. In the name field, it read, Boa Barton, nationality, Republic of Bartokia. Following that was a long mixed string of numbers and letters. Here's your temporary ID. If you absolutely have to answer questions about your real ID, just say your official identification was lost, and you got a temporary one for travel purposes. That was what Shulnark had said when he handed it to him. He had also added, but since it's fake, you still need to be careful. Best not to go anywhere like hospitals. Kisho stared at his temporary ID, reading the name printed on it. Noah Barton. If this is fake, then, what was that hallucination just now? Was it an illusion, or, something that already happened? 11, Chapter 11, Nen X Discovery X Bad News. There were a lot of people around, so many that even in a sea of flowers covering 13 hectares, people could be seen everywhere. Strolling here was truly something that could lift one's mood. But Kisho had no mind to appreciate the scenery. Instead, he was thinking about whether he could escape right now. If there were this many people, then even if he ran away, those people probably wouldn't be able to notice him. Only, what Krollo had said to him that day still felt like an absolute order that could not be defied. The moment such a thought arose, he would hallucinate that terrifyingly calm voice in his ears. Try to escape and I'll take away your ability, break your arms and legs, and lock you in a box. Kisho lightly pressed his lips together and pulled his thoughts back. As he walked on, he reached the boundary between a red and an orange sea of flowers. A lot of people had gathered here, as if some kind of event were being held. Kisho walked over and squeezed through the crowd. He discovered many stalls and shops in the area, even arcade games for children and large inflatable castles. However, Kisho's gaze was drawn to a young pianist sitting by a piano and playing. There weren't many people willing to stop and listen to the music, so Kisho easily passed through the crowd and stood beside the pianist. The music flowed like a babbling stream around Kisho's ears. Suddenly, he felt as if something brushed past his heart. That extremely mysterious sensation made him raise his hand, and without thinking, he summoned the fantasizing musician and opened it. To his surprise, on the blank page that had originally followed Song of the Four Seasons, a new movement had appeared. The movement had no name, and many measures within it were missing. After reading the sheet music, Kisho looked up at the pianist again. There weren't many listeners, and none of those who stopped to listen could hum along with it. Not that it was impossible, everyone here simply didn't like humming, but it was far more likely that the piece he was playing was something no one had ever heard before. If that's the case, then relying solely on listening, it would be very difficult for a layperson to notice that this was an incomplete movement, because not only was the melody unfamiliar, but the pianist also lightly glossed over the missing parts. But if one looked directly at the score, it would be easy to tell this could be considered cheating through Nen ability. If what Shulnark meant by the secret to entering the interior of the manor referred to this, then he needed to find those passages that were perhaps deliberately removed. Kisho listened to the young man's performance once more, then closed the fantasizing musician. Suddenly, he seemed to hear someone talking about him. It was a couple standing about 3 meters behind him. That kid, where did he suddenly take out a book from? And the book disappeared again. Is he a magician? Doesn't look like it. In broad daylight did we see a ghost? Kisho. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. These people could see his book, but they didn't know how it appeared and disappeared. Could it be because they were actually just ordinary people? Could it be that not everyone in this world was a Nen user? Kisho's expression suddenly sank. He had taken it for granted. Since everyone he had met after waking up could use Nen, he had naturally assumed that everyone in this world could use Nen. To verify this, Kisho used Kyo to look at the crowd. Sure enough, there was a very small amount of uncontrolled aura around each person, constantly leaking outward. But when he had used Kyo to look at Krollo and the others, their ten was tightly wrapped around their bodies, with not the slightest bit leaking out. Kisho slowly turned around, frowned, and slipped his hand into his pocket. The book appeared in his hand, and he extended it outward, making it look like he was taking the book out of his pocket. He rolled the book up in his hand and put it back into his pocket like he had taken it out again because it was poking someone, and then put it away properly. That scared me to death. I thought I really saw a ghost. Look at you, so timid, always jumping at nothing. You're no different yourself. Kisho. He ignored the bickering couple behind him and slowly retreated back into the crowd. He had been far too careless. If not everyone had Nen, then to the small number of people who knew about it, Nen was equivalent to a secret weapon. If he casually exposed the fact that he had Nen, he would draw far more surveillance and wariness. Just like among Krollo and the others, he only knew the Nen of Krollo and Maki. Krollo's was a book, while Maki's Nen was the Nen threads she could freely manipulate. Krollo had shown it to him when taking his ability, and that was also a necessary condition for taking abilities. Maki's Nen had helped stitch up his arms and legs many times, so he knew about it. But as for the others, none of them seemed to have never shown their Nen in front of him. No, that's not right. Kisho suddenly remembered when he had first arrived here. Krollo had questioned him, and after discovering the language barrier, called Pakunoda over. After that, no matter how he responded, Krollo would always look to Pakunoda first. At that time, what she said meant, he's not lying. Under what circumstances could one determine whether a person was lying? First, by knowing the correct answer. Second, by monitoring changes in the heart or emotions. Kisho furrowed his brows and carefully recalled those details he hadn't thought much of at the time. Pakunoda hadn't only said not lying, she had also smiled after he said certain things. And aside from Crollo, who was using an ability, she shouldn't have been able to understand what he was saying at all. No, to be precise, after he said things about ability transfer, he then imagined the scene of tearing books and fighting. From this, Pakunoda's ability was already quite clear. As Kisho tried hard to recall the details, this new discovery made his entire body go cold. Pakunoda could read memories, or see the images that appear in a person's mind. Kisho rubbed his brow, his mood heavier than ever before. He knew nothing about the others, yet they understood his nen even better than he himself did. Kisho could only be glad that he hadn't rashly planned and carried out an escape, making a very pessimistic guess. Perhaps those people had a way to monitor his condition, to see everything he saw through his eyes, or even further, to remotely control his body or extract the information they wanted from his mind. After all, they had never said how they would transmit the information they obtained. Kisho gently closed his eyes. The sudden influx of information hit him like a blow to the head, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. Acting rashly would be equivalent to seeking death. Understood all too well that what Crollo had said that day was absolutely not a joke. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. And if he failed to complete this task, it would mean he wasn't qualified to join them on the surface. He already knew the abilities of two of them, and there was absolutely no chance he would be allowed to leave alive, or at least with his limbs intact. Still, it wasn't without gains. In the midst of misfortune, he had learned that nen wasn't something everyone possessed. That meant the fastest way to filter out special visitors from ordinary tourists would likely be through nen. The missing parts of the score were probably hidden somewhere in a form that only those who possessed nen could see. Chapter 12, Piano X and X Invisible Notes. Kisho walked forward slowly while thinking, and after reaching the intersection between the orange and yellow seas of flowers, he saw another pianist arranged by the venue playing the piano. Kisho spent nearly 5 hours walking an entire circuit, touring the whole rainbow-colored sea of flowers. Although there were sightseeing vehicles, they passed through the intersection area without any intention of stopping. Moreover, there were too many people here, so he could not rashly use nen to greatly enhance his body and accelerate. He only used a very small portion to make his walking speed roughly the same as running, and only greatly accelerated in areas with fewer people. By the way, he had figured out the use of his own Song of the Four Seasons badge. When it was inside the box before, it was stationary, so the sensation was not strong. But when he could move freely, his Song of the Four Seasons badge could provide him with about a 50% boost to his physical abilities. Even better, when he himself used it, there was no cooldown time. The only drawback was that after carrying the badge, nen consumption was faster than usual. If used continuously, with his current nen, each enhancement could be used separately for about 1 hour. If all four were used together, it could last for about 15 minutes. When all four were used together, his perception such as hearing, smell, and vision would also be enhanced. After finishing the entire flower sea, Kisho found a deserted place and silently opened his book. The first chapter of The Fantasizing Musician was titled Song of the Four Seasons, followed by 4 pieces of sheet music. Further on should have been that incomplete movement, but that movement had disappeared, replaced by a name that felt ominous at a glance: Sonata of Darkness, the sprinted fragment, piano. Following the table of contents were 3 movements. These 3 movements could not be connected together, and each contained between 3 to 6 blank sections. Kisho thought. No wonder it's called a sprinted fragment. In addition, after Kisho placed his hand on The Fantasizing Musician, he frowned. This piece gave him a very bad feeling, like his soul was being soaked in filthy water, or like seeing something extremely terrifying that left his mind somewhat abnormal. If one listens to this piece, or performs this piece, something extremely dreadful will happen. After placing his hand on the book, he could also sense this kind of information. This feeling was very weak, almost negligible compared to the desperate craving to listen to it all after hearing just one section, even if listening once meant paying with one's life. Kisho put the book away, then gathered nen into his eyes and walked into the snow-white sea of flowers that supported a red mist. In the snow-white flower sea, he saw marks that could not be seen with the naked eye. Following the marks with his gaze, he raised his head, and at the intersection of the red rainbow and the yellow rainbow, he saw a faintly visible fragment of a staff. At the moment he saw it, the hand holding The Fantasizing Musician in his pocket paused slightly. It's been recorded in the book, Kisho said silently in his heart. He did not want to waste any more time and directly used an accelerated running technique, running around the inner ring of the flower sea. This time, it only took 1 hour for Kisho to circle and view the entire flower sea, collecting 6 segments of sheet music. Once again finding a deserted place, Kisho opened the book, but what surprised him was that those 6 segments of sheet music were not recorded as a complete movement. Instead, they were filled into the previous sections within those 3 movements. Certain missing blanks were supplemented. However, the blanks were only reduced by 3 compared to before, which meant that among the movements seen in the Flower Sea, 3 segments were not included in the book. If that's the case, Kisho sat down cross-legged in the middle of the Flower Sea and began to think. The 3 missing segments should also have carriers serving as their main bodies, but they didn't appear in my book. The lap I just ran was a bit rushed. Actually, at that time I had already noticed that there were 2 pianists playing the same segment of a movement, but I didn't pay attention to it. So how is the assessment for special visitors supposed to be carried out? Kisho lowered his head in thought. The simplest way would be to directly replay once what was heard from the pianists. But that can't distinguish NEN users from non-NEN users at all. Kisho shook his head and rejected this possibility. If what they're looking for is NEN ability users. First hypothesis, a NEN ability user, with nothing better to do, used Gyo and saw the sheet music floating in the mixed color rainbow, then copied it down and handed it to the pianist who seemed to be the only one connected to this assessment. Second hypothesis, if a musician noticed omissions while listening, every pianist is playing a flawed version. By listening a few more times, one could probably notice. Based on this, one could proactively point out the missing parts or proactively search for the missing parts, complete the movement, and then submit it to the pianist. Thinking this way, the person they want is either a musician who can hear the omissions, or a NEN ability user, or perhaps neither of these can be missing. No matter what, let's first go observe a place where piano can be played. Also, what I've collected isn't complete. Kisho stood up. With a direction already in mind, his body relaxed, and only then did he hear a gurgle sound and realize that he was hungry. He had arrived here at 8 in the morning, spent 5 hours investigating the first round, then spent another hour collecting sheet music. The current time should already be past 2 in the afternoon. Kisho helplessly tapped his stomach. Let's go back to that red-orange rest area first, might as well find something to eat. 13, Chapter 13, Movement X Secrets X Sea of Flowers. Glug glug. Using the 500 jenny in change from his admission ticket, Kisho bought juice and takoyaki. With both hands occupied, he squatted contentedly in a corner of the play area. After finishing the last sip of juice and biting down the final octopus ball, he stood up in satisfaction and threw the trash in his hands into the trash can. After eating, it was time to get back to his real business. He looked toward the pianist sitting beside that grand piano. This time, however, the man was not playing the piece Kisho had heard the first time, but other piano music instead. Kisho frowned. Could it be that things were not as he had thought, and that the method for selecting special visitors lay elsewhere? As he thought this, the hand in his pocket once again felt movement coming from the fantasizing musician. This time, Kisho had deliberately bought an opaque cloth bag. Using it as a cover, he flipped the book open and discovered a new movement behind Sonata of Darkness, still containing many missing measures. Could it be? Kisho walked to the stall where he had just bought the takoyaki and asked the vendor. "Excuse me, what time is it now?" The vendor was sweating profusely from how busy he was and replied perfunctorily. "Past 2:30, I guess. How would I have time to check?" A customer standing in line kindly answered his question. "It's 2:47 p.m. Thank you." Kisho thanked them and sat down to the side again. When he had just come back to buy the takoyaki, that pianist had not started playing yet. The performance only began after Kisho had eaten for a while, but based on his feeling, that piece was often longer than 5 minutes. First, make a hypothesis. The pianist plays at every exact 10-minute mark. Kisho quietly squatted in place, silently counting the seconds. When he reached around 140 seconds, the pianist began playing again, this time, one of the 4 pieces he had already heard. It seemed his guess was correct. The time the visitor told him did not include seconds. Adding the seconds he had counted, the current time should be around 2:50 p.m. Kisho took out the book and compared it to the score. When the final note fell, another missing measure on the last page of the sheet music was filled in. A look of understanding appeared in Kisho's eyes. He more or less understood now. The 6 pianists in the 6 rest areas would each play a segment of the score at the 6 exact 10-minute marks of every hour. Suppose the pianists in each area are represented by A, B, C, D, E, and F, and assume there are 6 total movements, labeled 1 through 6. Assuming the pianist in area A is the starting point, then at exactly 40 minutes past the hour, he would play movement number 4, and the segment he plays would itself contain 1 missing measure. If this reasoning was correct, then at a single pianist's location, one could hear all 6 movements, and each movement would include 1 measure that might be missing elsewhere. In other words, to collect all parts of a single movement, one would have to visit all 6 locations to collect all 6 complete movements. One would need to listen to piano music in each rest area for a full hour. Isn't this kind of test a bit too difficult? Other people aren't like Methei, can't just transcribe a piano piece straight into sheet music from hearing it, let alone pick out the missing parts. Kisho complained weakly. But complaining was one thing, the task still had to be done. He could only obediently sit in place, propping his chin as he listened to the piano, then miserably run to the next location, sit down, prop his chin, and listen again. However, something that would drive any perfectionist mad happened by the time Kisho reached the yellow-green rest area. It was already past 5 p.m. He was informed by the staff that the rest area staff had already gotten off work for the day. If he wanted to continue playing, he could come back tomorrow. Kisho. Seeing a child alone, the staff member asked an extra question. Kid, where are your parents? Ah. Kisho wiped away a cold sweat without drawing attention. I came by myself. If you plan to stay overnight, you'll need to hurry. The Manor Hotel during the visiting period is usually fully booked by 6 in the evening, the staff member said. And the sun is about to set. There are no buses at night, and it's not safe to go back to town. Kisho had never even considered booking a hotel. He hesitated, but still remembered to thank the staff member. I understand. Thank you. What's wrong? A voice came from nearby. Kisho looked up and discovered it was the man he had met that morning. When the staff member saw him, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes, and he bowed. Mr. Wood. The staff member explained. This child is visiting alone. I was worried he hadn't prepared properly, so I reminded him to book a room as soon as possible, or to head back to town early while there are still buses. Kisho heard the man's name, Wood. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, the manual he had read yesterday listed the owner of Whale Manor as having the same surname, Arlen's Wood. Could it really be such a coincidence? Even if it were, would the owner of a manor personally step forward just because he saw a child visiting alone and apparently in trouble? Little one, have you reserved a hotel room? Arlen's Wood asked Kisho with a gentle smile. Now on guard, Kisho shook his head. No, but it's fine. I'll take the bus back later. Haha, that works too, Arlen's Wood said with a laugh. But if you plan to come again tomorrow, you might as well rest here tonight and save yourself the travel time. Kisho was silent for a moment. I don't have money to book a room. The truth. Stingy Krollo had only given him 5,000 jenny for expenses. The ticket was 4,500 jenny, juice 188 jenny, takoyaki 288 jenny, opaque cloth bag 22 jenny, original price 25 jenny. At this moment, Kisho was truly upright and penniless, with nothing but the wind in his sleeves. Arlen's Wood was taken aback as well. He seemed to realize something, and there was a trace of confusion in the way he looked at Kisho, though he adjusted almost instantly. It's fine. Arlen's Wood then turned to the staff member. You can go back to work. After the staff member left, he looked at Kisho again, raised one finger lightly, and smiled. If you can see what's in my hand, I'll arrange a room for you for free. Kisho. So that was it. This was the reason he had drawn attention. Using Gyo was enough to see Ten, and besides, when he had arrived here today, he had not intended to hide his Nen at all. He had already been discovered as someone who could use Nen, and denying that he couldn't see anything would be pointless. Moreover, to enter deeper into the manor, he would eventually expose the fact that he could use Nen anyway. There was nothing left to hesitate about. Kisho focused his Nen into his eyes, then spoke 2 syllables. Do, me. On Arlen's Wood's finger, a 5-line staff with notes and key signatures took shape, formed from Nen. It seems you know a bit about music as well, Arlen's Wood said with a smile. It's nothing, just the basics, Kisho replied with a smile of his own. Ha ha ha, interesting child. Arlen's Wood withdrew his Nen and said to Kisho, come with me. He led Kisho back to the main road, where a sedan was parked. A man dressed like a butler opened the car door for them. After getting into the car, Kisho, curious about vehicles in this world, looked around, only to find that there was nothing particularly different. Just like in some countries in his previous world, the driver's seat was on the right. He then withdrew his gaze. The car stopped in front of a resplendent building. Around it stretched a flower belt of sunward stardrops. In front of the main entrance stood a massive musical fountain, with many children and tourists playing around it, as well as many people performing with various instruments in front of the building. If you're interested, there's a piano in the room. You can also call the service desk and have other instruments delivered, Arlen's Wood said to the dazzled Kisho after getting out of the car. Okay, thank you, Kisho said. Arlen's Wood brought Kisho to the hotel front desk, said something to the staff, then turned back to him. May I see your ID? Kisho took out his temporary ID and handed it over. After passing it to the counter, Arlen's Wood said to Kisho. It's all arranged. Noah Barton, I hope you enjoy your stay. Before Kisho could say anything, the man gave him a meaningful look and smiled. I hope to see you again inside the manor. Kisho. After watching the man leave, the staff member came out from behind the desk and handed the card and temporary ID to Kisho with both hands. Mr. Barton, we wish you a pleasant stay. For any needs, please call the front desk, we will serve you wholeheartedly. Kisho took the card, feeling uncomfortable with the overly enthusiastic service. Thank you. Holding the card, he went to a room on the top floor of the hotel. After opening the door, the enormous room, no, it could even be called a suite, completely exceeded Kisho's imagination. Its luxury rivaled that of a presidential suite. There was even a private cinema, music room, and gym on the second floor, and a private open-air pool on the rooftop. So this is how nobles live. Kisho admitted he was jealous. After washing up and lying on the large bed, Kisho opened the notepad by the bedside. Inside were many phone numbers, including even unspeakable special services. Kisho raised an eyebrow, tossed the notebook aside, then called for the dinner included in the room fee. In less than 10 minutes, a waiter pushed in a cart full of exquisite food. There was even an ice cream boat he had never seen in either of his 2 lifetimes. After eating and drinking his fill, it was still time to work. Kisho spread out his book and carefully reviewed each movement just as he had thought. There were 6 movements in total. Based on the kind of feedback the book gives me, something terrible will happen if the piece is heard or played. Kisho frowned in thought. The definition of heard is far too broad. Could there be more precise prerequisites? For example, the performer uses nen while playing or the listener uses kyo, and hears something beyond sound in the movement, or perhaps only when the piece is played and heard completely and without mistakes, or listened to continuously for a certain length of time, does it take effect? The third option seems the most likely. Because all the pianist's parts have omissions so far, there hasn't been a single complete measure. But I'll have to wait until I hear everything tomorrow to be sure. And if this score really has the power to bring disaster, then it must be extremely valuable or dangerous. That's probably why only incomplete parts were released. Whatever. I'll know the result tomorrow anyway. I'll train for a bit and then sleep. I'm exhausted today. Kisho closed the book and collapsed back onto the bed. Chapter 14, Sonata of Darkness X and X Calamity's Mouth. At 7:30 the next morning, after finishing the complimentary breakfast, Kisho left the room. May I ask, until what date is this room booked? Kisho asked at the service desk. The staff member was not the same one from last night. She took his room card, swiped it through the machine, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Then she spoke respectfully. It's booked all the way until the end of this opening period. We wish you a pleasant stay. Kisho responded with an "oh," and took back his room card. After spending 4 hours starting from the yellow-green rest area to listen to all the remaining chapters, Kisho returned to the hotel again. There's free lunch, no reason not to eat. While stuffing a big spoonful of the seafood rice bowl from the set meal into his mouth, Kisho flipped open his book and examined it carefully. Reading was really great. No matter how oily his hands were, the pages never got stained. He discovered that even though he had already listened to all the musical sections, the 6 movements he had collected so far still each lacked a small measure at the end, making it impossible to connect them continuously. Kisho's fingers brushed over the pages. That ominous feeling grew stronger as the collection became more complete, but he could still sense that it remained within a range he could control. He went to the piano room on the 2nd floor and sat down in front of the piano. The sheet music recorded in the fantasizing musician was as clear as if it were carved into his soul. He placed his fingers on the piano keys and gently closed his eyes. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had played a real piano, yet it felt as though he had practiced thousands upon thousands of times before. Even if there was a hint of awkwardness, he could immediately adjust. Kisho's fingertips moved skillfully across the keys, striking note after note, forming the dreamlike song of the 4 seasons. As the final note was played, Kisho's fingers remained pressed on the keys. He didn't even notice that a tear slid down his cheek. He breathed lightly, calming his emotions. Next came that ominous piece, Sonata of Darkness, piano. The moment the first note fell, everything in the room seemed to freeze. If Kisho had used kyo, he would have seen streams of black aura, as if they had substance, coiling around the piano like void serpents ready to choose a victim and devour them. Kisho sensed it, but it was as though he were being controlled. His hands could not stop playing. It even felt as if his mind had lost control. His body would rather break free than stop before finishing the piece. Clang! The music broke off just before the final missing measure. The extremely discordant melody echoed in the air like a snapped string, stirring hysterical irritation in the heart. Kisho slowly raised his hands. He saw that layer of black mist filling the entire room clinging to his hands, but because the performance ended abruptly, it was forced to retreat, dispersing at great speed with extreme reluctance, so fast that it all felt like an illusion. This piece. Kisho suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. With lingering fear, he stared at his hands, as if traces of black aura still remained on them. If the score hadn't broken off here, he felt that he would have given everything to finish playing this piece, even at the cost of his entire being. The feeling was so strong it seemed rooted deep in his soul, as if his existence would have no value unless the piece was completed. This piece is absolutely not right. Kisho closed his eyes, steadied his emotions, took several deep breaths, and opened the fantasizing musician. Sure enough, the 6 pages that carried the Sonata of Darkness, piano, movement, once snow-white and now looked as though they were dyed with black mist and blood-tinged aura. On the table of contents, a line of small text was marked, Collection Progress, 75%, Purification Progress, 1.76%. Collection Progress 75%. If calculated by measures, I've collected 42 measures so far. That means there are 56 measures in total. Kisho pondered. Just as I thought, Whale Manor should contain the complete 7th section, as well as the single missing measure from each of the first 6 sections. Purification Progress 1.76%. I only played the first section. Reversing the calculation, I probably need to play all 56 measures once. Kisho placed both hands on the piano and closed his eyes. If playing it incompletely won't affect me, then no matter how terrifying it is, I have to keep going. Crollo and the others withheld information from me. He didn't tell me the purpose of sending me inside. And on the manor's side, they also seem to be deliberately searching for a musician. If entering the manor means I must come into contact with this piece, then the only thing I can do is first figure out whether my aura can be of use. Thinking this, he began playing again. One section took 6 minutes to play. 6 sections amounted to nearly 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, Kisho looked at the words on the table of contents: collection progress, 75% purification progress, 75%, and in his hand appeared a 7-pointed star badge missing 1 point, oddly shaped. Aside from the missing point, the remaining 6 were composed of black mist, but when pressed, the mist condensed into an extremely thin, almost imperceptible layer of substance. In the hollow center of the badge, a skull-shaped black mist could faintly be seen. At the same time, Kisho sensed that something new had appeared in his book. The first page after opening the fantasizing musician was the movement title of Song of the Four Seasons, followed by 4 pages containing his 4 original compositions. Now, after Song of the Four Seasons, a new chapter directory had appeared, Songs of Taboo. Flipping further, there was a subdirectory for Sonata of Darkness, piano, along with 6 incomplete musical sections. Does this mean that Songs of Taboo will have versions other than the piano one? Kisho then turned his gaze to the skull badge that had appeared in his hand. He could feel that when he looked at the skull formed from condensed black mist, the skull's hollow, abyss-like eyes were also staring back at him. Its empty mouth gaped wide, as if eager to swallow him whole. Although it looks pretty terrifying, once the purification progress shown on the table of contents reached 50%, the ominous aura and the urge to absolutely finish the piece disappeared. Thinking about it that way, this badge might be harmless. Should I try it? There's no other way anyway. Either way leads to death. Trying it might actually leave a way to live. After a brief thought, Kisho no longer hesitated and pinned the badge onto himself. The skull on the badge flickered with a dim light. Kisho could feel his aura uncontrollably leaking out of his body and being devoured by the skull badge. The sensation was extremely unpleasant, but Kisho simply sat quietly on the piano bench with his eyes closed, until the skull seemed to stop as if it were full. He once again placed his fingers on the keys. Notes flowed out, and black mist slowly spilled forth along with the melody. Under the effect of Gyo, he saw the black aura spreading through the room, but the moment it touched him, it was entirely swallowed by the skull. The badge is called Calamity's Mouth. The name sounds pretty fierce, but it can devour black mist that's just as fierce. But if it were the complete version of Sonata of Darkness, would it still be able to withstand it? Kisho lowered his head and removed the badge. In an instant, the badge vanished from his fingertips. Kisho paused slightly and rubbed his fingers together. And why is it that the Sonata of Darkness I played was able to condense into a badge that could even be considered a positive status? This question led nowhere, so Kisho stopped dwelling on it. He stood up, stretched his body, and closed the piano's key cover. Alright, time to go get my inner venue admission ticket. In the red-yellow rest area, Kisho walked over to that pianist. The latter hadn't looked at him the whole time. Only after finishing a performance did he turn to him and smile faintly. Kid, are you also interested in the piano? Yes. Kisho nodded. I want to try. Is that okay? Of course. The young pianist smiled and stood up. Please. Seeing a 10-year-old child wanting to play the piano, the onlooking tourists grew interested and stopped to watch. Some mocking tourists even shouted loudly, Kid, can you even play? Don't embarrass yourself in public. Kisho had no interest in paying attention to them. He slowly sat down in front of the piano. Flowing, cloud-like notes poured out. Yet no one saw the black aura filled with despair and pitch darkness, silently roaring as it enveloped everyone present, waiting only for the final note to fall so it could feast upon the sacrifices chosen by the Demon King. The music carried a bewitching magic, luring everyone to keep listening, to offer themselves as sacrifices. However, the music abruptly stopped. The black mist seemed to have its pause button pressed, retreating yet again with extreme reluctance, for who knew how many times. The entire venue fell into icy silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted like a tidal wave. Why didn't you continue? Hey, kid, keep playing. Many people around shouted for him to continue playing. If one used Gyo, they could even see the black mist still clinging to them, not yet fully dissipated, desperately trying to burrow into their bodies. Kisho had no intention of paying them any attention. Not to mention that he truly couldn't play it fully. Even if he could, he would never play such a lethal piece of music in front of a crowd. He looked at the young pianist, whose expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and smiled slightly. His gaze was firm, filled with determination. The young pianist looked solemnly at the boy before him. After a long while, he slowly took out a black whale-shaped badge from his pocket and respectfully said, Please use this badge. On the evening of March 7th at 6 o'clock, in front of the Whale Hotel, a special car will be waiting to take you to the place you wish to go. He paused, then continued, however, if you leave the garden or fail to wait at the designated time, it will be considered that you've given up your qualification. Also, the badge is for your personal use only. If the badge is transferred to someone else, it will likewise be considered a forfeiture. Alright, I understand. Kisho took the whale badge and nodded. After returning to the room, Kisho lay on the bed, tossing the whale badge up and catching it, tossing it up and catching it. After repeating this many times, he sighed helplessly. Shulnark had only given him 3 days. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day, but how was he supposed to pass the information to them? And moreover, he had already run around the Flower Sea 2.5 times, yet he hadn't seen any path leading to the island in the lake at all. So up to now, the only gains were that whale badge and his own Calamity's mouth. Kisho let out a long sigh in his heart. I can only take things one step at a time. During the remaining days, aside from sleeping until he naturally woke up each day, Kisho quietly trained Ten and Ren. Since they hadn't said how he was supposed to contact them, then he would just wait for those people to contact him first. 15, Chapter 15, Mission X Official X Begin. On the morning of March 7th, Kisho hadn't woken up yet when he heard the sound of ring 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 ring. The phone on the bedside table was ringing. He sat up, groggily picked up the phone. Hello. Hello, Mr. Barton. There is a guest who claims to be named Shulnark, asking whether you are staying here. May I ask if you know him? Or would you like us to refuse his visit on your behalf? Kisho was instantly wide awake. He hurriedly said, No, wait, I know him. I'll come down right away. In a flash he threw on his coat, slipped on his shoes, and rushed downstairs. There, he saw Crollo in a suit sitting on the lobby sofa, and opposite him was Shulnark, smiling at him with wide emerald green eyes. Yo! When Shulnark saw Kisho, he raised a hand and waved. Kisho walked up to the two of them. Before he could say anything, Shulnark patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Let's go, we'll talk outside. Okay. Kisho glanced at Crollo, who hadn't said a single word from start to finish and hadn't even looked at him once, and wisely chose not to ask anything. He followed Shulnark all the way out of the hotel. Shulnark stopped, turned around, and looked at him with a smile. So, any leads yet? He gave a sly grin. Need a hint? Here. Kisho showed him the whale badge in his hand. Not bad. A look of surprise appeared in Shulnark's eyes. You're not as useless as we thought. Kisho felt seriously underestimated. If you thought I couldn't do it, then don't give it to me in the first place. If I'm not mistaken, this badge can only be used by you alone, right? Shulnark shrugged with a smile. Yeah. Kisho nodded, then asked doubtfully. After I get in, how am I supposed to tell you what I see? We naturally have our methods. You just need to be able to get in. Shulnark continued. Alright, next is what the leader asked me to tell you. Listen carefully. Kisho. Okay. Shulnark cleared his throat and deliberately imitated Crollo's voice. After entering, do not rashly use Kyo to observe anyone. Just maintain 10, and do not do anything unnecessary. Kisho. I get it. Stop imitating him already. It's really weird. Haha, I thought I sounded pretty similar. Not even the same timbre, okay. Kisho was speechless. Shulnark laughed. Alright, go back. Just pretend you don't know us over there. Kisho nodded and slowly walked back. Shulnark stared at his retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually fading. A phone with small purple devil wings appeared in his hand, and in his vision, behind Kisho's back, there was an antenna plugged in. That was his black voice. At 6 in the evening, Kisho arrived beside the musical fountain. More than a dozen low-key yet luxurious black sedans were already parked there. Next to each car stood an attendant wearing a bow tie and white gloves. Kisho casually walked up to one of the cars. The attendant looked at him for a moment, then said, Are you Mr. Barton? May I trouble you to show some proof? It looks like the identity of special visitors is no longer a secret. Kisho thought to himself as he silently took out the whale badge and waved it in front of the attendant. My apologies for the rudeness. Mr. Barton, please. The attendant immediately bowed in apology upon seeing it, then opened the door on one side of the car. After Kisho got in, the attendant also opened the driver's door and started the vehicle. The sedan began to move slowly. To Kisho's surprise, it drove toward the lake. Just as it was about to enter the water, the ground suddenly opened. A massive horizontal gate slid backward, revealing a downward-sloping ramp, inside which was a pitch-black tunnel. So this is how they solved it. That's seriously outrageous. Kisho marveled inwardly. The door is controlled by machinery, no wonder I couldn't find it even when I used Gyo. The sedan slowly entered the tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, Kisho felt the car begin to climb upward. After leaving the tunnel, the sedan drove along a long road lined with golden leaf trees on both sides for about another 10 minutes, then stopped in a plaza. Walking forward about 500 meters from there, one could see the resplendent palace-like building visible even from the outer island. There were already 5 or 6 sedans parked here, neatly lined up. After getting out of the car, the attendant opened the door for Kisho and said softly, Mr. Barton, please allow me to guide you. All right. Kisho nodded. The two of them slowly walked toward the central building. In the center of the plaza stood a massive statue. As Kisho passed by, he glanced at the introduction. The statue depicted a famous musician from the last century named Heltwood. Mr. Heltwood is the great-grandfather of the current head of the family. He was a highly respected pianist. His work, Deep Sea Sonata, remains one of the world's 5 great super technique piano pieces, and fewer than 10 pianists are capable of performing it perfectly. Seeing Kisho take interest, the attendant explained. Kisho nodded, stood before the statue, and gave a slight bow in the capacity of a junior pianist. A moment later, the two arrived at the main entrance of the palace. 12 massive white jade-colored stone pillars supported the palace. When Kisho saw the carvings on them, his expression changed instantly because they were the 12 zodiac signs he was extremely familiar with. Though he didn't know whether it was just his imagination, these carvings gave him an eerie feeling. Moreover, despite the palace's dazzling splendor, Kisho felt as though something from the abyss and darkness was peering at him. The hand in Kisho's pocket tightened around the skull badge. He hadn't been idle these past few days. Instead, he had been testing the various rules of Calamity's Mouth. First was materialization. Only after he finished performing Sonata of Darkness, piano, could he materialize it, and materialization also consumed a certain amount of nen. Next was wearing it. After putting it on, if he subjectively dismissed the wearing, Calamity's Mouth would disappear. If he never dismissed it, he could keep wearing it indefinitely. Then came the third point: every time it was worn, 1/10 of his nen would be consumed to feed the skull. After that, with each passing day, the amount of nen consumed would double compared to the previous day. In other words, 10% on the first day, 20% on the second day, 40% on the third day, and 80% on the fourth day. That was the limit. Kisho didn't dare test further to see whether the upper limit was all of his nen, or whether it would drain him dry even if it meant absorbing 120%. Finally, whether due to a problem with his nen or because he hadn't collected the complete score, he could currently hold at most 2 Calamity's Mouth at once. If he tried to create a third, the first one he had materialized would disappear. Likewise, he could only wear one at a time. If he tried to wear both, the two skulls would glare at each other, start cursing, and then perish together, disappearing at the same time. "Hello, Mr. Barton. Thank you for your visit." At the main entrance of the palace stood a middle-aged man in a suit, also wearing white gloves. "I am Ron, the butler of Whale Manor. Next, please allow me to guide you." Kisho looked at the middle-aged man, but the latter only wore a proper smile, revealing no intentions whatsoever. "All right." Kisho nodded and followed behind him, slowly walking into the palace. Chapter 16 Banquet X and X Musician. Ron led Kisho along the long corridor, slowly walking deeper inside. On the walls along both sides of the corridor hung wall lamps inlaid with carved gold ornaments. On brown wooden carved frames were portraits or photographs of musicians from past generations, with each person's representative works displayed beside them. Kisho glanced over them as he walked, but there was no reaction related to the fantasizing musician in his mind. He did not know whether it was because some mechanism had not been triggered, or because he had not personally performed these pieces once himself. Kisho withdrew his thoughts and looked toward Ron, who stood politely to the side waiting for him, and asked, "Other than me, where are the other guests who came here?" Ron looked at him strangely for a moment, but still explained patiently. Like this, each guest first attends the banquet in the dining hall, and guests may exchange experiences with one another at exactly 10 o'clock. The master will invite everyone to view his collection at exactly 12 o'clock. There will be a concert personally performed by the master, among which are movements that all of the guests are very interested in. Kisho nodded slowly, masking his awkwardness. "Oh. I'm not the only one who came here for no reason, right? No way, no way. The movements that all the guests are very interested in, could it be?" At the end of the corridor was a magnificently decorated grand hall. Ron said softly, "Mr. Barton, the banquet is here. If you have any other needs, please inform the attendants." Kisho nodded and walked into the hall. The hall was carpeted throughout. A luxurious main chandelier and 8 smaller chandeliers illuminated the space brightly, as if it were daytime. More than a dozen long tables covered with snow-white tablecloths trimmed with gold thread were arranged in the hall. On the tables were various dishes, desserts, fruits, and all kinds of wines that looked extremely high-end. 2 attendants stood beside each long table. There were already quite a few people in the hall. Some stood in small groups holding wine glasses and chatting, some rested on sofas in the corners, and some were eating dinner by the tables. However, what made Kisho extremely awkward was that, aside from him, everyone else here was dressed in formal suits. Only he was well wearing sportswear, and it was even something Phaeton had friendly sponsored, with Maki helping to sew it afterward. Seeing the out-of-place Kisho, most people's faces flashed with surprise, seemingly unable to understand why his style was completely different from everyone else's. Some people glanced at him twice and then looked away, but there was also a man and a woman who walked toward Kisho. The woman slightly crouched down and asked Kisho, "Hello, little friend. May I ask what your name is?" Kisho replied, "Just call me Noah." Hearing Kisho's answer, the two exchanged a brief glance. The woman smiled. "Noah, you can call me Arya." She paused, then continued, "Did you come here alone? It's hard to imagine." "Yes, I came alone," Kisho said. "Is there a problem?" "Everyone who comes here has achieved something within their field, but your name you've never heard it," the man among the two spoke up. "And you don't look like you have none at all, and the test set by Mr. Wood isn't something just anyone can solve." "Ira." Arya shook her head at the man named Ira, then spoke. "Sorry, Noah. It's like the Izumi younger brother is a fan of Mr. Arlen's Wood, and I greatly admire his great-grandfather, Mr. Helt Wood. Being able to perfectly perform his deep-sea sonata is my lifelong goal. A look of yearning appeared in Arya's eyes. So we're very curious about the reason you were able to come here. No intention to disturb you. If you don't want to say, that's fine. They're probably suspecting my relationship with Arlen's Wood. Kisho thought to himself, took out his whale badge, and waved it. I came in through proper channels. Believe it or not, that's up to you. I see. It was my brother who was rude, Arya said. Ira muttered. Sis, I told you it was impossible. All the boys from the Wood family look especially alike. Ira, stop talking, Arya snapped angrily. Alright, I'll stop. Ira raised his hands in surrender. But it really is like that Arlen's Wood and Mr. Helt Wood looked exactly the same when they were young. Arya had dark lines on her face. When I said, stop, that's not what I meant. Kisho. So they really are suspecting my relationship with Arlen's Wood. You can tell it's impossible just by looking at the hair color, right? Kisho felt utterly powerless to complain. This person's imagination was really something. So, do you two still have anything else? If not. Kisho looked toward the table piled high with desserts. Can I leave first? As he spoke, he left the two of them behind. Scooping up a huge bowl of ice cream balls and eating to his heart's content, Kisho squinted his eyes happily. Long live sweets. On the other side, several musicians were discussing things nothing more than mutual flattery and business cooperation. However, some people were discussing matters that interested Kisho. A short-haired blonde man frowned slightly with concern. I heard that anyone who's listened to or played that piece never ends up well. Several people stood around a piano. Sitting beside it was a young man in a grey-blue suit, playing Sonata of Darkness, though it was an already released misprinted fragment. After the piece ended, the people around him applauded lightly. A black-haired young man wearing glasses responded to the blonde man's earlier remark. It's probably just a rumor. Another brown-haired man sneered. Over the past 10+ years, I don't even know how many pieces I've heard that claim to be Sonata of Darkness, and I'm still alive, aren't I? Not to mention, whether Mr. Wood even has that chapter of the score in his collection is still uncertain. He glanced toward Kisho, swept his eyes over him, then turned his head. I originally still had 80% hope for this, but seeing that kid, The blonde man from earlier spread his hands in feigned helplessness. That child single-handedly dragged down the atmosphere here by 10 levels. The young man in the grey-blue suit closed the piano lid and said coldly, if I were Mr. Wood, I would have already kicked out the people who are just filling space. Kisho felt a bunch of gazes shooting toward him, but he had long since trained himself to stay calm. He scooped another large spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. He was certain that tonight he would definitely hear the authentic Sonata of Darkness, but what would happen afterward was unknown. His only reliance lay in the 2 Calamities mouth tokens in his pocket and 1 Song of the 4 Seasons badge. If even these things couldn't save him, then this would probably be the last supper. He'd better eat more. Thinking this, Kisho stood up and said to the attendant, excuse me, another serving, please. More chocolate and matcha. 17, Chapter 17, The Pianist X and X Collection. By 7 o'clock, 23 people had arrived one after another in the banquet hall. As soon as the clock struck 7, the people standing outside the hall slowly closed the doors leading from the corridor into the hall. Kisho glanced at the main doors. For some reason, as the sound of the doors closing echoed, his heart skipped a beat, and the feeling of unease grew stronger. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Arlen's Wood, the owner of this manor. I am deeply grateful for your presence. I wonder if you are enjoying yourselves. If my hospitality has been lacking in any way, please forgive me. When the hands of the antique clock in the hall pointed to 9 o'clock, Arlen's Wood, dressed in a snow-white suit, wearing a bow tie and a sapphire badge, slowly walked into the dining hall through another door that had previously been closed. He stood in the center of the hall. His voice was not loud, yet everyone present could hear his gentle, soft tone clearly. He revealed a perfectly appropriate smile. Everyone, if you are interested, please follow me to view my collection. The people in the hall responded one after another. Mr. Wood, you're too kind. Of course, we'd be delighted. Then please follow me. Arlen's Wood gave a slight bow and walked out of the hall in the direction he had come from, his manners flawless. His butler remained where he was, slightly bent forward, his gaze following every person who passed by, his expression calm. When Kisho walked past, he keenly sensed that it was as if something had just scanned him thoroughly, inside and out. The group followed the corridor, slowly walking toward its far end. Everyone, please wait a moment. Arlen's Wood smiled faintly and raised his hand in a gesture. A servant standing by the iron gate at the top of the long staircase stepped forward and entered something into the keypad beside the door. After about 10 seconds, the heavy iron gate slowly opened, revealing a long staircase leading downward. All the servants here have none, right? Kisho heard someone behind him say in an extremely low voice. He thought that if something went wrong and they tried to escape, these servants would probably stop them as well. Descending the winding spiral staircase, led by Arlen's Wood, the group passed through 3 iron doors, each thicker than the last. Finally, they arrived at a dimly lit hall. Inside were 3 long display cases, each containing dozens of exhibits. In addition, directly in front of them were 4 separate display cases. Arlenswood said softly, "Everyone is free to look around. Later, I will personally give you a grand introduction to the most precious collection in the manor." Kisho casually wandered past those display cases. This is notes written by the piano master Bancroft from the century before last while composing Snow Wolf. I never imagined they'd be collected here. An ancient music score from 1,000 years ago, a court score from the vanished Dragonline dynasty. Such a precious antiquity, and it still can't be classified as a finale piece. Master Miriam's feather pen. It's said that Mr. Miriam used his own blood as ink while imprisoned and composed Bloodwill with this pen. Didn't they say the prison back then was burned completely to the ground? Is this really authentic? It even comes with a DNA authentication certificate. The people around him were flushed with excitement, stimulated by the collection. If not for the tempered glass blocking them, they would probably have picked the items up to examine them closely. However, Kisho had never heard of any musicians or works from this world. If these collections had been connected to the great musical masters of his previous world, then he might have been excited. This brat doesn't understand any of this at all, does he? Seriously, what did he even come here for? Kisho turned his head and saw that the people who had been talking about him earlier were now openly pointing and whispering at him. Seeing that Kisho showed no reaction at all to their pointing, the young man in the grey-blue suit among them walked over and said coldly, "Kid, do you even understand any of this? If you don't, then get lost early. This isn't a place for brats to play house." Lo, mocking laughter spread around. Kisho asked in confusion, "I don't seem to be bothering you, do I?" The man in the grey-blue suit spoke with disgust. "You being here ruins our mood." "Oh." Kisho turned his head away. His indifference enraged the man in the grey-blue suit. "Hey, can't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to leave this place already." "Huh, is this your territory?" Kisho turned back to look at him. "No way. I remember this is Mr. Wood's manor." The man in the grey-blue suit. Kisho turned away again and walked toward another display case. "If you don't like it, then endure it. Why does your bad mood have anything to do with me? The host hasn't said anything. Who knows what you're jumping up about?" The man in the grey-blue suit took several steps forward and was about to grab Kisho. He was shouting, "Do you even know what it means to respect your seniors?" As he swung his hand, but in the next second, his shoulder was seized. "Sorry, this guest. Please don't argue with others here." It was Ron's voice. He held the suited man's arm easily. In his calm eyes surged undercurrents that were anything but calm beneath the surface. Sorry. The man in the grey-blue suit couldn't break free from Ron's restraint. His face was ashen. He kept apologizing before being released. On the other side, Kisho stared at the butler who had stopped the suited man. From this person, he felt a terrifying aura. His gaze swept over the glass display cases, but was suddenly drawn to a flute. He quickly walked over and looked at the drab, unremarkable flute. Beside it was a description. The flute is named Dragon Blood. In the excavation registry found together with it, 6 flutes are recorded. Dragon Blood ranks 5th. It was unearthed from the mausoleum of the last emperor of the Dragonline dynasty. The main material is B-grade azure vein dragon blood bamboo, now extinct. The production took 5 years. It was evaluated by the Hunter Association as a B-grade collectible. History, 900 years. Official price, 8 million jenny. However, what Kisho sensed was not as the description stated. He sensed text that appeared in the fantasizing musician. It was not the last emperor of Dragonline, but rather the first emperor who ordered craftsmen to make it and gifted it to an unknown musician. Its name is Jade Dipped. The material is not B-grade azure vein dragon blood bamboo, but A-grade. The difference is that in A-grade bamboo, extremely fine golden threads can be seen in the veins. Only azure vein dragon blood bamboo over 1,000 years old will slowly form such golden threads. The reason it was unearthed from the last emperor's mausoleum is because the last emperor used jade dipped as a sample to create imitations. The imitation was what came to be called a dragon blood. It is called jade dipped because inside the bamboo flute there are seal script characters engraved with the words jade dipped. Due to being buried for too long, the characters no longer appear clearly. If soaked in the blood of a magical beast of B-grade or higher, they will reappear. Kisho stared at the flute. His desire to obtain this item's nen was unusually intense. It can be put into the book. For some reason, Kisho was absolutely certain of this. Perhaps it was precisely because it could be put into the book that he was able to sense this information. What determined whether something could be put into the book? Kisho's gaze remained fixed on the flute. An item containing nen? An item related to music? Or both? So, little friend, are you interested in this flute? Just as Kisho was lost in thought, a voice came from beside him. He turned, and the one speaking to him was Arlenswood. Kisho widened his eyes at him, then immediately withdrew his gaze and turned his head to answer. Yes. Arlenswood smiled. What is it? Little friend, why does it feel like you're surprised to see me? Ah, yes. I didn't expect you to be willing to come talk to me, Kisho said. After all, as they said, I look like someone who's just here to make up the numbers. No, that's not right. This person is definitely not Arlen's Wood. Arlen's Wood recognizes me and knows my name, but when this person just spoke to me, there was not the slightest sign that he recognized me. Did he suddenly lose his memory for some reason? Or twins? The man who called himself Arlen's Wood laughed. Haha, what's that got to do with anything? Anyone who can come here has their own strength. So, little friend, did you discover something? Seeing Arlen's Wood speaking with a boy that all of them either looked down on or couldn't be bothered to deal with, the crowd gathered around. Then they heard Kisho speak. This flute is not called Dragon Blood. Kid, are you talking nonsense? Someone demanded loudly. He pointed at the signature on the authentication certificate. Are you questioning Master Nigret's appraisal? Do you even know what you're saying? Kisho shrugged. He really did know what he was saying. Arlen's Wood still wore a perfectly polite smile. Then, little friend, do you have any evidence for saying that? He paused, his gaze sinking. But if you're just talking nonsense without knowing anything, I'll be very angry. Kisho suddenly felt a wave of nen pressure bearing down on him, not strong, merely a warning. But he knew that if he couldn't produce any evidence, this nen pressure would definitely no longer be just a warning. 18, Chapter 18, Appraisal X and XJ dipped. Kisho glanced around at the people nearby, ignoring their disdainful looks, and slowly spoke. This flute is called Jade Dipped. But there are two pieces of evidence. First, the material used to make this flute is not B-grade azure vein dragon blood bamboo, but A-grade. If you use a high magnification lens, you can see extremely fine gold threads inside the body of the flute. Second, there are carved marks at the end of the flute. If you soak this flute in the blood of a B-grade magical beast, the pattern will appear. He suddenly felt a little like a protagonist in a novel. He was joking. There's no way a protagonist could be as miserable as him. After hearing his words, the crowd instantly fell silent. After the silence, whispers began. Someone couldn't contain themselves and asked doubtfully, "You're explaining in such detail, could you be making it up?" And if he's making it up, so what? Mr. Wood isn't actually going to soak a magical beast's blood into the flute. What if such a precious collection gets destroyed? But unexpectedly for everyone, Arlen's Wood waved his hand. Ron walked over to his side and, at his gesture, used a call device to summon two collection conservators, who carried the flute away in a safe, and Ron followed them out. The crowd. Mr. Wood, please reconsider, in case someone couldn't help speaking. Before they finished, Arlen's Wood gently raised a hand, signaling them to stop. What's your name, young man? Arlen's Wood looked at Kisho and asked slowly. Noah Barton. Kisho answered, thinking to himself that the chance of the person in front of him not being Arlen's Wood was already down to 20%. Arlen's Wood said, all right, young Noah, let's wait for the results together. He paused and smiled. If your appraisal is correct, I will give you this flute. In exchange, you will stay to work for me for 1 year. How about that? I only recognize collections related to music. Ignoring the surprised voices around him, Kisho continued, and I can't stay here long. I have things to do, and I'll leave tomorrow. What a pity. Although he was refused, Arlen's Wood showed no change in expression, smiling lightly. He didn't bring up the idea of having Kisho stay again. 1 hour later, Ron walked in. All eyes focused on him, watching with extreme tension. But Kisho didn't feel nervous at all, as if he was absolutely confident that his sense wouldn't deceive him. After all, if the sense weren't strong enough, it wouldn't exist in the first place. Ron nodded slowly. Master, Mr. Barton's appraisal is completely accurate. After comparison, the collection is indeed called Jade Dipped. The crowd. Those who had earlier provoked Kisho silently moved to the back of the group, hiding behind others. That's excellent. Mr. Barton is truly knowledgeable and insightful. Arlen's Wood's eyes glimmered faintly, then he smiled. The portion of appreciation value gained by this ancient item will later be given to young Mr. Barton as a reward. Kisho nodded slightly. Yet his book, or rather, his sense still emanated the desire to possess that flute. Looking at Kisho's expression, Arlen's Wood seemed to have a thought. If young Mr. Barton can help me appraise the next piece, the final item for the exhibition, then, the previous agreement still stands. Oh. Kisho looked at him. Really? Of course it's real. Would I lie to a child? Haha. Arlen's Wood laughed and clapped his hands. A servant lit the large lamps, illuminating the front of the hall. A team of servants entered the hall in a line, pushing a small display case with a safe to the center. They turned on a projection light, and the white screen displayed the item. It was a roll of dark yellow beast skin. The exposed portion was painted with a music score using pigments made of some unknown material. Kisho felt a chill run through him, as if his soul itself trembled. Without needing to think, he knew this score recorded the Sonata of Darkness. Presumably, all of you have come here to hear my music. Arlen's Wood's gaze fell on the beast skin in the display, filled with a strange mix of gentleness and madness. At midnight tonight, I will personally perform this epic piece for everyone. Kisho casually glanced at the others, suddenly feeling a chill. Apart from him, everyone present had eyes filled with excitement and rapture, impatient as if they couldn't wait another second. Arlen's Wood raised his hands slightly, and the restless crowd quieted. He spoke softly. Young Mr. Barton, can you help appraise this music score? Kisho, appraise what? Arlen's Wood slowly said, the material, the ink used to write the score, or anything else. Everything can be included. I can try. Kisho slowly approached the display case and studied the exhibit. After a moment, he said softly, "The medium is beast skin from a Loro beast." Loro beasts were a common food source. To compare, it's roughly equivalent to a domestic pig in the previous world. The crowd erupted. "What are you saying? How could it be the skin of such an animal?" Kisho looked at Arlen's Wood, who was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Indeed, but it's a Loro beast from 1,000 years ago. We can detect DNA very similar to today's Loro beasts." The crowd. "The pigments are made from roughly a dozen, should I say, biological materials, mixed blood. Because the proportions and components differ in each section, I can't explain each one in detail, but I can give examples." Kisho continued slowly. "For instance, in the first line of the first section, it's blood from a C-grade entangled parrot, juice from a D-grade plant flower, honey brewed by a D-grade magical beast flying big bee, mixed with excrement from a C-grade phantom beast poke phantom cat producing the pigment. Since the concentration of entangled parrot blood gradually increases, the color of the first section of the score gradually shifts to dark brown." Arlen's Wood clapped slowly. Without him saying anything more, everyone knew that this boy named Noah wasn't speaking casually. He looked at Kisho, speaking slowly. "Young Mr. Barton, as agreed, jade dipped is yours." At that moment, a hollow, distant sound came from afar. Dong dong. 12 consecutive strikes, indicating midnight. Arlen's Wood smiled faintly and looked at the guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, the appetizer is over. Please proceed to the concert hall to witness the epic chapter come to life." 19, Chapter 19, Concert X Divine Gift, X Curse. The concert hall was one level below the exhibition hall underground level 3. After inviting everyone into the hall, Arlen's Wood informed them that he would go make preparations and asked everyone to wait for a while. The vast concert hall had plenty of seating, so Kisho chose the spot with the fewest people, also the one farthest back. He quietly took out the fantasizing musician, removed the flute from the box holding the jade-dipped flute, pressed it against the book, and the next second, the flute was swallowed into the pages. He could feel that something new had appeared inside the book, but given the current situation, he couldn't spare the attention to examine it carefully. Kisho looked toward the door on the left side of the concert hall stage and saw servants standing guard on both sides. At underground level 3, with the depth and an entire corridor of men using guards, even if something felt wrong later, escaping wouldn't be easy at all. He gently pinched the 2 badges in his pocket, slowly took a deep breath, and quietly waited for fate to arrive. At this point, there was nothing more he could do. Before long, many people filed in through the main door, then one after another walked to the center of the stage and sat down behind the instruments arranged there. These people all wore masks, but Kisho's eyesight allowed him to see clearly that the exposed skin of these people was even more aged than that of the 90-year-old elders he remembered. He slightly closed his eyes. Because he was seated in the very last row and there was no one within 10 meters around him, he quietly focused Nen into his eyes. The people on stage were also surrounded by N, but with just one glance, it brought to mind candles about to be extinguished by the wind, or the setting sun about to be dragged into the abyss. T/N, circle, is an advanced application of Ten and Ren. With Ren, aura usually envelopes only a small amount of space around the user's body. N is when one extends their Ren over a wider area than normal, then uses Ten at the same time to contain and give shape to that aura, normally a sphere. He didn't know why they were still alive, but clearly, they should have been dead long ago. But those people seemed to sense something. They slightly turned their heads and looked toward Kisho. Kisho hurriedly lowered his head. His hand pressed against Calamity's mouth in his pocket, trembling slightly from fear. After everyone on stage was in position, Arlen's Wood stepped gracefully onto the stage, sat down beside the grand piano at the center, and said, "Everyone, welcome to the Demon King's mansion, the gate of hell. Please, welcome the divine gift, and be grateful for the eternal life you are about to receive." His words immediately plunged everyone into panic, producing flustered noises, but the next second, as the first note drifted out, it was already too late. In the empty concert hall, piano music echoed clear, yet chillingly eerie. Ding! There was no more clamor in the concert hall. Ding! The masked figures on stage joined the performance, using different instruments to stretch the echoes of Sonata of Darkness into eternity. Ding! After the prelude came a rapid surge of music. Kisho saw that at some unknown point, everyone who had been seated separately for various reasons all stood up and staggered toward the stage, like puppets being pulled along, utterly unconcerned about tripping over people or chairs around them. Their pupils had all turned a deep, intense black, their faces filled with intoxication, wanting to hear more. Looking at this crowd, Kisho trembled violently. But in order not to reveal anything unusual, he still had to steel himself and pretend to be similarly controlled, following behind the group as he slowly moved forward. In all his years, what scenes hadn't he seen? This kind of scene, he truly had never seen before. This was already completely beyond what he could accept. He felt his sanity meter starting to drop, but the next second, he felt that his sanity might have dropped a little too early. The people around him, completely devoid of reason, began to age rapidly, aging visible to the naked eye. Wrinkles densely burst forth from their skin, hair turned from the roots upward into withered white, and one could even hear the creaking sound of bones grinding as joints aged. And the crowd still burned with fanaticism, unyielding unto death. The first musical segment was about to end, the final measure echoing throughout the entire concert hall. Kisho's heart jolted. He raised his hand and took out his Calamity's mouth. The black mist that had originally condensed into one horn completely dispersed as if unable to bear the strain, and the skull within for some reason, even at this moment of life and death, Kisho saw that skull rolling its eyes like it had eaten something extremely poisonous. He felt a warm flow run down from his nose. He raised his hand to wipe it, and his palm was full of blood. Kisho. His gaze fell upon Arlinswood at the center of the stage, who was also playing with mad devotion. His fingers flew across the piano, his eyes containing nothing but the black and white keys. Kisho used Gyo at a moment like this. If he didn't use it now, there would be no chance later. He saw countless nen threads being drawn from the rapidly aging people around him, all leading to Arlinswood at the center. The aura around his body grew increasingly solid, more and more solid, then expanded to a terrifying degree. Kisho. The next second, Kisho felt every hair on his body stand on end. Because the Gyo he used was sensed, everyone on stage except the piano-playing Arlinswood noticed him, looked toward him, then removed their masks and staggered toward him. The faces of these people were almost completely rotted. Some had eyes hanging outside their sockets, some even bore corpse spots that only the dead should have, some had noses rotted away, blackened teeth, and when they opened their mouths, the stench of decaying organs poured out. And Arlinswood also raised his head at this moment to look at him. His hands never stopped playing. After a sudden halt, the music rushed urgently from the second movement into the third. Hug. When Kisho heard the final phrase of the second movement, something he had never heard before, it felt as if his heart was seized and violently crushed. The blood in his body reversed instantly, his soul was stuffed into an extremely narrow space, and the notes directly bombarded his soul, pain beyond endurance, yet impossible to stop. Inside his pocket, another horn of Calamity's mouth shattered. Kisho regained clarity. His entire body was trembling. He clenched his teeth, his gaze locked firmly onto the person performing. Absolutely cannot let him keep playing. Kisho jumped up to evade the slow attacks of the undead on stage, then lunged towards someone beside him, leaping over and delivering a vicious hand chop to the back of that person's neck. That person's nen had been absorbed by Arlinswood, so their ten had nearly disappeared. They collapsed after taking Kisho's blow. But to Kisho's surprise, this person did not continue aging, although even if the aging stopped, they would have less than a year left at most. Save whoever can be saved. Kisho fastened the Song of the Four Seasons to himself. With a tap of his foot, he dashed toward the stage, knocking down musicians who had been stripped of reason by the music whenever he could reach them. Bang, bang, two more fell. The nen threads connecting these two to Arlinswood snapped. Arlinswood's figure stiffened slightly, and his face instantly twisted with ferocity. Kisho watched in horror as this person's originally jet-black hair turned half-withered white from the roots upward in an instant, exactly like the people around him who had listened to the music. On stage, Arlinswood sensed that two souls sacrificed to him were gone. His eyes filled with hysterical madness and rage. The third movement slowly transitioned toward the fourth, pressing forward step by step, like gradually devouring every place the prey could hide before the coming slaughter. Looking at him, Kisho understood everything at this moment. The power of Sonata of Darkness, piano, is to absorb the life force of the listeners and pour it into the performer, but once the infusion is interrupted, the performer will suffer backlash. He arrived at an extremely terrifying hypothesis. Infusing life force, this person is not Arlinswood. He is. What's your name, kid? He didn't recognize me. But that's exactly it. Arlinswood looked exactly the same as Mr. Heltwood when he was young. He is identical to his great-grandfather. The previous conversations flashed through his mind, and endless terror surged into Kisho's eyes. This person, he is actually Heltwood. With a deafening boom, the wall at the back of the concert hall was smashed apart and collapsed. Hundreds of undead, aged to the same terrifying degree, rushed in from behind the wall. Under the command of Arlinswood, it should be said, Heltwood, they lunged toward Kisho. Chapter 20 Darkness X Sonata X Piano Solo. Kisho watched the undead surging toward him and clenched his fists. These are probably all musicians who were once invited. Invited to come, dying with hatred, becoming sacrifices offered to the Demon King by the greedy in pursuit of so-called immortality. The undead were covered in a stench of blood and foul yellow fluids. They roared soundlessly, swarming toward the only one still awake, Kisho, intent on tearing him apart and devouring him. The space Kisho could move in was compressed to an extremely small area. He let out a low shout, grabbed a chair from the ground, and hurled it viciously into the crowd. The chair crashed into them, knocking people aside, even smashing and snapping the brittle arms and legs of two undead whose bones had weakened with age. But these people still wore blank expressions, utterly unaware, continuing to charge at Kisho, slow, but relentless. The music entered its fifth chapter. The instant Kisho heard the fifth chapter, he opened his mouth and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. When he raised his hand to wipe it away, he saw a small patch of livor mortis appear on his hand. The overwhelming horde of undead used every possible means to get closer to him. Even if their limbs were broken, they would crawl toward Kisho, then devour him bite by bite. This kind of non-bearing young boy was the best nourishment for them, who had exhausted their vitality yet still could not die. Putrid saliva dripped from the undead's mouths. Calamity's mouth can only last through this short passage eat most 1 minute. Kisho was already feeling dizzy. Each musical movement of this piano piece is missing a measure. Compared to the original, the Calamity's mouth, created this way, is still far inferior. He seemed to hear a voice as gentle as a heavenly mother's. Stop resisting. As long as you obediently listen to the end, you can obtain immortality. Immortality, my ass, this is eternal damnation. Kisho raised his hand and bit down hard on himself to regain clarity. Who do you think you're fooling here? He jumped onto a chair, poured the maximum amount of nen into his legs, stepped hard on the chair back, and used the recoil to leap into the air. Then, deftly stepping on the heads of the undead closing in around him, he rushed toward the wall, planted a foot against it, and ran along it toward the stage. He leaped forward, stepping on the unnaturally long arm of an undead that reached out to grab his pant leg, and landed on the stage. At this moment, only Heltwood remained on the stage. He smiled coldly as he watched Kisho rapidly approach. Young Mr. Barton, you really do surprise me. Kisho looked at him, then shouted heavily, Heltwood. Hearing Kisho's words, the pianist even missed a beat. He stared at Kisho in shock, murderous light flashing in his eyes. How do you know? He had been waiting for an opportunity, and this was it. As Heltwood froze for a moment upon hearing his true name, Kisho used all his nen and all his strength, even withdrawing the 10 from the rest of his body and pouring it entirely into this punch, smashing it viciously into Heltwood's face. But with a loud bang, Kisho was pushed back by the sudden burst of aura, stumbling and flying backward. Kisho struggled to climb back up, feeling as though his internal organs had all shifted. Cough, cough. Shrouded in a chilling layer of 10, Heltwood looked at him and smiled coldly, like a cat pitying a mouse. It's useless. You can't hurt me. But the next second, his movements froze. His expression suddenly became terrifying. What did you do to me? His hands were still flying across the piano keys, but his long fingers, skin once pale and smooth like a baby's, became withered and rotten in the blink of an eye, finally turning into bare white bones that could no longer leave the piano. Yet even as white bones, the skeletal fingertips continued striking the keys. On one side was the harsh, grating scrape of bone against keys, on the other, clear piano notes interweaving into a composition that made one's scalp tingle. Seeing his own hands, Heltwood screamed in disbelief, hysterical. Once this movement starts playing, it absolutely cannot be stopped. Kisho supported himself as he stood up and spoke slowly. And behind him, the undead moved as if wound up by clockwork, repeatedly moving and stopping, their motions so sluggish they resembled underpowered wooden puppets. Their master no longer had the strength to control them, because on Heltwood's face was affixed a skull badge. That punch of his had been deflected, but it still barely managed to create a hollow in the 10 surrounding Heltwood that lasted just over a second. Using that brief window, Kisho pressed another Calamity's mouth he had created onto Heltwood's face. Kisho walked to his side and said quietly, talking about immortality, this is basically a curse, isn't it? Nonsense. You dare show disrespect to the Demon King. You'll go to hell. You definitely will. Heltwood no longer had any trace of his former gentility. He roared hysterically, twisting as he tried to tear the badge from his face, but Sonata of Darkness, piano, once it starts, it cannot be stopped. His hands were no longer under his control, becoming slaves to the Demon King. But what kept his body young was not the Demon King's blessing, but a curse. Calamity's mouth could devour nen. Although Kisho still didn't fully understand the scope of what nen it could consume, he knew that it certainly included the black nen of the Sonata of Darkness. Having lost the nen unique to the performer, Heltwood at this moment had completely become just like the other saw listener at the Demon King's concert, and also a sacrifice. His hand sent his body and soul into the demon realm. As the 6th passage was about to end, Kisho was nearly at his limit, but Heltwood was in even worse shape. This man who had already lived for hundreds of years, who should have died hundreds of years ago, had no strength to resist at all, and was lightly kicked to the ground by Kisho. As he fell, it was like forcibly ripping white bones that had grown into the piano keys away. The skeletal hands, filled with unwillingness and venomous resentment, left the keys. The next second, everything fell silent. Heltwood lay on the ground, silently turning into a pile of bone ash. An entire room of undead collapsed to the floor as if their power had been cut, entering eternal rest. Kisho slumped onto the ground, breathing heavily, completely exhausted. He raised his hand and looked at the spot where Livor Mortis had appeared earlier. Fortunately, he had stopped Heltwood before the 6th passage finished playing. As the 10 circulated, the Livor Mortis slowly faded away. After an unknown amount of time, screams rang out one after another. The musicians who had entered with him and had not been killed by the undead during the chaos gradually woke up. What entered their eyes was a scene like hell, and then they realized that one foot of their own had already stepped into hell. While the others were waking in shock, Kisho crawled under the piano, curled up, and gently closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look, shouldn't look, and couldn't explain. How could he explain why only he had remained unchanged? All he could do was watch. The screaming woke even more people, followed by even more screams. Those who could still crawl wouldn't pay any attention to what had happened on the stage. They only knew that even if they had to crawl they had to leave this place, leave this place. More than 10 minutes later, the concert hall was left in utter ruin. Kisho recovered a bit of strength and stood up, noticing the sheet music placed on the piano. The dark red score on Beast Hide recorded a road leading to hell. Kisho picked up the score. After a moment, he brought his hands together and used Nen to turn the sheet music into ashes. Sonata of Darkness, this kind of thing should never have existed in the first place. He gave another bitter smile, but someone like him, who had taken such power for his own use, really had no right to say such words. 21, Chapter 21, Killing X Being Killed X Choose one of two. Kisho slowly walked out of the concert hall. The long corridor outside was carpeted with blood and corpses. He looked around in a daze, then heard a shrill scream from the second basement level. He hurried toward B2. Just as he was about to step onto the stairs, he saw from afar the butler whose strength terrified him writhing in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death. Just as Kisho was about to step onto the final stair, his footsteps abruptly stopped. In the next instant, he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding a sword flash so fast it left no afterimage. Phaeton, he's one of us. I saw that. Otherwise, do you think he could have dodged? The voices of acquaintances came from above. Kisho raised a hand and wiped away the shredded bangs from his forehead. He saw the exhibition hall littered with the corpses and severed limbs of attendants in suits and ties, and everything that should have been inside the display cases had vanished without a trace. Shulnark was editing something on his phone. When he saw Kisho, he smiled. Ah, how did you end up in such a sorry state? Are you hurt? Maki walked over to his side and asked softly. Kisho slowly shook his head. He pointed at the people herded into the corner, elderly men who, just an hour ago, had still looked vigorous and distinguished. Them. Well done, Kisho. Krollo's voice drifted over quietly. Kisho felt his mind suddenly grow dull. He found it hard to understand what these people were saying, or what they were doing. Krollo said slowly, these people were left for you. Kisho didn't know whether he understood, but he heard himself ask in a trembling, barely coherent voice. What? It wouldn't be interesting if I explained it too clearly. Krollo curled his lips slightly. Do I really need to spell it out? Fine. Your final entry test. Kill them. The people pressed into the corner clearly heard this. They screamed and sobbed. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Finks walked over and, one by one, dislocated their jaws. MMNGH, MMNGH. Despairing, grief-stricken moans came from their throats, but to Kisho, it felt as though those sounds were coming from himself. He said hoarsely, they pose no threat to you. They saw our faces, Shulnark cut him off. If there are any survivors, what Heltwood did will all be pinned on us. Kisho. Nobunaga let out an irritated sigh and said, Kid, this is for your own good too. None of these people have simple backgrounds. And after you went in with them, you're the only one who wasn't affected. Do you really think that if you spare them now, they'll spare you later? Kisho fell silent. It seemed like he was thinking about many things or perhaps nothing at all. He slowly stepped back half a pace and said quietly, I won't kill people. What he meant wasn't that he lacked the skill to kill. It was that he would not take another person's life with his own hands. Never. TCH, coward, Phaeton said disdainfully. Pakunoda looked at Kisho, frowning slightly. Boss, he's not suited to join the troop. She said slowly, strip his memories and let him fend for himself. Krollo curled his lips and looked at Kisho. Have you decided? I don't understand. Kisho met his gaze. Why kill them? They're completely unrelated people. If you want something, there are other ways. Yuvajin spat on the ground. We're thieves, kid. What are you talking about? If thieves want something, of course we take it by force. He scratched his head, utterly baffled. And besides, killing unrelated people is no big deal, right? Kisho. He slowly repeated Yuvajin's words. Thieves. He ground his teeth, enunciating every word. I will never join you. Never. Silence fell over the group. Krollo shrugged, turned away, and said, Shulnark. Shulnark pulled out his phone and said softly, you got it. Kisho suddenly felt that his body was no longer under his control. He moved stiffly, walking toward the people in the corner. He slowly raised his hand, grabbed one person by the collar, and casually lifted them up. He slowly brought his fingers together, then flooding into his fingertips, staring at the tear-streaked eyes full of desperate pleading. His fingertip lightly slashed. Blood sprayed out, splashing all over his face. Sweet, fishy, sticky blood slid slowly down his cheeks. He loosened his grip slightly, and the body dropped to the floor with a dull thud. It was as if his soul had separated from his body. No matter what he did, he couldn't control even a single finger. He watched himself, one by one, take away these people's final moments, take away the warmth of their bodies, take away their lives. The last one. Thud. Kisho knelt on the ground, retching violently. His face was as pale as a corpse. His stomach was already empty, yet he still felt nauseous, as if he were about to vomit up his very organs. His ears rang violently. He didn't know if someone said something, but the others began to walk out. When Phaeton passed by him, he tossed out a remark. Useless. When Shalnark passed by, he reached out and patted Kisho on the shoulder, then pulled an antenna from the back of his collar. He looked at Kisho, still wearing that bright, cheerful smile. Don't look at me like that. Looking at Kisho, whose eyes were filled with killing intent, he continued. It was the boss's order. I couldn't help it. In the end, only Crollo remained in the room. He walked up to Kisho and looked down at the kneeling boy. Now I can tell you what you wanted to know. I won't join you. We are the Phantom Troop. B rank no, after this, we'll probably be on the A rank wanted list. Crollo spoke slowly, as if he hadn't heard Kisho at all. As you know, my name is Crollo Lucifer. I am the leader of the troop. I won't. Crollo, this mission went very well, far beyond expectations. From now on, you are. Kisho suddenly stood up. Crollo looked at him. One of the boy's eyes had turned into the silver blue Crollo had seen that day. The boy spoke word by word, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent and deathly resolve. Even if I die, I absolutely will not join you. Violent men exploded outward in all directions. Where Crollo had been standing, a circular crater 2 meters across now gaped. Kisho collapsed to the ground, curling into himself. Crollo glanced at the ground, then back at the boy. This was unexpected. This outburst hadn't been a complete loss of reason. He had chosen to throw the raging flames at himself to seize a chance to escape. Then, according to the agreement, anyone who dared to flee would have their ability taken, their limbs broken, and be locked in a box. But still, this little brat seemed to have secrets far more interesting than his logistical abilities. 22, Chapter 22, The Wager X and X Departure. When Kisho opened his eyes, he was still inside the box. Pitch black. Silent. The only thing he could hear was his own heartbeat driven to an extreme by terror, yet having unexpectedly settled into calm. It felt as though body and soul had separated, time stretched both unbearably short and endlessly long. Thump thump. In the darkness, Kisho opened his eyes wide, then, as if giving up, closed them again. He didn't know how long had passed, nor how much longer it would take. Only the memory blood that had dyed the entire hall, vivid like a red carpet, remained in his mind. As it was traced over again and again, the red seemed ready to seep through his eyes, to flow out from his thoughts. The structures in the hall, the people running, all of it had become part of that blood-red scene. Kisho let out a muffled sob. He felt nauseous, but there was long since nothing left to vomit. They the troop. How could they kill so lightly, so casually? No hatred. No old grudges. Just for some so-called treasure that meant nothing. We're thieves. Of course thieves take what they want by stealing. If they're unrelated people, then killing them is just killing them. What's the big deal? Kisho clenched his clothes tightly, as if doing so could also clutch his ice-cold heart. If you dare to run, we'll take your ability, break your arms and legs, and lock you in a box. From the very beginning, he had already been told what kind of place the troop was. He had eaten and lived with a group of bandits for 2 months. He had followed a group of bandits to learn about this world. And in the end he had become one of them, become their accomplice. That blood that had filled the entire hall, part of it was because of him. His hands had taken lives. He had killed people. Living lives, because of him, could never live again, forever frozen at that moment, becoming lingering spirits clinging to his back. Bang! Kisho heard a sound and opened his eyes blankly. For a brief moment, everything in his vision was blurred. He lowered his head and rubbed his face against his knees, feeling something warm, only then realizing he was crying. It was Crollo who opened the box. Ah, it was him. Crollo looked at him, his face reflected in Kisho's eyes, mixing together with the blood in his mind. He didn't understand. He would never be able to understand. Why could they take the lives of completely unrelated people without the slightest hesitation? Have you decided? Crollo's voice reached his ears. Only after several minutes did Kisho react sluggishly. Before being locked into the box, this man had asked him and told him to think it through, whether to choose to enter the troop as number 8, or choose death. Death, huh? It wouldn't be a loss. At least he had personally played his song of the 4 seasons, at least he had personally taken steps forward, at least he had seen with his own eyes things that even in his previous world, people with healthy bodies and intact limbs would struggle to see. Though unwilling, if he had to choose between being killed and killing others. He was sorry. He was too weak. He was just a useless person who had once been bedridden for 10 years. His heart had been trapped in a tiny space for too long, so long that it had become just as small, unable to bear the weight of another person's life. Rather than hunching forward under the burden of innocent souls who died by his hand, he would rather die, at least then, his heart could leave lightly. Kill me please. Crollo heard the hoarse, low voice of the boy inside the box, unexpectedly calm, carrying a sense of release. Oh. Crollo raised a hand to cover his mouth, his eyes showing contemplation. Did I misjudge? The human heart had always been the most unfathomable thing. That was precisely why Crollo believed humans were the most interesting creatures. This little brat had clearly been struggling desperately to live. Even a 10-day stretch of pitch-black confinement, something difficult to endure even for Nen user, she had managed to survive. And he had already killed someone. According to Krolo's expectations, the boy should either have collapsed or compromised. But neither happened. Unfathomable. Why? Just because he simply didn't want to kill, he would rather choose to die himself. Why was he like this? He was clearly just an insignificant person. Even if he killed others, how would it affect him at all? Yet for this boy, the lives of insignificant strangers on the scales weighed more than his own life. Ridiculous to the extreme. A flash of blade light passed, and a thin line of blood appeared at Kisho's neck, the blood slowly seeping out. But the boy lay there as if asleep, completely still, offering no resistance, calmly and gracefully waiting for death. Absurd. On a crippled child covered in wounds, Krolo actually saw elegance and composure. He truly did not fear death. He wasn't pretending. Suddenly, Krolo had another idea. Maki followed behind Krolo into the room. In truth, everyone had simply not wanted to hear screams, so they had placed the box in another room. But the person inside had been locked in there for nearly 10 days and had not made a single sound. This boy embodied every contradictory trait: physically frail yet mentally resilient, yearning to live yet unafraid of death. So should he be defined as weak, or as strong? Kisho was dragged out of the box by Maki gripping his collar, and his severed limbs were stitched back together for him. It hurt a great deal, but the boy didn't make a sound. He simply stared at the two of them with a gaze filled with scrutiny and anger, as if his former caution and helpless fear had all been an illusion. Krolo's sudden new thought was that he wanted to know if this boy, who would rather die himself than kill others, lived in Meteor City for a while without dying, what would he become? Once stained by darkness, could white still remain white forever? Could he become an exception? I'll give you a choice. Hand your Nen ability over to me, and I'll give you an opportunity. Krolo spoke softly. After speaking, he covered his mouth again, seeming to sink back into thought. Kisho slowly raised his head to look at him. If you can survive in Meteor City for half a year, I'll let you go. Krolo said calmly. During that time, if you change your mind, you can also come back. Of course, if he came back, it would mean he no longer had any value as an experimental subject. His only destination would still be that box. Kisho stared at him. After struggling for a long time, he finally stood up slowly. Krolo withdrew the bandit's secret and looked at the boy, who hadn't eaten for 10 days and had only been given a little water occasionally, now staggering and barely able to stand. After his Nen was taken away, the boy became even weaker. He took a light step forward, his body swaying. After steadying himself, he took another step. Seeing that the two behind him made no move, he stopped and turned around. Looking back, he said slowly, "What I owe you, I'll find a way to repay bit by bit." His final sentence was spoken in the Huaxia language. "I would rather die outside than come back." He turned and ran out of the room, ran down the stairs, and under the stunned and astonished gazes of the spiders, left the building, his figure disappearing into the night. "Boss, what is he? You're really just letting him go? That's not like you, boss." Watching Krolo walk down slowly, everyone spoke at once. "It's just an experiment." Krolo smiled faintly, his calm voice seemingly unaffected by anything. "There has never been prey that could escape the spider's web alive. Whether alive or dead, the destination of prey will never change." An interesting performance was about to begin, and he would watch it with great anticipation. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 23, Chapter 23, Survival Rules X and X, the so-called food. Kisho walked aimlessly, heading toward some unknown direction. He did not know where he was going. He could only drag his chaotic body forward, step by step. His head hurt terribly, and he felt terribly dizzy. He was so hungry it felt as if all his internal organs were burning, but strangely, he did not want to eat anything at all. At the horizon, fiery red clouds burned across the sky. Kisho raised his head and looked at the sun that was about to be dragged below the horizon, reflected in his eyes like blood and tears held within his pupils. He did not know whether he was mourning himself, or mourning those who had died. After leaving that unfinished building, how long he had walked and where he had passed through, he could not remember any of it now. Probably because even after the sun had sunk behind the mountains, all around him was still an endless stretch of yellow sand. Kisho continued walking forward in a daze. Only after the world began to spin did he realize that he had fallen to the ground. Did he fall? He did not know. He only knew that he felt terrible. His whole body hurt as if needles had been driven into it, and at the same time burned with a scorching pain, as though being roasted by fire. Was it because he had been sunburned? Kisho thought blankly. He tried to climb up, but his hands and feet did not respond at all. This is the limit, huh? Thinking this, he sank unconsciously into pitch-black darkness. Kisho was jolted awake by a violent bout of heart palpitations. Then he saw that he was lying on a rock, and from the arm hanging off to one side came an unbearable, piercing pain. A disheveled man was squatting beside him, struggling to cut into his arm with a rusty dagger. Beneath the man's hand was a battered paper box wrapped in a plastic bag, already holding a shallow layer of bright red blood. If he had woken up even a moment later, the dagger in that man's hand would have sliced into his artery. When the man saw that Kisho had awakened, his pupils shrank abruptly, and he viciously stabbed the dagger toward Kisho's chest. Clang! The dagger plunged into the rock behind Kisho, the blade curling and chipping, even the wooden handle breaking off and flying away. Kisho rolled off the rock, bracing himself, but the dizziness brought on by the sudden movement made it impossible for him to stand. He could only barely steady himself, half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily in low gasps. The man threw away the ruined dagger, cursing as he grabbed a stick from the side and walked toward Kisho again. Kisho saw the look in that man's eyes. It was not the look one gave a human being, but the look used on livestock. An ungrateful beast daring to resist. Damn it. Kisho could not understand why that man was looking at him like this. But he no longer wanted to think about it. He slowly raised one hand. The sunlight overhead was brilliant, as if it meant to scorch all filth in the world to death beneath the blazing sun. A streak of fire dragged a smoky tail and tore through the air. Bang! The disheveled man collapsed to the ground, clutching one charred arm, staring at Kisho in terror, as if looking at a monster. The agonized wailing caused by the searing pain was crushed tightly between his teeth, so hard that he even bit through his own lips. But Kisho only squatted on the ground, retching again and again. After retching for quite a while, aside from consuming most of his already meager remaining strength, Kisho's condition did not improve at all. Meanwhile, the man slowly struggled to his feet and picked up the stick from the ground. Even though his entire body was trembling, he still forced himself forward, step by step, closing in on Kisho. The closer he got, the more ragged his breathing became, his eyes widening until they looked as though they might bulge out of their sockets. As he approached, the faint smell of scorched flesh drifting from his burned arm made the nausea that had already weakened inside Kisho surge violently again. Why, haven't you given up yet? Kisho could not understand. Is the price of one arm still not enough to make him retreat? No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand. We have no grudge, we've never met. Why must it be a fight to the death? Kisho thought of his fainting, thought of his sudden awakening, thought of the craving and greed in that man's eyes as he drained his blood, thought of the gaze that looked upon him like livestock being led to slaughter. He understood. So that's it, there was never any so-called hatred. He was just slaughtering livestock. So in this place, people can also be food, and a source of water. He slowly lifted his head and looked at that man, looked at the teacher who had given him this lesson. But the man's footsteps abruptly halted the moment their eyes met. Korin saw that the little brat who, to him, had been no different from a slab of mayat at some unknown point, the kid's eyes had changed. One was grey-blue, the other silver-blue, and that silver-blue eye was so blue it felt hollow and empty, as if one's soul could be lost within that blue, sinking into the abyss, sinking into hell. That kind of color was not something human eyes should possess. It was only the color of the pupils that had changed, but the entire person transformed from a docile lamb waiting to be slaughtered, into something utterly terrifying. Korin had done plenty of scavenger work, and had picked up many people who were unconscious, people who would never wake up again. After draining their blood, he would skin them, break them down into organs. The bones could be ground into small knives or fashioned into other weapons. If the meat was still decent, it could even be sent to the market to exchange for some jenny. There had been times when things went wrong, but he always managed to handle them properly. Even if he couldn't, running away could still count as a last resort. But this was the first time Korin had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of a child. He had paid the price of one arm. He was furious, but he also saw even greater value in this kid. This kid had the ability to summon fireballs. If he could seize this opportunity to capture the kid, whether sending him to the arena in District 4 or to the church in District 2, he could exchange him for a substantial reward. But if he failed to capture him, then the arm he had lost would have been paid for nothing, a complete loss. But Korin looked into the kid's eyes. Then his entire body began to tremble violently. Jenny, rewards compared to his own life, those things were as useless and cheap. He felt a shudder rise from the depths of his soul. His soul was screaming, run, run. But aside from staring fixedly at that kid, he could do nothing else. He did not even dare look away. If he maintained eye contact, perhaps the monster from the abyss would delay pouncing on him to tear him apart. The stick slipped from Korin's hand and rolled onto the ground. Because Kisho lowered his head and stopped looking at him. In the next moment, as if granted a great reprieve, Korin struggled to turn around, clutching his arm, and fled headlong in the direction far away from Kisho, never once looking back. Kisho watched the gradually disappearing figure, then collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. The hand that could condense a ball of fire with just a light clench was tightly clenched into a fist. 24, Chapter 24, Survival Rules X and X, the so-called rebirth. In a pitch-black world, Kisho stood where he was, and at the other end of the night was daylight, the only light in the entire world. It was the light of an operating room, stark, pallid, horrifying white light. A blue-eyed child sat on the operating table, completely motionless. Countless tubes were inserted into the child's body, various colored liquids slowly being infused into him. The child's hands and feet were covered in wounds and chains, firmly shackling him to the operating table. About a dozen metal plates were attached to the child's body. On a row of instruments connected to them, cold electronic screens emitted a steady beeping sound. The words displayed were all the same: XXX area, replacement, XXX sequence, cell cultivated organ, implanted without rejection, normal. Kisho slowly approached that patch of white light, until the darkness enveloping him was completely swallowed by it. He gazed at the boy on the operating table, but the boy merely sat there numbly, ignoring his approach. Kisho checked the labels on the 4 bags: toxins, magical beast blood, bacteria, sensitivity enhancers, and stimulants. Kisho reached out and pulled out every tube inserted into the boy's body, then grasped the shackles binding the boy's hands and feet. With a gentle squeeze, the chains crumbled into dust. He gathered the boy into his arms. The boy did not move at all, ignoring every one of his actions. He carried the boy toward the darkness he had come from. Just as he was about to step into that dense blackness, Kisho lowered his head and saw a snow-white chain, like light itself, connected to the boy in his arms. The other end merged seamlessly into the white beneath his feet. Kisho said softly, "I'll take you away from here, okay?" The boy in his arms slowly lifted his head, his silver blue eyes meeting Kisho's gaze. In those eyes, Kisho saw his own reflection identical to the boy. Once again, he said gently, "I'll take you away from here, okay?" The boy did not respond. He only stared at him with wide eyes, as if trying to carve the other him with black eyes into his heart through his pupils. Kisho took the boy's hand. It was strange. It felt like holding his own hand, and also like his own hand was being held. Kisho said, "I'll take you away from here, okay?" The boy in his arms did not move, but Kisho saw that the chains around the boy's feet turned into specks of white light, just like the ghastly white behind them, and were swallowed by the darkness. Kisho stood in the darkness, holding the boy. He smiled faintly, bent down, and whispered into the boy's ear, "It's okay. Sleep. No matter how many times it takes, I'll bring you out." He softly called the boy's name, Noah. Kisho opened his eyes. A fleeting dream image, as if separated by a lifetime. Come to think of it, after arriving in this world, he had wondered about it too. Why did he die, yet appear in another world? Why was he able to use an ability without ever having trained? Why, in situations of extreme danger, did he always sense it beforehand and narrowly escape? The turning point was after he put Sonata of Darkness, Piano, into the book. It was like pouring a force of the same origin into a dried-up spring. Something that had been dormant within his body awakened. It was hard to describe that feeling. It was as if he had suddenly discovered limbs he had never noticed before, never used before. And now, he could use them freely. Noah. Kisho softly murmured the name, the original owner of this body. So really, there was no such thing as starting a new life out of thin air. It was nothing more than the body's original owner being willing to take in a wandering soul. There was no such thing as casually opening your eyes and being able to use superpowers. Those were things the body's original owner could only obtain after enduring countless torments. There was no such thing as suddenly waking up upon sensing a life and death crisis. It was simply another soul within the body, already awake, issuing a warning. This was power brought by Noah's soul. Although Noah was unwilling to wake up, if Kisho needed it, he could use this portion of power. The first time Kisho used this power was that night. He condensed all his nen into fire and hurled it at that damned phantom troop leader, thinking that if he could kill him, all the better. If not, trading it for a chance to escape wouldn't be bad either. But he was too naive, or rather too overestimating himself. That man evaded in an instant, then closed in another instant. So fast that Kisho didn't even see the so-called afterimage before his limbs were already shattered and he was knocked unconscious. Then, he was thrown into a box. As his consciousness sank into darkness, feeling despair and deathly stillness, he saw Noah sitting on an operating table in a laboratory. Ridiculously, in the depths of despair, upon seeing someone even more hopeless than himself, Kisho instead pulled himself together. He walked into that white light steeped in death, carried Noah out of the laboratory, and held him in the pitch-black, dense darkness that was nevertheless filled with a sense of safety. But with each passing day, with each cycle of moonrise and moonset, when Noah awoke, he would still be lying on the laboratory operating table. Not just the operating table. Kisho had also seen Noah with his body cut open, lying on stone, seen him sitting inside a box, seen him collapsed atop a massive mountain of garbage, seen countless versions of him ending in death, yet unable to die. With each passing day, Kisho would go to find Noah, again and again, once more and once more, carrying him from the white light into the darkness. Perhaps there existed a way to help Noah end this endless cycle of death that trapped him, but what Kisho could do now was limited to briefly pulling Noah out of the cycle. Kisho smiled bitterly. He had almost exhausted even the strength and will that supported him in going on. How could someone who couldn't even light himself up illuminate others? He slowly stood up, steadied himself, and tried to use his nen ability. After a while, the fantasizing musician finally appeared in his hands. Perhaps because the ability of Song of the Four Seasons had been taken away, this book had become somewhat illusory, lacking the solid, book-like feel it used to have. However, Songs of Taboo and the flute placed inside the book were still there. Back then, after he slipped the flute into the book in the concert hall while no one was paying attention, he had indeed sensed some changes in the nen book. But the situation was urgent and he hadn't been able to examine it closely. Now, that change seemed to have disappeared again. Kisho inferred that it was likely because the ability that carried that change had been taken away. After being able to use Noah's power, his nen recovered a little. Although his body still felt extremely uncomfortable, at least he wasn't so weak that he couldn't even move, perhaps also because he had been unconscious for a night and had gotten some rest. In any case, he could continue moving. Dismissing the book in his hand, Kisho glanced at the wound on his arm. It wasn't deep. Using Gyo to cover it with Nen, he stopped the bleeding. Only then did Kisho have the mental space to observe his surroundings. His current location was roughly at the edge of the desert. He could see streets in the distance, though settlement would be a more fitting description. He stood in a small courtyard crudely enclosed with assorted materials. In the center lay a stone about half a meter high and as long as a person, covered in dark bloodstains clearly used as a slaughtering table. Thinking about how he had once lain on it made Kisho feel waves of nausea. The ground of the courtyard looked as if it had been soaked in blood, showing a dark brown hue, especially along the path leading to the small tent in the corner. Kisho stood outside the tent, not going in. That stench of blood and the putrid smell of rotting flesh, his nose, which could barely smell anymore, still caught it. Kisho covered his nose and took a step back, raising his hand. Moments later, his journey to parts unknown set sail once more. Behind him, towering flames burst out of the low tent, connecting with the feeble sun that had just risen in the sky. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 25, Chapter 25, Rules of Survival X and X, the so-called Treasure Mountain. Kisho slowly walked toward the direction of the settlement. Although he did not know what meaning there was in heading that way, he still could not resist wanting to get closer to where there were more people. Along the dilapidated long street, abandoned trash could be seen everywhere. The occasional passerby all moved in a hurry. The street itself was very short, but there were many branching paths leading in all directions. However, there were almost no properly formed houses, let alone any shops. Kisho saw someone about his own age, perhaps a child wearing a tightly sealed protective suit, walking over from a certain direction. The two walked toward each other, but as they passed, Kisho sensed a gaze filled with malice and vigilance, shooting toward him like that of a snake. Kisho looked toward where the gaze came from. Inside the protective suit was indeed a child, but with a sallow, emaciated face, their gender indistinguishable. As their gazes met, the child tensed up, eyes locked tightly onto Kisho, like a small beast poised to spring either to fight to the death or flee desperately. Kisho looked at him without moving, then slowly shifted his body to the side. A few seconds later, the child dragged a sack, walked step by step past Kisho, then suddenly broke into a run and disappeared into the distance. Kisho thought for a moment, then followed him from afar. Kisho estimated that they had been running for nearly an hour before the child in his sight finally slowed down. It was hard to imagine that a child in this world could run continuously for an hour without resting. After the child stopped, Kisho stopped as well, not because he had been discovered, but because it was hard to imagine trash piled so high it looked like a mountain. The last time he left Meteor City with the troop, he had only glanced at it from afar and felt nothing special. Now that he was closer, he finally understood that, piled as high as a mountain, was not a metaphor, but a literal description. Before his eyes were all kinds of garbage, discarded appliances, abandoned furniture, used-up batteries, empty cake plates, rotten vegetable leaves, bones, the corpses of various creatures piled into small hills more than 10 meters high, one mountain connected to another. Airships in the sky and trucks in the distance approached one after another, unloading holds and compartments full of garbage, then leaving again. Kisho saw many people standing atop the trash mountains. Wearing protective suits and holding sacks, they rummaged through the garbage beneath their feet, putting whatever they selected into their bags. Kisho stared at the endless trash mountains. Rats and cockroaches scurried through the garbage, and vultures circled in the sky. Trash that people outside discarded like worn-out shoes was the only source of livelihood for the people here. What was laughable was that outsiders called this place Trash Mountain, but to the people here, this was Treasure Mountain. Countless shattered 4 bottles, rotten 4 bags, syringes with needles still attached, blood-stained cotton balls with no trace of proper disposal at all, were simply scattered everywhere. Some bottles even had skull symbols printed on them, yet the bottles were smashed on the ground, and most of the liquid inside had already evaporated. Kisho caught a whiff of an indescribable stench that made his vision go black. Although he immediately used Ten to isolate the smell, he still blacked out for several seconds before recovering. Looking into the distance, Kisho even saw yellow metal barrels marked with 3 inverted triangles. These lethal wastes were discarded here without any treatment, without the slightest concern. Even with Ten, walking on the trash mountain required caution to avoid stepping on sharp, blood-stained needles. He also had to beware of things that smelled strangely. If he touched poisonous substances without Ten, he was certain he would die. But what about ordinary people? What were they supposed to do? Were their lives truly so worthless in the eyes of those outside? Kisho could not understand. The people on the trash mountain noticed Kisho, because almost no one would space out while working. If they failed to find anything useful to exchange for food and water, surviving the day would be difficult. Kisho felt their gazes, and the rejection within them. He slowly took a step back, changed to a direction with almost no people, and continued forward. After walking for another 10 or so minutes, the garbage here was almost entirely medical waste. No one was willing to come here. There was nothing to find, and it was easy to step on needles. Suddenly, Kisho felt as if he had kicked something. He looked down and saw a rotten yellow trash bin, the kind commonly found in hospitals, filled with needles and bloodied cotton swabs, as well as a black, sealed plastic bag. Kisho bent down and spread 10 over his hands. With a strong pull, he dragged the yellow trash bin out and dumped its contents onto the ground. He tore off the lid of the bin and rummaged through the scattered trash, exposing the plastic bag. Concentrating then on his fingertips, he sliced it open. Unexpectedly, inside were 2 packs of compressed biscuits. He slowly bent down and picked them up with 2 fingers. The packaging was intact, unopened, and undamaged. Only the date read 1989.101990.10. Although he could not be sure what day it was in March 1992, no matter which day it was, this thing had been expired for over a year. Kisho was still hesitating over whether this was edible when he felt an unmistakable hostility. He slowly raised his head. 2 people who had originally been far away had somehow already drawn close. A large man in a protective suit shouted from afar, "Kid, hand it over or die." Kisho did not understand his exact words, but the meaning was roughly telling him to hand over the food. The latter half probably meant, or I'll kill you, or I'll spare your life. Kisho twisted to the side, dodging a heavy blow from a stick smashed down by someone behind him. One person shouted, one person ambushed. Kisho stuffed the 2 packs of biscuits into his chest, slammed hard into the person behind him, knocking him off balance, then leaped down from the trash mountain over 10 meters high, leaving the encircling people far behind. And the child he had encountered that morning was also nearby, watching him through the goggles of his protective suit, or rather, watching the place where he had put the compressed biscuits. Kisho thought for a moment, then ran toward him. The child's body jolted violently, and he turned to run, but he was still slower than Kisho. Kisho reached out to grab him, but suddenly withdrew his hand. In the child's hand was a small shard of blade, polished to a bright shine. At the moment Kisho reached out, the child slashed toward Kisho's wrist with ferocity and force far beyond his age. Kisho dodged it. Seeing that the child was about to follow up with another strike, he spoke. "I mean no harm. 1 bag of biscuits, in exchange for you answering a few questions. Is that okay?" The child ignored him completely and instead flung a handful of sand toward Kisho's eyes. Although 10 protected his eyes, his vision was still blocked for a second. In that brief moment, the child was already right beside Kisho. Reaching out, he snatched the biscuits from Kisho's chest, then gripped the blade shard and stabbed toward Kisho's heart. But in the next instant, the child who thought he could kill Kisho felt his body stiffen. The momentary relaxation vanished because his wrist was firmly seized by Kisho. Kisho's expression was just as grave. It was hard to imagine that a child encountered at random could possess such speed and such skill. If 10 had not dispersed part of the force, the damage the blade shard could have caused would have been far more than just skin deep. He looked at the child, pinned his hand down, and took back the biscuits and the blade shard held between his fingers. Despair and suppressed fury surfaced in the child's eyes. "Can we talk now?" Kisho asked. "Your little knife, in exchange for answers to a few questions." At Kisho's words, the child's exposed eyes showed his pitch-black pupils contract slightly. After a long moment, he said softly, "Let go of me. Go somewhere else." It was a boy's voice. As if afraid Kisho would refuse, he added, "It's not safe here." Kisho gently released his grip. "All right, you lead the way." The boy said nothing, turned around, and started walking. This bonus chapter has been posted for your review. Thank you. 1 additional chapter will be released for each review. 26, Chapter 26, Survival Rules X and X. The so-called Meteor City. The child in the protective suit clearly knew that Kisho could run faster than him, so he never thought about escaping. He led Kisho toward the direction of the settlement. Just before reaching it, he changed direction and came to the back side of an earthen mound on the southwest edge of the settlement. The child took off his protective mask. His chestnut-colored curly hair was already soaked with sweat, sticking to his face in clumps. With an expressionless face, the child looked at Kisho and said, "There's basically no one here. If you have questions, ask." Kisho thought for a moment, then asked, "What place is this?" Hearing Kisho's question, the child froze for a moment and looked at him with an expression that clearly said, "Are you some kind of idiot?" Seeing that Kisho didn't seem to be joking, he finally spoke coldly, "District 5 of Meteor City." Kisho asked 1 question and got 2 in return, "Meteor City District 5. He thought about it and switched to what seemed like a better way to phrase it. "Do you have a map?" The child said, "No." Kisho, I see." The child stared at Kisho and lowered his voice slightly. "But for 1 compressed biscuit, I'll draw one for you." Kisho looked at him carefully, thought for a moment, then said, "That's too much. Half a piece at most." "Deal." The child agreed without hesitation. He relaxed a little, and his expression was no longer as tense. Looking at this child, Kisho suddenly understood what he had been nervous about. In Meteor City, food was far more valuable than Kisho had imagined. If he hadn't bargained, the child would have turned around and run away, because if the trading partner were a dead man, it wouldn't matter whether it was a whole piece or half a piece. Only if he had no intention of killing him would he be willing to spend time and words haggling. The child bent down, casually picked up a stone, and drew an irregular closed shape on the ground. From the center outward, he divided it into 4 large sections with lines, then further split each of the 4 sections into 3 uneven parts, writing the numbers 112. Meteor City is generally divided into 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North. The 4 elders each govern one region. Besides that, there's another way of dividing Itinto 12 districts. The boy glanced at Kisho. Seeing that his attention was focused on the map, he silently let out a breath of relief. Pointing to the center, he said, "The 4 elders live in the center of Meteor City. The Elders' Council is also here." A little farther out, districts 1 through 4 are all residential areas, but not just anyone can live there. The boy drew a symbol in the position of District 2 and pointed at it as he spoke. The exception is the church. If you're injured and have money, you can go to the church's medical ward for treatment. If you're under 12, the church can also provide basic living supplies. At least you won't starve to death. When he said, "won't starve to death," the boy seemed to show a trace of mocking laughter, but it vanished in an instant. He then pointed to the areas marked with the numbers 58. Most people still live in the outer districts. It's more convenient that way. Kisho thought that by convenient, he meant scavenging. "We're here now." Kisho looked at where the boy was pointing. It was right at the boundary between District 5 and District 9. The outermost areas are all places where people from outside dump their trash. The boy casually drew a line across the 4 regions marked 912 with his finger. "If you want to work, it's best to go to District 10 or 11. It's easier to find good stuff there, but there are also more people, and if you're unlucky, you'll still run into toxic waste. Here." The boy circled District 12. "There's absolutely nothing usable here. Even if there is, 99% of it is highly toxic and radioactive." He stood up. "But like I said before, if you're unlucky, it's the same no matter where you go." Kisho looked at the map on the ground. Although it was a simple sketch, it was indeed a very detailed map as long as the boy wasn't lying to him. "Here." After memorizing the map, Kisho tossed a compressed biscuit to the boy, then reminded him, "It's expired, and I dug it out of a medical waste bin. Don't you dare eat it." The boy raised his hand to catch the biscuit. Realizing it was a whole piece, he looked at Kisho again with that same look reserved for idiots. Then he tore open the packaging and shoved the biscuit into his mouth in huge bites. There wasn't even a chewing process. She bit off a piece and swallowed it straight down. Kisho watched him in silence and shock, unable to imagine how, without water, he could swallow something so dry and hard, one mouthful after another without even chewing. In less than a minute, the biscuit in the boy's hand was gone. He tore open the wrapper and poured the remaining crumbs into his mouth as well, not leaving a single speck behind. "Kisho." He took out the boy's knife. "Here, your knife." Then he lightly tossed it onto the ground in front of the boy's feet. The boy didn't pick it up. He just looked at him. Kisho asked, "I have one more question. Can I leave this place called Meteor City?" "Yeah, sure. There's no gate. You can leave whenever you want." The boy curled his lips. "But even if you get out, you can't do anything. Outside Meteor City, you need an ID for everything, though you have one." Kisho. When he woke up, he'd been inside a box. Other than his clothes, he'd had nothing on him. "Or you could go here." The boy looked at Kisho, thought for a moment, then tapped District 4 with his foot. "There's a TL arena here. As long as you get 100 wins and are still alive, there's a way to get out. But I don't know the details. Or just go to the church. They provide food, but once you go, it's basically selling yourself to the elders. If you're lucky, you might become a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate under the Elders' Council. If you're unlucky." He paused. "The entire Eastern District is constantly in gang warfare. Being sent straight off as cannon fodder isn't impossible." Kisho nodded. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Do you know where there's a water source?" "Here." The boy froze for a second, then irritably pointed toward the inner ring of Meteor City. "The elders' residences, and the shops in the residential areas. You can get as much water as you want there." "Kisho, this is Meteor City. Meteor City is in the desert. How could water in the desert not be monopolized by someone and just left there for you to use?" The boy looked at Kisho with disdain. "You're really strange. You're not from Meteor City, are you?" Kisho, "Who knows?" Hearing Kisho's answer, the boy assumed he didn't want to talk about it and didn't ask any further. "If you want drinkable water, you can take something useful and trade it with Belhan, but it's expensive. If you're looking for a water source, well, the District 12 I just mentioned, there's a river there. But the chemical plants upstream dump their waste into it, and chemical trash gets thrown into the river too." The boy drew a line on the map, then stood up. "If you're not afraid of dying, you can take a sip and see how it tastes." "I understand." Kisho nodded. He looked at the boy. "Thank you. I've asked everything I wanted to ask. Goodbye." When the boy heard the words "thank you," a look of complete confusion crossed his face, as if he were thinking, what kind of words are those? His expression became strange. He watched Kisho's retreating back, his gaze tightening slightly, as if he had made some kind of decision. This bonus chapter has been posted for your review. Thank you. One additional chapter will be released for each review. 27, Chapter 27, Survival Rules X and X, the so-called water source. Kisho started his journey again. To be honest, it felt a bit unfair to others. Only after seeing that boy eat the biscuit and remain fine for quite a while did Kisho eat the other compressed biscuit. It was expired, and extremely dry. Chewing it felt like eating sand, yet the taste was unexpectedly acceptable, just that after finishing it, he became even thirstier. But Kisho was not particularly worried. His gaze shifted to his own hand. Since Noah Barton's Nen could be transformed into fire, then water should also be possible, right? It was just that the air here was terrifyingly dry. If he wanted to find water, he would have to go to District 12. District 12 was not far. Thinking about it now, after he ran out of that gang of bandits' lair, he had probably headed south. Not long after, he fainted and was discovered by people from District 5, who brought him to the slaughterhouse. After that, he should have gone east toward a settlement. After entering the settlement, he followed that boy and ran in the opposite direction for an hour, arriving at the garbage mountain in the far west District 9. If he wanted to head to District 12 now, he just needed to keep going south. After passing through District 8, he would reach District 12. Besides finding water and trying to see if he could condense water, Kisho had another purpose for going to District 12, to verify whether the information that boy told him was true. If it was true, then after surviving for half a year, he would have to find a way to leave Meteor City. This hellish place, he truly did not want to stay here for even a single day. After using Nen to increase his speed, Kisho ran until the sun was about to set, arriving before a trench more than 5 meters wide, over 10 meters deep, and with no visible end. On the other side of the trench, garbage was piled just as high as mountains. Beneath the garbage mountain, the gravel had been stained pitch black by waste. Barrels containing chemical waste could not withstand exposure to wind and sun, cracking open. Untreated waste left unprocessed because no one wanted to spend money was poured directly onto the ground. Enormous discarded machines were simply thrown down from above, parts and uncleared waste scattered everywhere, covered in grime. Just one look at their colors made one think of lethal toxins. This is the quarantine zone, right? Kisho half-crouched, staring at the gravel on the other side of the trench, blackened by leaking chemical waste. If they didn't set up a quarantine zone under these conditions, the toxins in the soil would spread over here too. And there's radioactive material and radiation as well. Kisho suddenly did not really want to cross over. Kisho wrapped himself airtight with 10, then tore open the packaging of the compressed biscuit he had just eaten and put it over his face. Whether it worked or not was unknown, but it was mainly for psychological comfort. He found a slightly cleaner spot, backed up several meters, took a running start, and leaped across, landing on the soil of District 12. Then he headed toward the location of the small river the boy had pointed out to him. After walking for about another hour, the sun had completely set, and night had fallen. He saw what he was looking for, but he could not feel happy at all. Can this even be called a river? It was a river that had already dried up. Saying it was dried up was not quite right either, although in some places the riverbed was exposed, in others there was still a shallow layer of pitch-black water. It trickled forward weakly, then seeped into the mud at the end. Kisho sat on the ground, staring at that river, and fell into deep thought. To be honest, he still could not understand why a place like Meteor City existed. The people here could only obtain the necessities of life by picking up garbage. If they failed to find any, they would go hungry. Even children barely in their teens were no exception. People outside did not treat those here as living human beings at all. Deadly garbage that was never processed was dumped here without the slightest concern. Even this river, the only river in the desert, had been turned into this state by outsiders. Kisho could not understand it. Those in high positions did whatever they pleased, while those at the bottom struggled in a hell where the boundary between hell and the human world was blurred. Kisho gave a bitter smile and said, "I can't understand it. Maybe it's not that I'm wrong, but that this world is." He stood up and slowly approached the small river. Although it was polluted, even from that shallow layer of water, Kisho could feel a thin trace of water vapor. He stood by the riverbank, raised his hand, closed his eyes, and activated his Nen ability. He did not know how many times he tried, or how long it took, but when Kisho opened his eyes, pure and crystalline water slowly gathered along with his Nen, forming a ribbon of water that converged at his fingertips. He gulped down the water he had created himself in one mouthful. Perhaps it was just an illusion caused by having gone too long without drinking water, but Kisho actually sensed a hint of sweetness. The clear water eased the burning sensation in his mouth and throat, and even made his spirit feel refreshed. "I've come back to life." Before he could properly savor the feeling of long-awaited rain after a drought, every hair on Kisho's body suddenly stood on end. Only after that did he hear the gunshot bang. The night was dark, moonless, and windless. At the instant the gunshot rang out, Kisho himself had not even reacted yet when his body suddenly lunged forward, throwing him flat onto the ground. The bullet grazed past his cheek and shot into the mud with a puff. Mud splattered everywhere. 28, Chapter 28, Survival Rules X and X, the so-called counter-kill. 28, Chapter 28, Survival Rules X and X, the so-called counter-kill. Kisho lay prone on the ground, completely motionless. Not far away, subdued voices drifted over. Did we hit him? Damn it, don't tell me it wasn't a vital spot. How are we supposed to trade him for money then? How the hell did this damn brat end up somewhere this remote? Shit, I chased him forever and almost lost him. Hey, old bastard, is your aim even any good? Why isn't that little shit making any noise? Stop fucking talking. I'm telling you, if this kid isn't worth my bullet money, you're the next one I'll blow away. After using Gyo, Kisho heard far too much. Footsteps. 4 people. One of them has a gun. A gun, ah. Kisho took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, fear not only that the shot had nearly taken his life, but also fear of this kind of death, a way of dying he could never have imagined, no matter how he thought about it. A gun was something that, to Kisho, had only ever existed in anime and novels. It's really hard to understand. I was just a bedridden ALS patient for 10 years. Why did I have to run into so many terrifying things and almost get shot to death? But there were already too many things in this world that were hard to understand. One more hardly mattered. Still, the one who saved me just now was Noah, right? But it was already too late to pull Noah out. Kisho inhaled lightly again, focusing his Nen-gyo into his eyes. In an instant, the surrounding scenery lit up in his vision, as if a night lamp had been switched on, everything laid bare. Kisho's current level of gyo could only be used on one place. Once he activated it, the rest of his body could only maintain the most basic 10. But this was enough. The people around him had already come closer. Shit, don't tell me we really blew this little bastard away. A hand reached out toward Kisho. The next moment, Kisho grabbed that hand and slammed it hard against the ground. Using the leverage from his prone position, he yanked with all his strength. Bang! That person was dragged down hard, and Kisho used the momentum to spring to his feet, driving a vicious kick into the man's temple, knocking him unconscious. Whether he lived or died was unknown. First one. Bang! Kisho's ears twitched as he looked toward the source of the sound. To his surprise, the bullet flying toward his forehead within his field of vision was so slow it felt like it was playing at half speed, so slow that Kisho felt the illusion that he could dodge it. It wasn't an illusion. With an almost casual motion, Kisho tilted his body slightly. The bullet buried itself in the mud behind him with a dull puff. TMD. The little bastard's not dead. Move. Don't let him run. The shooter roared. Kisho's ears twitched lightly. He raised one hand, and the filthy water in the river transformed under his movement into a sharp blade. With another flick of his hand, a water arrow shot out, slamming hard into the gunman's face. Ah, me eyes. My eyes. The gunman let out a miserable scream. But Kisho knew that what caused the damage wasn't the weak-looking water arrow he had fired, but the water that made it up. Second one. Kisho's gaze fell on the remaining 2 people, whose eyes met his. The night was dark, no moon, no stars, no wind. Kisho's single blue eye was the only light, illuminating the gate that led to hell. He heard the sound of the 2 men's teeth chattering, clacking together. Kisho paused, then said softly, "Take the people on the ground and get lost." But the moment the word "lost" left his mouth, the 2 men turned and fled without looking back, completely ignoring the 2 people lying on the ground, and the one not far away who was still wailing, all of whom had been their teammates just moments ago. Kisho. Was my expectation of you too high? Kisho murmured as he looked at the 2 on the ground. Or is it that? I truly don't understand this world at all. After spending several hours using water to learn water condensation, Kisho found that even after leaving a water source, he could still consume his own nen to condense a small clump of water, just enough to moisten his mouth. The cooldown's a bit long, but if I use it in small amounts whenever it's ready, yeah, I probably won't die of thirst. That's a good thing. As for those 2, who knows if they'll come back for their teammates after I leave? Heh, I'm probably being naive. More likely they'll go to those guys' homes and take everything valuable. Next things to do, find a stable source of food, then find a way to leave Meteor City. After pulling Noah out within his consciousness, Kisho walked while letting his thoughts wander. Too many things had happened. If he didn't distract himself by thinking about random nonsense, he felt like he might collapse. This was also the method he'd used countless times in his previous life, when he was at his lowest and wanted to die, to force himself to keep going. At the boundary between District 12 and District 8, 2 people who thought they were finally safe stopped to catch their breath. Someday I'm definitely going to kill that little brat. And that damn Korin. When he told us to make a move, he never said that kid was basically a monster. The 2 men cursed under their breath, but their voices suddenly dropped, as if they'd seen something, their eyes widening. The next second, they fell backward to the ground. Their eyes, still open and unable to close, were filled with terror. In the night, a man wearing a suit stood atop a mountain of trash. He withdrew his hand and stood still, gazing thoughtfully at the 2 corpses on the ground. So, did that little kid actually bother learning the rules of this place properly? After walking all night, Kisho returned to the trash mountain of District 9 at daybreak. If circumstances allowed, he kind of wanted to find that boy and see if he could trade some food for Noah brand purified water. That boy was definitely not simple. He could draw a complete map with accurate locations. Either he had personally seen a real map, or he had personally walked through every corner of Meteor City. He knew about the church and the arena, and his reaction when the church was mentioned was also quite noteworthy. Either someone had told him about it, or he had once walked out of those two places himself. And his physical strength and the martial techniques he had mastered didn't seem like things every kid in Meteor City would have, right? If every kid here had that level, it would be far too terrifying. So if he could find him and trade with him, he could probably secure a stable way to obtain food. With food and water, he could then safely think about how to fish Noah out of the cycle of reincarnation. I advise you not to. The boy on the trash mountain stuffed something of indiscernible use into his bag, then said coldly, "Let me put it this way, water is just a valuable, but it's not cherished, I get it. Kisho, you mean water is controlled by a small number of people. If you need it, you can only trade with specific people. For those who control it, they have as much water as they want, but they absolutely don't allow others to have any. More or less." The boy jumped down from the trash mountain. "But you can trade with me. I'll exchange food for your water, as long as your price doesn't exceed Belhan." "Kisho, I don't know the prices over there. You said it." The boy frowned. 100 milliliters of water for 1 day's worth of food for one person. Can you accept that? "Kisho, that's fine. It can even be a bit more. 200 milliliters for 1 day's worth of food for one person is enough." The boy fell silent, looking at Kisho as if he were some strange creature. "I don't really have a reason to refuse, but what's your purpose in doing this?" Probably because I've got nothing better to do anyway." After thinking for a moment, Kisho gave his answer. Condensing water also allowed him to train his nen, and the water he condensed was more than he could drink himself anyway. "Boy, forget it. Do whatever you want." "Oh, you can call me Amos. What should I call you?" "Kisho, Amos. Haha, your name's really cute." "Amos. My name is Kisho." "Then, Amos, shall we have a good cooperation from here on out?" "Amos, a good cooperation." Having resolved another major survival issue, Kisho cheerfully headed deeper into the trash mountain. If things kept going this smoothly, surviving half a year wouldn't be that difficult. Wouldn't he then be able to get rid of that bet and live his own life? Thinking this, Kisho felt full of motivation. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 29, Chapter 29, Survival Rules X and X, the so-called deal. After agreeing on the deal with the boy called Amos, Kisho also set a time for the exchange with him every day at noon. When the sun was at its highest, they would meet at the place where Amos had drawn the map for him, the back side of that dirt mound. Additional agreement: if one day the other party did not arrive at the agreed time, a mark would be carved on the dirt mound. 1 line meant the same time 3 days later, 2 lines meant the same time 7 days later. If the message was received, the mark would be erased. If, when the person who left the mark came again, the mark was still there, then it meant the other party might have run into trouble, and the deal would be permanently cancelled. Over the next few days, Kisho wandered around the garbage mountain. It looked like idle wandering, but in fact he was experimenting with various ways of using Nen. What Krollo had taught him were only Ten and Ren. But, well, something like Nen definitely wouldn't have only those two simple applications. If there was a way to maintain Nen around the body to form Ten, then was there a way to completely retract Nen back into the body? If Nen could be maintained as Ten at a certain intensity, then was there a way to suddenly unleash all of it in a single burst? Thinking this way, Kisho began trying to draw all the Ten covering his body back inside. This kind of attempt wasn't easy either. To give an analogy, it was like holding your breath. You only start to feel your body's aura nodes after holding it for over 5 minutes, but trying to close the aura nodes and pull Nen back in was very difficult. You can't plug a balloon that's leaking air everywhere, right? Although it was easier to retract Nen with his eyes closed, there were many people on the garbage mountain who, seeing him alone and weak, wanted to approach him, so Kisho didn't dare close his eyes and court death. After maintaining a completely sealed state for 10 minutes, Kisho was so exhausted that he let out a sigh. He didn't even know what this ability was useful for. After finishing that, next was bursting. Kisho slowly exhaled, calmed his mind, and felt the Nen within his body. First he maintained a fully sealed state, then, like pressurizing a balloon, he built up power little by little, condensing all the Nen he could control inside his body, until at a certain moment, it erupted with a bang. Boom! The peak of the garbage mountain was blown apart. Garbage rained down from the sky, countless heaps tumbling downward, then smashing into something and stopping. Panting weakly, Kisho felt fortunate that he had chosen a place with no people around. After the burst, returning to a fully sealed state, Kisho discovered in surprise that if he maintained this fully sealed state while completely exhausted, the recovery speed of both Nen and stamina would increase. At noon the next day, Kisho stood at the agreed spot with his hands in his pockets. Before long, Amos walked over slowly and stared at Kisho. "Do you know Korin?" Kisho looked at him blankly. Seeing his expression, Amos knew he knew nothing and explained, "Yesterday afternoon, probably 3 people were going around the residential area asking if anyone had seen you." Amos described, "They were looking for a kid with white hair and blue eyes, no older than 12. I might have run into that person. And some unpleasant things happened." Thinking of the man whose arm he had blasted to a crisp that day, and the two he had knocked down by the river last night. Kisho looked at Amos and asked, "The person you mentioned, are they strong? Do I need to run immediately?" Elder Chelsea Tabor of the East District controls all the gangs in the East District. These large gangs directly under him also cultivate their own organizations. The White Eagle Association is one of the small groups that was propped up. Amos frowned, thinking about how to describe it. He counts as a small leader, managing a few people. You wouldn't call him particularly strong. But a few days ago someone saw him and said his right arm was gone. Amos stared at Kisho, his gaze like he was looking at some kind of monster wearing the skin of a human child. "So it was you." Amos fell silent, his eyes moving as if thinking. Kisho waited a while before hearing him say, "And his people have all gone missing since last night." He stared at Kisho, as if waiting for an explanation. But Kisho was stunned. Last night by the stream he had only knocked down 2 people, and there were 2 others he had clearly let go. How could they have all gone missing? Seeing Kisho spacing out and showing no intention of explaining, Amos shrugged and spoke to pull his attention back. "Personally, I suggest you run. After all, if all of a leader's subordinates die, the hall master would feel humiliated. If he sees this as a provocation, he won't let it go. And if that hall master can't recover reputation from a little kid, how is he supposed to stir up trouble in District 5 in the future? Let me think." Kisho didn't ask why Amos knew so much. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then since you've been in contact with me, are you going to be okay?" Amos sneered. "What does it have to do with me? I'm just a pitiful kid who got taken hostage and then had all his water and food stolen." Kisho was left speechless. "Ah, right. Running away is fine, I guess." He frowned in thought. "But if people from the White Eagle Association really come looking for you, just tell them I'm inside the garbage mountain in District 9. Obviously." Amos tossed the bag in his hand to Kisho and said coldly, "You don't need to tell me that." Kisho caught the bag and, with a backhand motion, threw the bottle he was holding to him. "Then let's pause the deal. I'll come back when things are clear. If nothing happens, I'll leave a mark here in 5 days. Amos raised his hand and caught the bottle filled with clean water. Staring at Kisho, he lowered his voice and asked, Do you have abilities that ordinary people don't?" "Huh." Kisho widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise, practically with "How did you know?" written all over his face. TCH. Seeing Kisho's completely undisguised expression of shock, Amos covered his face and sighed. "How have you even managed to survive here for so long like this?" The fist hanging at his side clenched, but he didn't continue, instead shaking his head. "Forget it. I don't really have anything to trade with you anyway. That kind of ability. How should I put it? I do have it, but I picked it up inexplicably. And my method probably won't work for you either. I don't even know how to explain it to you." Kisho frowned in thought, then shook his head. "Sorry. Amos." He snorted irritably. "That's ridiculous. What does it have to do with you? Why are you apologizing?" "Kisho, I just said it out of habit." He continued. "Like you said, if that hall master wants to cause trouble for me and can't find me anywhere, he'll probably search inside the garbage mountain, so I'll withdraw first." Amos turned around and waved his hand. "Ah, hope I can still see you next time." Kisho smiled, also turning away. "I'll take that as a good omen." Kisho returned to the garbage mountain in District 9. The garbage mountain was Kisho's home. There was lots of garbage, and it was good quality garbage. He really liked staying there. Actually it was just that there were few people, it was quiet and safe, and most importantly, there was no choice. After all, if there were a choice, who would be willing to live inside a garbage mountain? Still, because 10 could protect the body, and then could be condensed into water to wash clothes and bathe, then dry them by roasting, building a small shack out of garbage inside the heap wasn't completely unlivable. Having fallen to this point already, being a bit more miserable didn't really matter. Sitting on the ground, Kisho mocked himself. But he still couldn't figure it out. Amos said, "One of Korin's squads completely disappeared. Why? Even if those 2 couldn't save themselves, that's just 2 people dead." Thinking this, Kisho suddenly realized that he had used the word just to describe 2 people dead. Kisho fell into silence. He closed his eyes, withdrew his thoughts, and continued his nen training. Although describing it that way was cruel to the 2 people who had died, if he wasn't strong enough, then perhaps one day, he too would become someone whom others described using a number of deaths. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 30, Chapter 30, Survival Rules X and X So-Called Art. 3 nights later. He had only eaten a small half of the dry rations in his hand when Kisho's brows suddenly knit together. Someone was approaching. Extremely fast. That shouldn't be possible. He had chosen this place far away from that settlement. Kisho rushed out of his garbage nest, and in the very next second, an entire mountain of trash came crashing down on him. Countless pieces of garbage smashed into the spot where Kisho had been standing. After landing, Kisho fixed his gaze on the man standing atop the garbage pile that had already been flattened. The man was wearing a white shirt with jeans, staring at Kisho with a ruthless gaze. His eyes carried the interest of spotting prey, and the excitement of a hunt in progress. Kisho's heart sank abruptly. The man spoke. Not bad, kid. At such a young age, you already have Nen. Didn't expect that. Those old ghosts didn't die for nothing. This person mentioned Nen. Kisho's expression darkened. Kyo. After channeling aura into his eyes, he saw the 10 shrouding the man's body. Ah, I wonder how long you'll survive. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the man's eyes. It really gets me excited. Bang. Before the man even finished speaking, he was already in front of Kisho. The speed was so fast that even with Gyo, Kisho couldn't react. He only had time to raise his arms to block before being sent flying backward, smashing into the garbage heap behind him. Cough cough. The collapsing pile of trash buried Kisho within it. Ah, this place would make a decent grave for you. After all, garbage should die in a garbage heap. The man's voice drifted over faintly. A fireball howled toward him, but he dodged it effortlessly. The man laughed mockingly. Kid, was that fireworks you just set off? Pretty nice. Ha ha ha. Kisho clenched his fists and crawled out of the pile of trash burying him. Looking at the distant firelight, his expression grew more serious than ever before. The speed of Nen attacks is even slower than my own speed attacks, like that can't possibly work. Moreover, this man's physical ability and combat experience just from taking that single punch earlier were clearly not something Kisho could handle at his current level. The man stared at Kisho, savoring his grim expression, the corners of his mouth curling up. What, is the fireworks show over? Then it's my turn to attack. The instant those words filled with killing intent rang out, the man vanished from where he stood. Kisho's pupils contracted sharply. In a single breath, Nen gathered within his body, then burst outward violently. The shockwave flattened the nearby garbage hills and shoved the man who had been mere inches away far back. In the next moment, Kisho concentrated Nen into his legs and dashed off in a certain direction. Kid, where do you think you're running? Just die already. I'll leave you a whole corpse, ha 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 ha. The man chased after him at terrifying speed, his laughter brimming with cruelty. As he ran, Kisho ignited the surrounding garbage piles with fire, then used Nen to fling the burning trash high into the air. Using the shadows cast by unburned garbage, he concealed his figure. But no matter how dazzling the sea of flames became, the man still kept pace roughly 20 meters behind him, savoring the thrill of the chase. In less than a minute, Kisho had already run a full kilometer. His speed gradually slowed as if he were utterly exhausted. The man snarled with a grin. Kid, tired from setting off fireworks already? Keep going. I'm not satisfied yet. Panting, Kisho once again ignited and overturned the surrounding garbage trash and flames swirling together into the sky. That move again. Kid, no matter where you hide, it's useless. Ignoring the sea of fire, all those flashy tricks meant nothing to him. His eyes were filled with the bloodthirsty delight of a cat toying with a mouse. To him, the Nen on Kisho's body was the best possible guide. He leapt high, his figure vanishing, and seized Kisho midair, slamming him hard down onto the garbage mountain beneath his feet. But the sensation in his hand felt nothing like. The man's expression changed drastically. What he was holding was merely a wooden plank over a meter long. At the same time, the garbage mountain beneath his feet began to tremble. Before he could react, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. The violent explosion sounded as though the entire meteor city could hear it. After the thunderous blast and towering flames, the burned-out fragments of garbage drifted down slowly. The entire garbage mountain where the man had stood was blown flat, leaving behind only a circular crater. Kisho stood atop another garbage mound, staring at the deep pit not far away. Kisho found over a dozen empty nuclear waste iron barrels. He removed the tops and bottoms, then welded them together with fire. Then he stuffed the barrels with all kinds of rotten fruit and vegetable leaves, any animal carcasses he could find, along with chemical waste scavenged from District 12, throwing in all sorts of junk. Next, he heated the outside of the barrels with fire to accelerate the decay inside, then poured in polluted water from the river in District 12. He found a thin sheet of metal and sealed the barrels shut. Finally, he buried the entire barrel deep inside a garbage pile, packing hard trash tightly around it, then piling dark-colored garbage with good heat conduction on top, leaving it exposed under the sun for 3 days. Kisho guessed that the man was using Gyo to lock onto his position, but what he was seeing might not be Kisho himself, but the 10 around his body. That was why Kisho kept using Nen to fling garbage and set it on fire, using the blazing flames to obscure his position. He knew it wasn't very effective, but his true goal was to mislead the man into thinking that this was his only trick, and that he had no idea Nen could be suppressed. Then, he casually picked up a wooden plank roughly similar to his own size and coated it with Nenthese. Was a technique he had learned in the past few days. Though it only covered a very thin layer, it was practically useless on its own. Finally, he threw the plank while completely suppressing his own Nen. If that man was only focused on the 10 on Kisho's body, then amid the flying, burning garbage and blazing firelight, influenced by habitual thinking, he wouldn't be able to tell what exactly was carrying the 10. Kisho admitted there was a gamble involved. No matter how precise a plan was, accidents could still happen, but fortunately, his luck held this time. The man, as expected, charged straight toward the plank. To further reduce the chances of failure, Kisho also provided ample cues during his escape, slowing down, coughing, panting. Everything was meant to entertain the man, suggesting that the game was nearing its end, letting excitement dominate his mind so he wouldn't think too carefully anymore. Just as Kisho hoped, the man grabbed the plank and naturally ended up standing on the garbage mountain. Meanwhile, Kisho used the few seconds of stunned realization when the man discovered he'd only caught a plankto-coda stone with nen fire. He applied Gyo to his wrist, giving the stone enough force to punch through layers of garbage, pierce the barrel, and ignite the methane gas inside. After the flames shot skyward and the dust settled, victory and defeat were decided. Kisho stared at the deep pit. The man inside had been blown beyond all recognition. Using Gyo, Kisho watched the body in the pit for a long time. Only after seeing no trace of Ten did he finally jump down, slowly walking over to the corpse. He's really dead through and through. After checking the body, Kisho murmured softly as he stared at him. He thought he would vomit upon getting close to a corpse, but unexpectedly, he didn't. Knowing someone wanted to kill him, how could he possibly make no preparations at all? He had prepared himself, so he knew. Either he would die, or he would kill. This time he really had killed someone. But why did he not feel disgusted, or distressed at all? Kisho thought that perhaps it was because, just like this world, he too had already broken. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 31 Chapter 31 Rules of Survival X and X, the so-called self-preservation. Kisho slowly walked back. He didn't walk fast. As he walked, he thought about the person who had just died by his own hands, and about what he should do next. When he finally saw the garbage mountain where he used to live, he realized that he had already arrived. But looking at the devastation before him, Kisho let out a heavy sigh. His garbage nest had been wrecked beyond recognition. There was no need to repair it, could be torn down and rebuilt from scratch. But he was truly exhausted, and too lazy to think about rebuilding a place to live. He casually lay down on the pile of trash, raised his head, and gazed at the night sky with neither stars nor moon. Right now, he just wanted to be trash that didn't need to think. Come to think of it, he didn't even know the name of the man who had just died at his hands. They had only met for the first time, and already one of them was dead. And come to think of it, just a few days ago he had sworn that he would absolutely never kill anyone, yet now he had begun to take other people's lives in order to protect his own. These people with Nen could no longer be counted as ordinary humans. Once awakened to Nen, they could possess several times, even dozens of times, the strength of normal people. And in a place called Meteor City, how could people with such power be willing to submit to others? If you didn't want to die, you had to make yourself stronger or attach yourself to the strong. Trade freedom and dignity for the right to live. Not only in Meteor City. The outside world was the same. For example, the owner of Whale Manor likewise treated other people's lives as worthless, killing and sparing at will. Kisho wondered whether Krollo's wager with him had been based on the premise that he had already lost his Nen ability. If that were the case, if he had neither Nen nor Noah Barton's help, he probably would never have woken up after collapsing on the first night. Kisho gave a bitter smile. So what exactly am I hoping for their thieves, after all? Was I really expecting them to show me mercy? He sat down, reined in his Nen, and maintained that state as he entered a brief rest. If I keep this state up, even if Nen users come looking for me, they won't discover me that quickly, right? Kisho thought. This ability is actually pretty good for concealment. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll try to keep it going for more than an hour over the next period of time. Fortunately, nothing else happened that night. The night passed, and the sun slowly, weakly crawled out again. Kisho climbed to the top of the garbage mountain together with the sun and looked toward the center of Meteor City. He didn't really want to keep playing this game of survive in Meteor City for half a year. After his next transaction with Amos, he would try to find a way into the higher numbered zones and look for a way to leave Meteor City. You didn't die after all. That's really unexpected. Amos looked at Kisho walking over at an unhurried pace and said, looks like the one who died was some unlucky guy. Kisho smiled. Judging by your expression, you weren't really unexpected either. He tossed a bottle of water to Amos, then described the appearance of the man from that night and asked, do you know this person? After hearing the description, Amos's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking as he stared at Kisho in shock. It was him who went after you. I'm really curious how you managed to survive under his hands. A little bit of luck, plus a little bit of knowledge. Mainly because he was willing to cooperate with my performance. Kisho cracked a harmless joke, then asked seriously. What's wrong? Is there something special about this person? Amos looked at Kisho with schadenfreude. It's a huge problem. The dead man was named Clury. He was the superior directly above Korin, the hallmaster of the White Eagle Association, and his strength ranked second within their group. But his real identity was one of the inspectors, sent by the Elders' Council to monitor the smaller gangs below. If he dies, the chairman of the White Eagle Association will find out very soon. Once the chairman knows, the elders will know soon after. Kisho, my only option is to keep running. Amos nodded enthusiastically, clearly enjoying the chaos. It's a good choice, as long as you can make it out of Meteor City before you're caught. After all, something as trivial as hunting down a kid elders from other zones will only watch it as a joke and won't interfere. They might even open a betting pool on how many days you can last. Kisho. Or you could go kill the chairman of the White Eagle Association. Amos shrugged, dark emotions congealed in his ink-black eyes. Only the chairman, Sauls, knew Clary's movements, and Clary only took orders from him. If you kill the chairman, no one will know how Clary died, and the incident can be defined as an assassination during gang conflict. But you just said Clary's strength was only ranked second. Kisho frowned. Then the one ranked first wouldn't happen to be that chairman you're talking about, would it? Amos replied lightly. Ah, congratulations, you got it right. But there's no prize. You really think highly of me. Kisho laughed in exasperation. He stared at Amos, and only after confirming that he wasn't joking did he lower his voice and ask. You want me to go kill that chairman, right? I'm not wrong, am I? Can I ask why you think I'd be able to kill him? Because you have an ability that ordinary people don't, Amos said, meeting Kisho's gaze. If you're willing to do it, I can offer you some help or rather, intelligence support. He spoke calmly, but bit down hard on the last few words. But as payment, you have to help me learn how to use that kind of ability of yours. Hey, that's going a bit too far. Kisho said irritably. You already want me to go kill someone. I don't even know what you'd gain from it, but not only do I have to do the killing, I also have to teach you my ability. I'd be getting the short end of the stick. Ah, suit yourself. Amos said indifferently. I'm not the one being hunted. Do it or don't. Kisho fell silent. How interesting. Just a couple of days ago, he had sworn that he would rather die himself than kill anyone. And now, only days later, he could already think that, killing the person who keeps sending people to kill me and solving the problem at its source, was a good idea. If he wanted to live, then the person who wanted him dead had to die. Two choices. No room for compromise. Do I want to die? After having already done so much just to survive, can I still say without hesitation, I'd rather die than kill someone? He couldn't anymore. Because his own life was the one that mattered. Fine, I'll do it. Kisho spoke softly, but those two words felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds as they left his mouth. However, I'll only teach you after I've dealt with the matter. And I can't guarantee I'll succeed after all, I'm only half-baked myself. If you can't agree to that, then there's nothing to talk about. Alright. Amos nodded casually. Then it's settled. I wish you success. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 32 Chapter 32 Life Forces X and X having no choice. Kisho's figure appeared at the boundary between District 1 and District 5, then stepped into the territory of District 1. The streets here were extremely clean, with almost no trash to be seen. The houses were neatly arranged on both sides of the road, and there were even shops with banners hanging outside. Kisho slowly walked toward his destination. It was hard to imagine that District 1 and District 5 were clearly connected, with no visible barriers at all, yet they were two sharply divided, worlds apart places. Looking at those white brick, red-tiled houses, he sighed inwardly. Social class really is everywhere. Although the White Eagle Association's power is in District 5 and District 9, as the chairman, Sauls still chooses to live in District 1. After all, for him, even breathing the same air as the lowlifes in District 5 would make him unbearably disgusted. Kisho recalled what Amos had told him. His residence is at the northwest corner of District 1. You'll know it when you see it. You definitely won't mistake it. Sauls returns to his residence every night. After 9 in the morning the next day, someone will bring the documents that need to be handled into the residence. As for him, he won't go to the White Eagle Association until noon. So at 2 in the morning, he'll definitely be at home, and at that time the guard is the weakest. My personal suggestion is that if you're planning to make a move, this is the best time. Sauls likes to drink something before going to sleep. If you can add a little something to his drink before he has it, then whatever you want to do next will be effortless. Kisho pinched the pill in his hand, no bigger than a fingernail. It was hard to imagine that after having just done something like arson, he now had to immediately start poisoning. Kisho mocked himself. This really is a straight path to life imprisonment. However, regarding Amos, who knew so much and could even provide poison, his true identity, forget it. It's not important. At least for now, he could still be considered an ally, even if only an interest-based one. Sometimes, the value of information far exceeded that of force. The moonlight tonight was quite nice. The moon had already climbed directly overhead, and the time was around midnight. And Kisho also saw the residence of Sauls that Amos had mentioned. It was indeed extremely conspicuous within 100 meters around it. There was no building more luxurious than this one. A guard was dozing in the guardhouse at the gate, and along the only path into the residence, there were also people hidden in the shadows. But Kisho didn't find it troublesome. As long as he used Gyo, he could see the ordinary people who were hiding clearly. Even in Meteor City, people with nen were extremely rare. It wasn't like he had imagined, where even the gate guards would have nen. But Kisho thought of another possibility. If the people hidden in the shadows completely suppressed their nen, he wouldn't be able to see their ten. In that case, what should he do? And if someone maintaining ten hid in a blind spot of his vision, where his eyes couldn't see, what should he do then? Perhaps there were techniques related to Nen that he hadn't yet mastered, ones that could let him deal with these situations. But that only made it more terrifying upon closer thought. If he had a way to detect people who had suppressed their Nen, then likewise, even if he himself suppressed his Nen, he would still be detected by someone who had that technique. How was he supposed to avoid that? This is so annoying. Why don't I have a teacher who can seriously teach me the whole set from start to finish? Everyone else who transmigrates just sails smoothly, but the moment I transmigrated I went straight from bad to worse. I finally managed to grasp a new skill, but only half of it, and now I have to cling to life with half-baked abilities. I'm really miserable, truly. The only thing I have in common with other transmigrators is probably that there really are villains coming to deliver experience points to me, but compared to them, I feel more like the villain myself. Kisho let his thoughts run wild, using the rambling to relax his mind. There was nothing more heart attack inducing than realizing, right before killing someone, that there were still so many things he didn't know. If he didn't relax a bit more, he felt that before he even killed anyone else, he would go first due to an unbalanced heart rate. However, thoughts were thoughts. What had to be done still had to be done. Kisho pressed his lips together. The moonlight shifted as a dark cloud drifted across the sky, covering the moon and blocking the light it cast. Seizing that instant of darkness, Kisho suppressed his Nen and sprinted toward the luxurious residence. Lowering his breathing and channeling Nen into his feet, Kisho moved extremely fast. In a single instant, he flipped over the courtyard wall and entered the yard. All the guards he could detect in his field of vision were ordinary people. For now, he hadn't seen any powerful Nen users, which was a good thing. He noticed something. For those who had already learned Nen, unless they deliberately suppressed it, they would subconsciously maintain their Nen in the state of 10. The members of the Phantom Troupe were like this, and so were the Nen-using musicians he had seen at Whale Manor. But that wasn't strange. Nen was formed by energy that overflowed from within the body and gathered together. Although he didn't know what this energy was, it was definitely good stuff, so of course you'd want to keep it. Kisho circled the residence once to scout it out and found quite a few openings. In the end, he chose to break in from the second floor, where there were the fewest people and which was also likely closest to Sal's. There was a window open on the second floor of the residence. Standing beneath it, Kisho gathered his breath and leapt up to the outer wall of the second floor, clinging to it like a gecko. Just as he was about to slip through the open window, he heard two people talking. Does the master have any instructions? Prepare as usual. Understood. Once it's ready, I'll deliver it immediately. After the conversation ended, the sound of footsteps followed very light. After about 10 steps, there came slightly heavier footsteps going upstairs. On the other side, from the room to the left, came an extremely faint sound of glass objects lightly clinking together. Kisho slipped through the window and stood in the corridor. The window didn't face a room, but a long hallway connecting all the rooms on the second floor. He steadied himself, scanned his surroundings, and after confirming there was no movement, quietly moved toward the room from which the sound had come, stepping lightly. It's the mixing room. Kisho hid behind the door and peeked inside. A bartender stood in front of a massive liquor cabinet that connected the wall and the floor. He took several bottles of liquor and other items from the cabinet and placed them on the work table behind him. The bartender then walked to a freezer, took out a small bottle filled with a dark crimson liquid, brought it back to the work table, and began mixing drinks. His movements were quick. Various bases and additives were added to the shaker one after another, including that small bottle of liquid. After that, the bartender grasped the shaker and shook it for about 5 minutes, then gently poured the liquid inside into a glass. As the blood-red liquid flowed into the glass, an indescribable smell drifted out. Kisho caught the sweet, metallic scent unique to fresh blood, and his pupils shrank. The bottle contained blood. A chapter has been posted for your review. Thank you. Each review unlocks +1 extra chapter. 33, Chapter 33, Wine X and X Poison. Kisho, hiding outside the door, wanted to cover his nose the instant he caught that sweet, fishy smell, but, after smelling that extremely strange scent of blood, it was as if his soul split in two. One half tugged at his hand, trying to make him cover his nose. The other half controlled his nose itself, intoxicated by the smell, unwilling to make any movement that might stop him from continuing to breathe it in. What on earth is that? How could an ordinary drink possibly have such a terrifying smell? Kisho shook his head hard, trying to clear it. By terrifying smell, he didn't mean unpleasant. On the contrary, the scent was faint, yet it seeped straight into a person's bones so much so that once you smelled it, you'd be haunted by it forever, never able to forget. He heard the bartenders murmuring. 3 million Jenny only buys 100 milliliters of the original liquid. The lives of the rich really are hard to imagine. Muttering to himself, the bartender set down the shaker in his hand and reached for the glass. Now. Kisho reined in his mind and seized the moment, flicking a small pebble at the shaker, striking hard against the small ring of rubber protection at its top. Because of the rubber barrier, there was no collision sound, but the powerful force pushed the shaker into a wobble, tipping it toward the floor. The bartender let out an ah, and instinctively reached out to grab the shaker, steadying it. In the 2 seconds that the bartender's attention was off the glass, Kisho tossed a pill the size of a fingernail into it. The pill dissolved on contact with liquid, completely melting into the blood-red wine within a few seconds. The bartender picked up the glass and slowly walked out of the mixing room. Kisho, hidden in the shadows, followed at a measured pace, tailing him to the third floor of the residence and hiding at the turn of the staircase. He saw that outside the massive bedroom door stood 2 maids. The bartender respectfully handed the glass to one of them, then turned and left without a word. The maid carefully accepted the glass, while the other pushed open the door for her and let her enter. "Put it there and get out." From behind the bedroom door came a deep, authoritative male voice, lowered, along with the faint, intermittent gasps of a woman. With his exceptionally sharp hearing, "Kisho." The maid hurriedly replied, "Yes," and then withdrew from the room. Kisho curled up in the shadows, waiting for his moment. He didn't know how long had passed, so long that he was almost asleep when he finally heard the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. In the next instant, before the 2 maids with shocked, panicked expressions could react, Kisho was already in front of them, knocking each out with a single chop to the neck. He pushed open the door and slipped into the bedroom. Sauls lay on the floor, his expression twisted in extreme pain. At his feet, shattered glass was scattered everywhere. Seeing someone enter, Sauls seemed to understand something. Endless fury surged into his eyes. He wanted to stand up and send this despicable poisoner straight to hell, but the agonizing pain racking his body made him unable to move. All he could do was stare at Kisho, wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and force his voice down to its lowest, thick with resentment and killing intent. "Who are you?" Kisho didn't say something like, "The one who's going to kill you." He silently walked up to Sauls, who wanted to stand but couldn't, gathered his nen at his fingertips, and prepared to finish him off. Come to think of it, it was rather laughable. This convenient technique of turning one's hand into a blade was something he'd learned from the troop back when he was under control. Sauls seemed to be using Gyo. When he saw Kisho's nen, it was as if he realized something, and he said heavily, "I know now, you're the one who killed Clary." "Ha he he." As he laughed, filled with resentment and unwillingness, streams of fresh blood poured from the corners of Saul's mouth. He laughed miserably. "I never thought I'd die at the hands of a lowly commoner like you. But even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me." Kisho's fingertips sliced across Saul's neck, but in the very next moment, Saul's hatred and rage condensed into substance, merging with the tsunami-like surge of nen erupting from his body and pressing down toward Kisho. "Cough cough, my nen ability, gentle paradise of poisoned wine. Could you take your resentment and tears as a commoner, and enjoy it properly?" Ha! Pitch-black blood gushed in large amounts from his mouth, mixing with the blood pouring from the severed artery, choking off the shrill laugh Sauls never managed to let out. His pupils slowly dilated, his head drooping limply to one side, eyes wide open in death. Kisho's expression was grave. He leapt backward, evading the nen pressure crashing down on him, then likewise unleashed his own nen without reserve, gathering it before him and detonating it in a sudden burst. Like splitting a massive wave, Kisho forcibly tore open a path through the terrifying nen pressure that had grown even more dreadful after its owner's death. He pushed off the ground with his toes and leapt out of the pressure's range. But something unexpected happened. The nen behind him rapidly drew together, converging, evolving, and finally condensing into pale red mist like countless tiny insects gathering into a cloud howling as it rushed toward him. This mist seemed to possess consciousness. No matter where Kisho fled, it clung to him like a bone-deep curse, closing in step by step, never leaving his side. Fire couldn't burn it away, water couldn't dissolve it, until Kisho was driven into a corner, and then, Kisho was enveloped by the pale red fog. He smelled the same faint yet extremely bizarre scent as that glass of wine from earlier. An indescribable sensation spread from his brain to every corner of his soul, a feeling so intense that even his soul trembled and reveled in it, as if he were standing in a valley of breathtaking beauty, or as if he had already ascended into heaven. In an instant, and yet as if an eternity had passed, Kisho lowered his hand, already bitten into a bloody mess, and blinked hard with unfocused eyes before finally breaking free from that unimaginably beautiful dream. He didn't even know whether he had awakened because his will was strong enough, or because that beautiful dream was meant to end. As the dream dissipated, a sharp, fine pain suddenly erupted from somewhere in his body, surged up his spine into his brain, and in the next few seconds spread throughout his entire body. Kisho shuddered violently. He felt every muscle in his body spasming, trembling. The hunger in his soul, the restlessness with nowhere to vent, the despair with no path forward, the anger with no outlet, and the agony beyond words. His reason told him he should leave immediately, but he couldn't move. He understood all too clearly what was causing the changes in his body. He had seen certain anti-drug and detox videos. Original liquid, 3 million Jenny for only 100 milliliters. Descriptions like that could only mean that kind of thing. His soul was screaming for him to run. Any slower and it would be too late. Go. But his body was frozen. No matter how frantically his brain issued commands, it only lay there, quietly experiencing the pain. Leave here, leave. Kisho had already heard the guards talking, along with hurried footsteps. With a loud bang, the bedroom door was kicked open, and more than a dozen guards rushed inside. But what they saw was only Saul's corpse lying on the floor, eyes wide open in death. On the streets of District 1 under the cover of night, a boy walked slowly. For some unknown reason, he walked very, very slowly, yet unhurried and calm. His eyes were slightly open. Both of his eyes were silver blue, like moons hanging high in the sky, coldly gazing down upon everything in the human world. Sal's Nen, gentle paradise of poisoned wine. Type, transmutation. Ability, through Nen, able to analyze the components of liquids consumed by the body, and by adjusting those components, reproportion and materialize them. Restriction 1, a certain amount must be consumed in order for analysis to succeed. Restriction 2, can only reproportion and materialize substances consumed within the last 3 hours. 34, Chapter 34, Escape X and X Raw Liquid. District 5. A white-haired, blue-eyed child sat cross-legged on a rock not far from the residential area. The child tilted his head slightly upward, as if looking at the moon. But if someone met his gaze, they would see that his eyes reflected nothing at all. His stare was so empty that not even a trace of light could be found. Only when the sun rose did the child slowly begin to move his limbs, starting with his fingers, then his wrists, then his elbows, and finally his entire upper body. Then, like someone just learning how to walk, he tried to slowly stand up. Noah. The child murmured a name. Like someone who had just woken from sleep, he muttered in a dazed and helpless voice, "This body is clearly yours, so why do you keep hiding? You were the one who brought us out of that house, right? Why, in that situation, were you still able to move?" Kisho looked within his consciousness, at that white-haired, blue-eyed child standing in a field of white light, expressionless, and asked in a low voice, "What exactly have you been through?" The pale white lights reflected on Noah's skin, coalesced into a terrifying arc of light behind him, making him look like an angel whose wings had been torn off, tortured until numb. When Noah used the body, Kisho's consciousness would fall asleep, and after Noah left, he would wake up naturally, as if from an ordinary sleep. At the same time, everything Noah did while he was asleep would appear to him in the form of a dream. In the dream, he saw Noah calmly and effortlessly controlling that body that had clearly been submerged in pain, yet still nimbly avoiding everyone on the streets, using the shadows formed by buildings and moonlight to evade pursuit, quietly returning to District 5 and jumping onto this rock. He watched the moon, waiting for the excruciating pain to subside, and then left without any warning. Then, Kisho woke up. Within his consciousness, Noah was still staring wide-eyed at him, silently, calmly, without saying a word. Kisho raised one of his arms. On it, a red line extended from the tip of his middle finger all the way up his arm, stopping 2 inches below his wrist. The Nun ability that Sal's mentioned before his death had formed a kind of poison that existed between the tangible and the intangible. It ignored his clothes and ignored his Nun flames, invading his body as if entering an uninhabited land. Kisho knew far too little about Nun and Nun abilities. Only now did he realize that besides being used to assist in combat, Nun could also form all kinds of Nun abilities strange beyond measure, impossible to guard against. He understood this now, and had paid a heavy price. If Noah hadn't brought him out, he probably would have died again. Nun and Nun abilities were like a tree trunk and its crown. Anyone capable of using Nun, once they cultivated it to a certain level, would gain their own Nun ability. And his tree crown had already been taken by Krola. Thinking about it now, just how terrifying was the Phantom Troop's leader, who could take other people's abilities. When Kisho recalled the thickness of Krolo's book, Bandit Secret, a chill ran through him. Back then, how had he managed to remain completely unmoved when facing that book of Krolo's? Perhaps it really was ignorance that bred fearlessness. Sal's Nen alone had nearly killed him without leaving even a corpse behind, and who knew how many terrifying Nen abilities were stored in that book of Krolo's? So in the end, can I only obediently fulfill the wager? The moment he thought of that book, Kisho couldn't summon even the slightest desire to run. He rubbed the red line on his arm with one finger. At the moment, he was still in the interval between poison flare-ups, so he could move freely, but who knew when the next episode would come? Kisho let out a bitter smile. In this way, wanting to complete the wager and survive half a year smoothly once again became an extremely difficult task. Do I regret going to assassinate Sal's? If I hadn't gone, then I wouldn't. No. After all, it was the White Eagle Association who made the first move, and if he hadn't killed him first, he would have ended up dying by Sal's hands sooner or later anyway. Besides, entering the bedroom to check whether the person was really dead and whether a finishing blow was needed was also something that had to be done. Then there's nothing to regret. What needs to be considered now is how to remove the poison. The poison that entered his body was the same as the poison smell he had sensed earlier in the bar mixing room, which meant it was very likely the same substance. And that bartender's words, 3 million Jenny can only buy 100 milliliters, indicated that this thing definitely had a source. But going back to Sal's residence to investigate was obviously unrealistic now. So he could only place his hopes on Amos. For some reason, Kisho inexplicably felt that Amos knows everything. At noon, Kisho waited at the agreed location, and saw Amos slowly walking toward the small hill where he stood. When Amos reached the foot of the hill, Kisho jumped down and stood in front of him. "I'm glad to see you made it back alive. Congratulations, Sayuri safe." Seeing him, Amos raised an eyebrow slightly. But when his gaze shifted downward and noticed the red line on the back of Kisho's hand, his expression darkened. You. Seeing Amos's reaction, Kisho asked, judging by your expression, you know what this is. Amos didn't answer. Instead, he tensed up and slowly took a step back. I need to confirm something first. Kisho said, go ahead. Amos lowered his voice and asked word by word. Solstice he dead? Kisho nodded. Even after receiving the affirmative answer, Amos showed no sign of relaxing. He frowned and said coldly, stretch out your arm. Kisho slowly raised his arm. Amos carefully examined the blood-red line on it. Why did you come into contact with the raw liquid? So he really does know. Kisho stared at the boy in front of him. But why did he know? For a child who could only pick through trash in District 9, Amos knew far too much, so much it was frightening. Kisho said slowly, can you first tell me what raw liquid is? It's a kind of poison. Amos replied without hesitation. Do you know why the Elders Council of the Eastern Region sent the inspection squad to the White Eagle Association? This is why. This thing called raw liquid is addictive the moment you touch it. Sauls used it to amass wealth and buy people's loyalty. That's also why the White Eagle Association clearly isn't a major organization, yet its chairman could still live in the front 4 districts. Kisho spoke. So just now, were you worried that I'd been turned? Amos didn't answer that question, and after asking it, Kisho himself felt that it hadn't really been necessary. Through unknown means, Sauls was able to greatly increase the stimulation people felt after consuming this stuff, without strengthening the side effects. That's why so many people would stock up from Sauls. Everyone who has long-term exposure to the modified, raw liquid, will have this kind of mark on their arm. Amos looked at the blood-red line on Kisho's arm. But the premise is long-term. And what you have? Kisho asked. Does this mark have any effect? I'm not too sure. Amos shook his head, then after a moment of silence added, but I've never seen anyone whose mark extended to the forearm and was still alive. Kisho. He mulled over Amos's words. You mentioned modification just now, which means that raw liquid wasn't originally created by Sauls. He also got it from somewhere else, and only sold it after secondary processing. Amos, Can you tell me the source of the raw liquid? Then that would be another deal. Amos said softly. Our previous deal hasn't been completed yet, has it? Kisho fell silent. That was true. After all, the last deal had indeed already reached the stage where it was his turn to fulfill his part of the agreement. Even though he was currently in a situation where he could die at any moment, what did that have to do with Amos? From the look in Amos's eyes, Kisho could tell that he didn't care whether he lived or died, only whether he could complete the deal. Because this was Meteor City, and here, even a child understood the principle that only your own life counts as a life. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 35, Chapter 35, Amos X and X Awakening. A gust of wind swept past, kicking up yellow sand and carrying with it the pungent stench drifting from the garbage hill not far away. Kisho smiled and spoke. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know about Nen. He sat down on the ground. Amos also sat down in front of him, though he still kept his distance. I don't know how to describe it precisely. I can only explain it to you in words. Kisho recalled how that former Grand Leader of the Phantom Troop had taught him back then, but, at the time, the Grand Leader had him feel the aura that appeared in his body when he summoned his book, then reverse sense that aura, and gather it outside the body to form 10. But here came the problem: Amos didn't have a book. Kisho thought for a moment, then said, Can you feel aura inside your body? Amos. He looked at Kisho with a gaze that said, Are you messing with me? His expression sinking. Kisho met his eyes, and for some reason suddenly felt extremely guilty. Sorry. But I really didn't lie to you. Kisho raised his hand. In his palm, the snow-white covered, the fantasizing musician, slowly took shape. Amos's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing turning rapid. This should be a Nen ability, obtained after training Nen to a certain level, but I don't actually know how one obtains it. Kisho grasped the book and looked up to meet Amos's gaze, but Amos suddenly stood up. It was as if he had seen something utterly terrifying, yet was desperately suppressing his fear. Your eyes. Huh. Kisho thought of how, after Song of the Four Seasons had been taken away, he had to use Noah Barton's power to use the Nen book. He raised a hand to cover his left eye. It's fine. You can think of it as a condition required to activate the ability. As he said this, Kisho suddenly froze. A condition required to activate an ability. Right when Krollo had asked him about his badge ability, he had mentioned restrictions and vows. And when that Grand Leader had taken his ability, he really had required him to do several things beforehand. Then to have one's own Nen ability, do you also have to set up conditions? Like writing code, you need inputs before you get outputs. Off topic. What snapped Kisho back was a small stone Amos tossed at him. He reflexively raised his hand to catch it, realizing he had spaced out while teaching. He smiled awkwardly. You can't see it yourself, but there really is aura constantly overflowing from your body, though it's out of control, Kisho said. Nen is the ability to control that aura so you can use it freely. Kisho let out a soft sigh. That's all I know. The rest is just applications of Nen, but telling you that won't help anyway. Amos fell silent. Looking at his stiff little face, Kisho felt not only guilty but also ashamed. He felt like he was using empty words to scam information. After who knew how long, Amos spoke. Kisho. He stared straight at Kisho, not avoiding his gaze at all. Use your nen to attack me. I want to personally experience what nen really is. Kisho. He knew what it felt like to be attacked by nen. When he had first come to this world, knowing nothing, he had been caught by the Grand Leader and subjected to nen pressure attacks every single day. He'd been attacked by nen pressure more often than he ate or drank water, that feeling of death constantly looming over him. It was truly awful. Kisho shook his head. The person who taught me nen told me that only nen can resist a nen. If you're attacked by nen pressure without nen, you'll be crushed to pieces. And I don't know how to control the intensity, he said, lowering his voice, enunciating each word. If I don't handle it properly, you'll die. Amos slowly said. It's fine. In his pitch-black eyes gathered a will, one that would seize even the slimmest chance, a resolve that didn't care even if it meant death. Even if I die, that's my own choice. Kisho. He wanted to refuse, but looking into Amos's eyes, he found himself unable to say the word no. He could only tell Amos his decision with silence. But Amos simply looked at him calmly, then lowered his head and said softly, please. Kisho. If you feel aura, you must control it as quickly as possible. Got it. You've already said that more than 10 times. Amos said irritably. You don't even know how to control it yourself, so stop spouting nonsense, okay? Kisho, sorry. It's all that guy who taught me nen's fault, teaching people only halfway through. I hope he goes bald soon. Amos. Standing opposite Amos, Kisho steadied his mind and slowly raised his hand. Amos felt it. Wind that had been blowing around them suddenly stopped in an instant. No, it didn't stop, it simply couldn't approach, unable to draw near this nearly solidified space. It was like a massive piece of amber sealing him inside, pressure pouring down on him from all directions. The sensation made him unbearably uncomfortable, yet he couldn't move at all. This is simply using nen against you. Kisho said softly. He paused for a moment. Can you keep going? Stop talking nonsense. Amos ground his teeth. It's still far from enough. Use more force. Kisho. To be honest, if he hadn't seen Amos's face already turning ashen, he might have thought he'd suddenly become useless. Can't say useless. Alright, then I'm going to start thinking about killing you. As Kisho's words fell, Amos felt that the amber that had merely sealed him was instantly hurled into a polar abyss. Standing naked in a glass box at dozens of degrees below zero, the box suspended in darkness, countless gazes and naked malice shot toward him, trying to pierce his body and see through his soul. Amos began to tremble, his teeth making barely audible clacking sounds. Cold sweat surged from his body, but was crushed back in by the enormous pressure, unable to escape at all. Like a balloon compressed to its absolute limit, at the next second, it would. A powerful, pale golden tide of aura erupted from Amos's entire body. Trembling, eyes closed, Amos felt for the first time that power he had yearned for and obsessed over for 2 years. That power even made him feel an illusion of invincibility if he could possess this power. Quick, restrain your aura. He heard Kisho's voice. In the next instant, he focused his mind, using all his will to control that rampant aura. The aura dissipated at an astonishing speed, almost impossible to grasp with intent. If you can't control the speed, then control the direction. No longer trying to draw the aura back into his body, Amos relaxed and stood there, stretching out. Just as the aura was about to burst out, he abruptly used nen to change its direction, like pulling a lever to redirect a speeding train, or dragging a torrential waterfall back into a riverbed, making it surge within the body, endless and unceasing. One circle, another, until finally, like a raging current entering the sea, it slowly calmed. Kisho used Gyo. He saw that vigorous, pale golden aura gradually retract into Amos's body, finally obediently enveloping him. Keeping aura on the surface of the body and maintaining it without dispersing, this is called ten. Kisho guided him as he spoke, watching the child before him. His voice carried a hint of sourness. He admitted it was jealous. He had thought that a half-baked teacher like himself, even worse than the Grand Leader, could never teach Amos nen. Who would have thought? So the one standing before him was actually the true genius with the protagonist's script. After a moment, Amos slowly opened his eyes. His ten enveloped his body, letting him sense a world completely different from the one he had known before. He looked at Kisho and said slowly, "Thanks." He fell silent for a little while longer, then said with some reluctance, "I owe you a favor. A chapter has been posted for your review. Thank you. Each review unlocks +1 extra chapter. 36, Chapter 36, Showdown X and X Alliance." Out of consideration for a favor, Amos took Kisho with him and headed toward his home in District 5. Calling it a home, it was really just a small tent pieced together from wooden boards and scavenged waterproof cloth, though compared to the garbage nest Kisho had been staying in before, it was already infinitely better. Amos stood in front of the tent and carefully scanned the surroundings. Only then did he lift one corner of the tent flap and walk inside, sitting down on a bed made from wooden planks covered with dried grass. "Find a place to sit wherever. I don't have anything here anyway, so I won't be entertaining you." Even if you did, you definitely wouldn't take it out to entertain me, Kisho said, hooking a box over with his foot and sitting on it. As long as you know that, no need to say it out loud. Amos sneered once, then grew serious. You want to know where that thing came from, right? You know Loshan Mountain. Before he even finished speaking, he shook his head, not waiting for Kisho's response and continuing on his own. Sigh, pointless question. How could you possibly know? Kisho. Loshan Mountain is famous worldwide for spice stones. From those stones, an addictive substance can be refined. Currently, about 80% of what's circulating on the market comes out of Loshan Mountain. Disgust was written all over Amos's face. Kisho asked, so if I want to find the raw liquid, I have to go to Loshan Mountain. It's not that simple. Amos shook his head. You have to consider 3 problems. First, there are over a dozen families in Loshan Mountain, big and small, who made their fortune from that stuff. How do you determine which one you're looking for? Second, after you've identified them, how do you get inside? Third, after you've infiltrated them, how do you obtain the inhibitor? That thing definitely counts as a secrety, won't be easy to get your hands on. Kisho rested his chin on his hand and asked sincerely, do you have any suggestions? I suggest starting with the White Eagle Association. Amos raised 2 fingers. First point, Sauls is dead. That group of people under him can no longer get things from him, but they definitely won't just sit around waiting to die. They'll look for other ways to obtain it themselves. As long as they can continue supplying what the other side needs, the transaction will still go on. Those people don't care who the trading partner is, they only care whether the goods can be sold for a good price. Second point, do you know where the Elders Council of Meteor City gets the firearms and heavy metals to build their own power? Kisho guessed, by trading with outsiders. Exactly. In a place like Meteor City, it's actually very easy for people with strong force to appear, perhaps Nen users. More importantly, people who leave from here have no traceable identity or records, no criminal records while alive, and no compensation needed after death. With such useful weapons, how could the outside gangs possibly let that go? So the rulers here are trading with outsiders. Kisho paused. Exchanging muscle for resources. That's also the fastest way for Meteor City people to go outside, Amos said. If you don't have a gang backing you, someone without an ID can almost never. Before Amos could finish his sentence, the expressions of the 2 people inside the tent suddenly darkened. Someone's coming, Kisho lowered his voice. They approached suddenly, but after getting close to here, they slowed down. Amos's face sank. They're coming for me. You're that sure? Kisho thought for a moment and asked, looks like someone's been watching you for a long time. This person can use Nen. Amos glanced at Kisho, but didn't ask why he would say that, or how he knew someone had been watching him all along. He said coldly, more or less. Annoying as hell. A bunch of trash. It's fine. You just started learning Nen. Your 10 isn't very proficient yet. Disperse your 10 now and you can still disguise yourself as someone who can't use Nen. Kisho thought for a moment. We can gamble that he won't notice. I'll hide in a bit if things really go bad, then I'll. The next instant, before Kisho could finish speaking, he met Amos's eyes. He flashed behind Amos, lifted the waterproof cloth at his back, and hid in the narrow gap between the tent and the mountain wall it leaned against. Then, a deep male voice came from inside the tent. Young master. Ah. Amos responded indifferently. Young master has been getting quite close to a certain someone lately. The man let out a cold laugh and continued, this subordinate advises young master that if you want to stay alive, it's best not to touch things you're not worthy of touching. Ah. Amos's voice remained extremely calm, so calm it was as if he had no temper at all. I understand. Humph. After leaving his warning, the man sneered coldly and sized Amos up from head to toe. After a long moment, he let out a contemptuous, disdainful snort and turned to walk out of the tent. Before he could step out, he suddenly stopped. The man stared at his own chest in disbelief. A thin dagger was embedded there, having entered his entire body from behind. One corner pierced through his chest, running straight through his heart. You. The man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. No matter what, he couldn't understand how that dagger thin as paper had pierced through his 10 and entered his body. Sure. Amos wrapped one arm around the man's shoulders, forcing him to fall backward, while covering his mouth. Shut up, trash. Amos held him tightly, strangling his throat with deadly force. Until the moment of death, the man couldn't utter a single word. His eyes were wide open, dying with unclosed eyes. With a bang, Amos let go, and the corpse fell to the ground. Hey, come in. It's dealt with. Amos pulled out the dagger embedded in the corpse's heart, wiped both his hands and the blade on the corpse's clothes, and spoke toward where Kisho was hiding. Kisho lifted the waterproof cloth and walked back into the tent. Looking at the body on the ground, after a moment he frowned slightly and asked with some hesitation, is it really fine to just leave it here? Amos nodded lightly. Once I learned Nen, it already meant it would be a fight to the death. TCH. So that means. Kisho curled his lips. All that talk about owing me a favor and bringing me here, this place was just a base you were planning to abandon anyway. Amos looked at Kisho and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Correct answer. But there's no reward. Kisho ignored him. After thinking for a moment, he said, now that I think about it, you intended from the very beginning to get information about Nen from me. That day, you were completely fine at first, but after you saw me, your expression started to go wrong. When I chased after you, there's no way you didn't notice. But if you wanted to shake me off, you could have just run through the residential area. With all that messy cover, there's no way I could have found you. You deliberately wanted me to chase you all the way to the garbage mountain, to see whether I, without protective gear, would be affected by the toxic waste. The direction I wandered on the garbage mountain barely had any people, yet those two who wanted to rob my biscuits, one shouting, one ambushing, were probably following on your signal. And you were right under that garbage mountain. That mountain is full of medical waste, which doesn't match the good places to find garbage you told me about. Kisho stared at Amos and stated firmly, you were monitoring me. Oh my, you found out. Amos looked at Kisho. Suddenly, he smiled, revealing a row of neat white teeth. His small canine bit lightly at his lip. What should we do? Do you want to kill me right now? Kisho, is there something seriously wrong with you Meteor City people? Why do you keep putting death, death, death on your lips at every turn? You people. Amos raised an eyebrow. Forget it. Kisho couldn't explain it to him, so he simply changed the topic. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. What are you planning to do next? The smile on Amos's face faded. He stared intently at Kisho and asked, aren't you curious who I am? I don't care who you are. At least right now, the two of us are grasshoppers tied together, forced to survive. Kisho looked utterly helpless. You already knew that learning Nen would draw people who monitor you, so you deliberately brought me here and killed him in front of me. Wasn't it just to drag me onto your boat? Fine, I'll get on, okay. Amos gazed at Kisho and slowly extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Kisho speechlessly extended his hand and shook his. Under the witness of the corpse, the Fogboat Alliance was officially established. Kisho knew he had been constantly used by this guy called Amos, but the reason he was still willing to continue cooperating with him was that while Amos achieved his own goals, the people who cooperated with him could also achieve theirs. Although Amos had deliberately guided things, still, in that situation, following the information Amos provided really was the best choice. How terrifying, Kisho sighed inwardly. The children of Meteor City are all monsters. 37, Chapter 37 White Eagle Association X Infiltration X Plan. The two who had temporarily formed a united front began discussing what to do next. Just like I said earlier, start with the White Eagle Association, Amos said. But before that, we first need to confirm roughly how often the poison in your body flares up, so I can make sure I'm not too far from you when you're unable to move. Kisho lowered his head to look at his arm and reached out to touch the bloodline on his wrist. Although Noah didn't seem to be affected, Kisho didn't want Noah to come out and take the hit for him again. Being poisoned was entirely his own fault, so how could he let Noah shield him from disaster again? Moreover, he felt deeply sorry for Noah, and found it hard to imagine what that child must have gone through to remain expressionless in the face of that level of pain. Amos dug a pit under the bed, pulled out a bundle from inside, slung it onto his back, and then said to Kisho, let's go to your place. It's not safe here anymore. Oh, right. He knocked on his forehead. There's still one person on your side who knows about you, Korin. He sent people to kill you, but none of them came back. His immediate superior went to kill you as well, and likewise never came back. He knows too much, so he has to die. Amos smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. I can provide you with information on how to deal with him for free. Consider it payment for all the help you've given me. Kisho asked curiously, care to elaborate? Korin was the man who, right after Kisho escaped from the troop, treated him like livestock to be slaughtered and ended up having his arm blown off by Kisho. It's simple. He has no one left under him. Just leak that clue a little, and we won't even have to lift a finger ourselves, Amos said in a low voice. Even if he doesn't die, he won't have the energy to keep thinking about you anymore. Don't worry. Kisho stared at Amos, fell silent for a moment, then asked softly, may I ask who you really are? Even if I told you, you wouldn't know me, Amos said disdainfully, but still spoke. My full name is Meyer Eros. Does that ring a bell? Kisho shook his head blankly. Amos's face went dark. Arriving at the garbage mountain in District 9, Kisho and Amos got to work themselves and quickly built a nest out of trash, then crawled inside. They each sat on one side, cultivating their nen separately. Sometime after night fell, Kisho sensed a sharp pain, creeping along his marrow and slowly seeping through his entire body. He trembled slightly, but clenched his teeth hard and made no sound. On the other side, Amos seemed to notice something off about Kisho and opened his eyes to look at him. Kisho caught his gaze, opened his eyes, forced a smile at him, and shook his head. Amos nodded and closed his eyes again. Time stretched unbearably long. Cold sweat soaked his clothes again and again. By the end, Kisho couldn't even tell whether he was still awake or had already passed out. It wasn't until the faint light of dawn seeped up from below the horizon, faintly illuminating the sky, that he finally got a moment to breathe and regain some clarity. He felt that intense, dull pain slowly recede from his body. In a daze, he had the illusion of crawling back from hell. A little over 3 hours, no more than 4. Amos spoke after Kisho woke up. The flare-up time is around 1 in the morning. Not long after it starts, the marks on your arm begin spreading upward. Based on the calculations, you've got about 3 months left to find an inhibitor. With news this bad, couldn't you wait until I've recovered a bit before saying it? Kisho glared at him irritably. Amos was expressionless. No, I'm not the one in pain. Kisho cursed under his breath, stood up, and moved his body a bit to loosen his stiff limbs. Alright, then what's the plan for today? As for you. Amos thought for a moment, then said, you need to go find someone called One-Eyed first. His voice carried a chill. I also need to go take care of someone. Kisho froze mid-stretch, alert. Who are you going to take care of this time? It's not that I want to take care of someone, it's that they keep coming to mess with me for no reason. Amos corrected him seriously. Don't ask. You wouldn't know even if you did. TCH, can you focus on your own business first? He tilted his head, casually flicked a needle from the trash behind him, poured Nen into it, and drew a map of District 5 on the ground. Watching this guy, who had just learned Nen and already knew to code objects with it to use them, Kisho admitted he was feeling jealous again. The White Eagle Association headquarters is here. Previously, with Clary and Salztuo Nen users they could still hold their ground in District 5-inch. Amos looked up at Kisho, annoyed. Hey, snap out of it. Now their chairman is gone, their hallmaster is gone too, and the vice-chairman only knows how to echo the former chairman. He has no Nen and can't keep the few hallmasters and leaders under control. The White Eagle Association's top 2 combat forces are gone. The entire organization can't hold the external turf anymore. With troubles both inside and out, logically speaking, if they don't want their home base stolen, they should choose to gather at headquarters and argue about selecting a new chairman. The person you're looking for is called One-Eyed. Blonde hair, gray eyes, about 1.7 meters tall. His defining feature is a scar about 2 inches long on his face. This guy has big ambitions, small guts, and once he gets greedy, he completely loses his head. He probably won't actively compete, but he definitely won't be content with just being a leader. Most importantly, this person is under the same hallmaster as Korin, and that hallmaster. Kisho widened his eyes, thinking of something, and guessed, the one who came to kill me that night but got killed by me instead, the one named Clary. Yes, the very hallmaster you killed. Amos nodded. A hallmaster only controls a small area. The minor leaders under them usually have terrible relationships with each other because they're fighting over resources. So you go tell him that Korin, who lost an arm, has no one left under him. The reason you tell him this clue is to join the White Eagle Association through him, invest in him, and then get free raw liquid. Hearing that, Kisho clapped his hands. Drag him into the pit, share the blame together. If he's willing, then even if he later suspects that everyone under Korin was taken out by you, it won't matter. After all, when you're in a gang, at the very least you're not allowed to openly kill each other. Once he kills Korin, this matter becomes a secret between the two of you, and he'll help you cover it up. If he doesn't go? Amos pondered. The possibility is very low, but if it really happens? Amos said expressionlessly, then you can only kill him. Kisho fell silent. After a long while, he said softly, change it. If he doesn't provoke me, I won't kill him. Hearing Kisho's words, Amos froze, confusion showing in his eyes. What did you say? Kisho spoke slowly. If he doesn't actively make a move against me, or show intent to kill me, I absolutely won't take the initiative against someone uninvolved. He's not the same as Salz. From beginning to end, he doesn't even know I exist. Amos sized Kisho up and down as he said this. Are you sick? Kisho. Amos's face practically red. Are you an idiot? As he questioned him, do you have to wait until someone stabs you with a knife before you fight back? I don't understand why that's necessary. Isn't it better to nip threats in the bud? If he doesn't go, then he's not only useless to you, he'll get in the way. For someone like that, isn't killing him nothing but benefits with no downsides? How do I explain this? Kisho thought and thought, then realized there was no way to explain it at all. He could only scratch his head. Forget it, just treat me like I'm sick. He spoke slowly, each word firm and decisive. I don't want to kill people who haven't actively provoked me. Amos. Amos snapped angrily, then go die. Go die however you want. Kisho. After a long silence, Amos spoke irritably. If he doesn't go, you curse him for being gutless, then show off your Nen ability. Tell him that if he misses this chance, this is all his life will ever amount to. In Meteor City, hiding your strength is far more important than setting up a target in front of you. Amos was so angry his face turned green. I really don't understand trouble that could be solved once and for all by killing him, and you still have to expose your strength to make a second fix. Forget it. If you don't want to kill, this is the only way. He, Kisho said. Thanks. After that, you won't need me to teach you anymore, right? Amos got angry just looking at Kisho's cheeky grin, utterly unable to accept that the ally he chose had something wrong with his head. After that I'll help him sit in the hallmaster's position. After all, the hallmaster above him is gone. At that point, even if he knows the hall master was killed by me, there's nothing he can do. It's beneficial to him, and he won't be bored enough to leak it. Even if he reports it to the inspectors, what they can give him won't be more than a hall master position. Kisho's gaze sharpened slightly. What's more, I can even help him sit in the vice-chairman 7 the chairman's seat. Amos waved his hand. If you know what to do, then hurry up and get lost. I don't want to talk to someone with something wrong in the head. Heh, Kisho laughed awkwardly twice, stood up. Thanks. He walked out of the garbage nest and headed toward the map Amos had marked for him. Before 12 tonight, remember to roll back. I don't want to waste time collecting your corpse. Amos's voice came from the garbage nest behind him. Kisho smiled, turned his head, and called back, got it. Eros, in late Greek mythology, Eros was the youngest son born from the affair between Aphrodite and Ares, depicted as a mischievous little boy holding a bow and arrows, barefoot, with a pair of small wings. Later on, Eros's image transformed into that of a handsome young man. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 38, Chapter 38, One-Eyed Ex-Hall Master Ex-Vice Chairman. The location of the White Eagle Association's headquarters is in the eastern part of the 5th District, close to the 1st District, so among the building materials used, the portion that could be considered garbage was much smaller, with more bricks and tiles instead. Not outstanding, but more than adequate. Although it could not compare to Saul's mansion, compared to the so-called houses in the residential area that did not even have a reasonably flat roof, it was still far more imposing. Kisho reined in his nen, held his breath, bypassed the listless guards at the entrance, and leapt up onto the low wall. The low wall was embedded with countless shards of scrap metal and glass. Kisho condensed his nen at the soles of his feet and his palms, moving unimpeded as he sprinted along the courtyard wall. The guards on duty had no habit of looking upward. Everything went so smoothly it almost felt unbelievable, and he broke through all the way to the main hall. Noise, noise, noise. All you know how to do is make noise. What's the point of that? Vincent, that bastard's people have already fought their way to the door. Instead of arguing here, why don't you go out and fight them? A bunch of trash. You're only fierce with your mouth. If you've got the guts, why don't you go up there yourself? Everyone knows what you're scheming. I'll put my words here today. However many people you send, I'll send the same number. Don't even think about using my people as cannon fodder. Lying prone on the roof, Kisho listened to the filthy argument below. The topic kept looping endlessly around. You send people first, then I'll send people, and, if you don't send people, neither will I, mixed in with countless pieces of private dirt filthier than an open sewer. By the end, Kisho even wanted to cover his ears. This was truly mental pollution. Kisho silently gathered nen into his hands, silently pried up and removed a roof tile easily, and looked into the room. 6 chairs were placed in the center of the hall. A burly man and a wiry man stood in front of the chairs, glaring angrily at each other, shouting until their faces were red and their necks thick, spittle flying everywhere. A woman with loose hair sat in one of the chairs, extending a finger and idly spinning the ring on it. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s wore a gloomy expression, speaking quietly with a nearby hall master who was just as grim-faced. The final chair, the one closest to the seat of honor at the front of the hall, was empty. As for the central seat of the hall, there was no one on the left. On the right sat a young man in a dark-colored suit, silent, smiling faintly as he watched the people below argue. After quite a while, seeing that the two below had no intention of stopping, he finally gave a light cough. Has Clarice still not arrived? At his words, the two who had been arguing fell silent at once, and the expressions of the others also became strange. If there was still an open, acknowledged obstacle called the vice-chairman standing between them and the chairman's seat, then the perpetually absent hall master was different. His power was like a slab of fatty meat to the other hall masters, something everyone wanted to take a bite out of. And among the minor leaders standing behind the hall masters, the same light called ambition and desire appeared in their eyes. Short yellow hair, gray eyes, about 1.70 meters tall, with a scar about 2 inches long on his face. Kisho looked over them one by one. Ah, found him. Behind the empty chair stood a man with his head lowered and eyes downcast, looking honest and timid. With a question from the vice-chairman, the group once again started discussing if Clary never comes back, how should his people and territory be handled, and in the end, it once again devolved into unbearable verbal attacks. After waiting for the two to argue for a while and vent most of their firepower, the vice-chairman finally smiled and spoke. How about this, everyone? Why not let someone from Clary's side temporarily act as hall master? If any of you need personnel support, you can directly seek negotiation with the acting hall master. How does that sound? Without waiting for anyone to react, he casually shifted his gaze to the empty chair, then smiled. Clary mentioned to me before that One-Eyed is fairly familiar with their area. Why not let him act as hall master for a period of time? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell into sudden silence. One-Eyed raised his head in disbelief. A complex mix of shock, joy, and fear flashed through his eyes. Ignoring the strange, jealousy, and hatred-filled looks cast his way by the other minor leaders, he stepped forward and respectfully addressed the man in the suit at the front of the hall. Thank you for your appreciation. I will definitely assist you and the hall masters to the best of my ability and will not betray your trust. The hall masters who had been arguing moments ago all turned their gazes toward him. The wiry man looked at him, curled the corner of his mouth, and seemed to envision a situation that would be easy to control, satisfaction visible in his eyes. The burly man let out a cold laugh but said nothing. If none of you have any objections, then let's settle it this way. As for the East District, have Hall Master One-Eyed send people over to fill in for now. Hall Master One-Eyed, you have no objections, I presume. One-Eyed lowered his head and said respectfully, I will make the arrangements immediately. Then that will be all for today. The vice chairman raised his brows slightly and smiled faintly, speaking in a gentle, reassuring tone. As for the raw liquid, I imagine everyone still has some stock, so there's no need to worry. After the chairman's departure, the transactions with the Bancroft family will be handled by me and will not be affected in the slightest. The crowd fell silent. Lying on the roof, Kisho quietly memorized the surname related to the raw liquid that the vice chairman had mentioned. Bancroft. After the vice chairman spoke, the people in the hall gradually left one after another, leaving only the vice chairman still seated, his eyes half closed. Before One-Eyed exited the hall, the vice chairman opened his eyes and smiled at him, wearing the encouraging smile of a superior toward a subordinate. Do a good job. One-Eyed hurriedly acknowledged and then withdrew. Kisho looked toward that vice chairman. He had promoted a seemingly timid and useless new hall master. If this person could withstand the pressure, he would become someone who could be used by him in the future, one of his own faction. If he could not, then he would serve as an excellent buffer to reduce the pressure the other hall masters placed on him. At the same time, with Clary's fate currently unknown, letting a useless person act as his proxy also helped him seize the initiative. If Clary was not dead and returned, this person could likewise be pulled into his camp. And that final line, the transactions will be handled by me, was nothing less than a naked threat, yet the hall masters had no way to deal with him. Perhaps this man was indeed lacking in martial strength, but he was still not to be underestimated. Kisho withdrew his gaze, silently descended from the roof, and followed behind One-Eyed. One-Eyed walked into an empty alley and then stopped. His face was livid as he cursed under his breath, spewing obscenities he dared not say aloud. The vice chairman having him act as hall master was clearly putting him over an open flame. He might be a bit timid, but that did not mean he was stupid. There were 4 or 5 minor leaders under Clary, he was only one of them. Even if he had now become the so-called acting hall master, setting aside whether he could even command the other minor leaders, just the phrase, have him fill in for the East District first, was enough to exhaust his people within a few days. One-Eyed continued cursing and viciously kicked away trash blown over by the wind, but before his anger had fully vented, he suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the child in front of him, his voice carrying a bloodthirsty edge. Get lost. Kisho ignored both his gaze and his words and went straight to the point. Do you know, Korin? All of his men are dead. At those words, One-Eyed fell abruptly silent. He quickly swallowed the curses he had not yet voiced, suppressed his anger, and carefully examined the child who was speaking to himself, then asked cautiously, how do you know that? Instead of asking how I know, you'd be better off dealing with him first. Kisho took a step toward him. As long as you deal with him first, handling the others afterward will be much easier. He smiled slightly. Am I right, Hall Master One-Eyed? One-Eyed's pupils shrank. Just as he had thought earlier, he was only a bit timid but absolutely not stupid. This child knew his background and knew exactly what he needed most right now. He knew so many things and could move in and out of the White Eagle Association as if it were an empty place. His strength was absolutely not what he appeared to be, merely a thin, harmless-looking child. Did that mean Korin's arm had been broken by this child, and that the few men under him who never returned after that day had also been dealt with by this child? One-Eyed stared solemnly at the child standing casually 10 meters away, as if staring at a monster that could suddenly lash out at any moment. Although such a guess sounded unbelievable, people from Meteor City were different from those outside. They never underestimated children. Over the years, there had been no shortage of useless adults in Meteor City who had died at the hands of children. This child knew what had just happened inside the White Eagle Association's main hall, so he had chosen One-Eyed because he believed that One-Eyed, in his current state, was the most suitable investment target. At this moment, countless thoughts surfaced in One-Eyed's mind. But he knew that, right now, there was no better choice than suppressing the others and firmly securing the hall master position for himself. With that in mind, he made his decision. A chapter has been posted for your review. Thank you. Each review unlocks +1 extra chapter. 39, Chapter 39, The Fake Hall Master X and X the Real Hall Master. One-Eyed looked at Kisho and slowly spoke. What do you want? Sauls is dead. Kisho shoved his hands into his pockets and kicked the stone on the ground with his foot, his voice low, enunciating each word. I want raw liquid. Lots and lots of it, and raw liquid that costs no money. One-Eyed finally relaxed and nodded. A ferocious beast with a weakness, no matter how vicious, is still a trapped animal with a collar around its neck. Even though he couldn't get his hands on raw liquid right now, he could dangle this thing in front of the kid. If the kid was strong enough. A dark gleam named ambition flashed through One-Eyed's eyes. Fine, but you know it too before, I wasn't qualified to touch that. Only the hall master has that kind of thing. One-eyed said. He stared at Kisho's face and probed, only if I truly become the hall master can I help you get that stuff. Then let me first see whether you have the ability to sit in the hall master's seat. Kisho clicked his tongue lightly and said indifferently. I've already given you Korin's intelligence. What to do next is up to you. He paused slightly and lowered his voice, relax. I'll be watching you. Before the words had even fallen, Kisho leaped upward. In the span of a single breath, his figure vanished over the wall of the narrow alley. One-eyed stood there, his expression complicated. That sentence of the kids watching you was both a temptation and a threat. He thought for a long time, but in the end still headed toward the area where Korin was stationed. Meteor City was only this big. The good places had all been taken by the four elders. The remaining resources were pitifully few, and you had to risk your life to scrape for them. So even just to survive, people in the outer districts would fight until their heads split open over supplies. Large and small gangs in the outer districts were too numerous to count. Every day, countless gangs were founded, and countless gangs were destroyed. From the day the White Eagle Association was founded, One-eyed and Korin had been mortal enemies. So when he walked into Korin's hiding place, Korin slumped in the corner with an ashen face and didn't even change his gaze. He sat dejectedly on the ground, dark circles around his eyes, lifting his head to meet One-eye's stare. The wound on his arm had nearly stripped him of all fighting ability. In a place like Meteor City, someone who had been severely injured and crippled was almost without any chance of surviving. His body was ruined, he had no usable manpower left. These past few days, he hadn't even dared to close his eyes, already on the verge of collapse. And at this moment, One-eye's arrival was the last straw that crushed him. One-eyed looked at him and smiled. Where are your people? A cold sneer hung at the corner of Korin's mouth. His gaze, like a venomous snake, fixed on One-eyed. Don't you already know? Hearing Korin's words, One-eyed narrowed his eyes. Just asking. Safer that way. Korin let out a mocking laugh. No one knew whether he was mocking One-eyed or laughing at himself. One-eye's expression shifted slightly. The smug triumph in his eyes faded in an instant, replaced by something complicated. In the corner, where Korin sat, blood flowed along his body, slowly pooling on the ground into a puddle. He plunged a blade-worn dagger into his own heart. I won't fall into your hands. Korin's face changed from dark red to ghastly pale, his voice gradually sinking lower. Let you watch me make a fool of myself. His breath faded away together with his voice. One-eyed stood there, silently watching the dead rival sitting on the ground. For some reason, a chill suddenly ran through his entire body. He stood for a long time before finally stepping forward, slowly approaching Korin. Only when he reached out and touched Korin's carotid artery did his tensed body finally relax. He raised his head and called toward outside the house, Hey, what you wanted me to do, I've finished it. Kisho appeared, standing in the doorway. He, too, stared at the person sitting in the pool of blood, the teacher who had taught him the very first rule of survival in Meteor City. He found it hard to describe how he felt at this moment. This person had indirectly died by his hand, allowing him to complete a counterkill as the prey against the hunter. He could be considered to have graduated. Kisho turned around. Bury him. One-eyed. The child who had followed him all along without a sound, the child who appeared without warning, made him feel an unprecedented fear and an unprecedented longing for the future. Kisho stood on the roof of the dilapidated house, hands in his pants pockets, silently watching One-eyed dig a hole and bury the body. One-eyed filled in the last shovelful of dirt, tossed the shovel aside, and looked up to meet Kisho's gaze. Seeing that he was done, Kisho leaped down and landed in front of him, then asked, Do you have any subordinates who won't obey you? I can help you deal with them first, so they don't all run off before you officially take the position. One-eyed froze, staring fixedly at Kisho, looking at him with an incredulous gaze as he repeated his words, Help me deal with them first. Yeah. Kisho seemed not to hear the doubt in One-eye's tone and continued on his own, Call them all over to your place. Those who don't run, we can look for later. Otherwise, chasing them one by one is a pain. One-eyed fell silent, then nodded slowly but firmly, full of determination. After returning to his own turf, he called several of his men and told them to go summon those who had still been on equal footing with him just hours earlier, his former subordinates. Kisho stood behind him. After standing for a while, he got tired and sat down on the ground carelessly, with no elegance whatsoever. How should I address you? Even though he was using an honorific for a child, there was not the slightest hint of awkwardness or hesitation on One-eye's face. Noah, Kisho replied. Just treat me as your subordinate. One-eyed nodded. He knew the kid wanted to place himself out front, but he also badly needed the kid's fighting power. In that case, there was nothing to hesitate about. A pleasant cooperation. Before long, his men returned bruised and battered, bringing several other minor bosses with them. And behind those minor bosses, there were likewise 3 to 5 of their own people. More than 20 people crowded into One-eye's territory. No one spoke. The pressure sank to freezing point. One-eyed swept his gaze over the crowd. His expression didn't change, but beneath the darkness in his eyes, surging fury roiled. Their willingness to come was those minor bosses, obeying orders, bringing people along was seemingly showing face but actually applying pressure and beating up his men was a blatant act of rebellion, openly pointing fingers at him. One-Eyed took a light breath, forcing his voice to remain calm and cold. There are still people who haven't arrived. Let's wait a bit. Who the hell do you think you are, making me wait here with you? Say what you've got to say, you. Before the minor bosses could finish their curses, pressure like mountains and tsunamis smashed down on them. Clearly nothing had happened, but the fear in their hearts was tearing their souls apart. They couldn't move at all, not even. Who is it? Who is it? Cold sweat poured out, yet at the same time refused to come. With great difficulty, the crowd shifted their gaze. Their eyes fell on the calm-faced One-Eyed and behind him, equally calm, hands in his pockets, the white-haired child. No one knew when the child had stood up. There was even a faint smile on his face as he kicked the ground lightly, over and over. Feeling their gazes, he lifted his head and met their eyes one by one. One gray-blue eye, one silver-blue eye. Only monsters that had crawled out of hell, out of darkness, would have eyes like that. Stared at by such a gaze, no one in the entire room dared make a sound. No one could withstand that pressure and terror and still find the courage to speak. One-Eyed looked at the crowd that had fallen suddenly silent in an instant. When he noticed where their gazes were directed, his breathing slowed by a beat, and his heart skipped one as well. Using a voice filled with a confidence he had never felt before, suppressing the barely containable frenzy and exhilaration, he said forcefully, I said, wait until everyone's here. Any objections? Because he was too excited, his voice even cracked a little. The crowd acted as if they hadn't heard that crack. They stood silently and obediently in place, like tamed beasts. One-Eyed smiled in satisfaction and raised his hand lightly in a gesture. The next moment, the mountains and tsunamis pressing down on everyone vanished abruptly, dispersing like a gust of wind, as if they had never existed at all. The minor bosses. Only then did they realize their backs were already soaked through with cold sweat. The child standing behind One-Eyed they had never taken seriously had his silver-blue eye returned to gray-blue. He seemed a bit tired. He plopped down onto the ground, propping his head on his elbow, and looked at them with utter boredom, his gaze roaming over their bodies. Those who were looked at all subconsciously held their breath. That feeling was like being targeted by a wild beast. The only thing one could do was hope the beast would eat someone else first. No one dared move even a little. Any rash movement would once again be engulfed by that terrifying pressure like mountains and tsunamis. And so they stood there, like that, until the sun was slowly swallowed by the horizon. 40 Chapter 40 Amos X Identity X Revenge Plan. Night had completely fallen. The moon climbed into the sky, and for some reason, tonight's moon was veiled in a dark crimson shadow. Ah, looks like Corin isn't coming. One-Eyed's regret-filled voice echoed through the deserted courtyard. He let out a laugh and spoke slowly, word by word. Since that's the case, remove him from the roster. The moment the heads heard this, their expressions changed abruptly. They vaguely sensed that it wasn't just the sky that had changed, the heavens themselves had changed. Tomorrow, please come with me to the East District. Facing the heads who, just a few hours ago, had looked down on him with their noses in the air, One-Eyed left not the slightest room for refusal in his tone. If you have objections, you can raise them now. No matter what the heads were thinking inside, all of them responded with silence. One-Eyed let out another sinister chuckle. Just look at the expressions on their faces. Fear, resentment, confusion, and eyes full of helpless resignation. So this is what it feels like to hold power. It's truly intoxicating. At this moment, he was merely a hall master. But if he could climb a little higher, just a little higher, would he then be able to look down on everything, decide life and death at will, and freely enjoy or destroy the scenery atop the mountain peak? One-Eyed laughed unrestrainedly, even squinting his eyes. Imitating the vice-chairman from the morning, he gave an order in a cold and calm voice. Then it's settled. Everyone, go back early and get some rest. The head stared at him with complicated emotions, said nothing, turned around obediently, and left in silence. After the last figure disappeared from view, One-Eyed let out a laugh that was suppressed to the extreme, yet also exhilarating to the extreme. He slowly turned around, looked at Kishoth, one who had brought him all of this, and asked softly, will you come with us to the East District tomorrow? Kisho neither confirmed nor denied it. We'll right. What's the situation like over in the East District now? One-Eyed replied. Same as always. The people under Elder Eros don't feel like fighting, but Elder Chelsea Tabor can't openly send people to forcibly take it either. The battle situation is about 50-50. Hearing this rather astonishing piece of information, Kisho froze. Eros. Seeing Kisho's reaction, One-Eyed also paused, seemingly puzzled as to why this child knew nothing at all about the surname Eros. But then he thought that this kid might just be a freak with only brute force, who had never interacted much with people and had come out solely for raw liquid, so he explained anyway. Elder Eros's full name is Cadiz Eros. About 2 years ago, he succeeded the position of Elder of the West District. At that time, the West District was in serious turmoil, and it still hasn't recovered its vitality even now. The other elders are interested in the West District and want a part, so they've all secretly sent people over, never allowing the West District to stabilize. Kisho's breathing stalled. Amos's true identity was thus revealed. This child was scheming, skilled in physical combat, steady and ruthless in his actions, knew so much, and even had someone protecting him in the shadows. But if he had walked out from the Elders district of Meteor City, then it wouldn't be strange at all. Kisho frowned, thinking to himself. Amos had me kill the chairman, then had me come find this person for investment. His true target is actually the White Eagle Association, or rather, his goal is to return to the East District with both qualification and without seeming abrupt. From the moment he learned that Corin's arm had been blown off by me, he was probably already considering how to make use of this matter. Thinking of this, Kisho once again sighed inwardly. Terrifying children of Meteor City. One-Eyed looked at the thoughtful Kisho, stood silently to the side, and patiently waited for the child to come back to himself. After finishing his thoughts, Kisho raised his eyes and looked at the person standing quietly before him. Whether I go or not, we'll talk about it later. But I never expected you to be able to completely subdue all your subordinates in one go. He stared at One-Eyed. Tomorrow morning I'll come find you, so you don't get killed by some subordinate. Hearing this, One-Eyed who had been anxious because he hadn't received a definite answer had his eyes light up. Okay. Kisho shrugged. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, without waiting for One-Eyed to react, he leapt onto a low wall. After circling around nearby a few times and shaking off several tails that had been sent to follow him, he returned to the garbage mountain. In the small nest within the garbage mountain of District 9, Amos was leaning against a sofa. He didn't know which corner he had dragged it out from, covered in blood, eyes closed. Before Kisho even stepped inside, he was stunned by the heavy stench of blood outside. Covering his nose, he said, "What the hell did you do?" "Ah, it's all other people's blood." Amos spoke with his eyes closed. "You finally came back. Give me some water." "So I'm your tool, huh?" Kisho snapped irritably. He looked around, picked up a bucket with a chunk missing, went back into the nest, and filled it with water. "Wait." "Oh." Amos responded. Water slowly flowed into the bucket, accompanied by dripping sounds. Amos finished his cultivation and opened his eyes. "How did things go for you today?" "Handled." Kisho fell silent for a moment, then looked at Amos. "You actually want to go to the East District, right?" Amos was silent for a few seconds, then curled his lips into a smile. "You already know my goal and you still dared to come back. Quite courageous." What answered him was Kisho's eye roll. He recited the name he had heard from One-Eyed during the day. Kades Eros. "May I ask what he is to you?" Upon hearing the name spoken by Kisho, Amos fell silent for a moment, his smile fading, his voice turning cold. "He's nothing to me. If I really have to say, it's my half-brother by the same father." Kisho nodded. "So that's how it is." "Hey, your reaction is a bit too calm." Amos stared at Kisho with curiosity. "You already know who I am. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you into? Aren't I already here?" Kisho shrugged. Amos smiled. Tilting his head, he looked toward the direction of the East District. A small knife, polished to a bright sheen, spun at his fingertips. "Earlier there were 3 people watching me. 1 had Nen, 2 didn't. I've already killed them all cleanly, so for now it's still safe. But if he doesn't receive my intel for a period of time, the people he sends next won't just be here to watch me." Amos clenched the knife. The blade's gleam vanished into the gaps between his fingers, a fleeting killing intent flashing through his eyes. "If there are signs of resistance, kill them directly. If I obediently stay in Meteor City, then let me fend for myself." Those were his exact words. "So between him and me, only one can live." Kisho sighed. "That's ruthless. But it's not a big problem. We're both people who are about to die anyway." Kisho shrugged. "Let's not stand on ceremony with each other. We'll just make do together." Amos. "Actually, I have no interest at all in his position." Ignoring Kisho, Amos said with disdain and helplessness. "But he wouldn't let me leave Meteor City," saying something like, "If you want to leave, then walk out of the TL arena." Amos looked at Kisho and asked in a casual, chatty tone. "Tell me, how is a 10-year-old kid without Nen supposed to walk out of there? But you still walked out." Thinking of what Amos had said about the TL arena on the first day they met, Kisho said with emotion. You're interested? Want to hear the details?" Amos said. "I don't mind explaining in detail, but the process is pretty disgusting. Do you want to hear it?" "Nope, absolutely not." Kisho shook his head vigorously. He pulled his hand back and kicked the bucket toward Amos. "Here, your water." Amos stood up, took off his shirt, and tossed it into the bucket to soak, revealing countless wounds covering his back and chest. Kisho glanced at him and silently turned his head away. Amos never stared at Kisho's wretched state when it flared up inside his body naturally. Kisho would not concern himself with the injuries Amos had once suffered either. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 41, Chapter 41, Plan 1X Gang X. Starting with the White Eagle Association. Night was about to leave, dawn was about to arrive. "I'll blend in with One-Eye's people and go to the East District with you." Amos's voice pulled Kisho's nearly scattered consciousness back together. The poison flaring up had left him barely lucid. Kisho paused for a moment before answering lazily. The dull ache throughout his body made him too lazy to think and too lazy to talk. I left 5 people in the East District earlier, they didn't come with me. By now they've definitely been sent to the firefight zone as cannon fodder. Amos said calmly. I don't know if they're still alive. I'm going to look for them. Even though I hate socializing, if I want to take my things back, I still need some manpower. Amos stared at the languid Kisho. First, set a small goal. Within 1 month, take care of the White Eagle Association, put One-Eyed in the chairman's seat, and then do our best to get the White Eagle Association into Chelsea Tabor's line of sight. If everything goes smoothly, when Chelsea Tabor attends the Elders' Council in early May, we can blend in with the entourage and go together. Kisho opened his eyes, curious. And then? Why aren't you saying anymore? Amos frowned. Ever since it was the Elders' Council, my bargain bin older brother would definitely be there. At that moment, Kisho clearly felt the surging killing intent erupting from Amos's nen. He smiled, 2 small fangs biting lightly into his lip. Then I kill my brother, and I become an elder. Kisho. In the early morning, the garbage mountain was at a pleasant temperature, and the air smelled better than it would after the sun fully rose. Amos and Kisho crawled out of the trash heap, facing the faint light as they climbed to the top of the garbage mountain. Speaking of which, Kisho turned his head to look at Amos and asked, you know so much about the White Eagle Association, did you have your subordinates investigate it? You'd already wanted to make use of the White Eagle Association's power, hadn't you? Amos nodded. At the border between District 9 and District 5, only the White Eagle Association's influence is worth a look. There wasn't really any other choice. Kisho was puzzled. Aren't those 2 of yours nen users? The 2 elders of the East District and West District have never gotten along, so I came to the West District. That way, my brother's hand can't reach over too obviously. Amos explained calmly. Nen users attract attention the moment they make a move. My brother can't easily send too many nen users over. But at the same time, if the protection is too obvious and the West District elder notices my identity, I won't end well either. Amos stared at his own hand and said softly, besides, even without all that, I don't feel comfortable letting other people protect me so casually. Kisho said, something wrong with those 2? Amos replied, they were sent by my father's butler. On the surface it's protection, but the meaning of surveillance is just as obvious. It's just that the butler's stance is relatively neutral. Even though he's heavily relied on by my brother now, whether because of my father's last orders or some other consideration, he doesn't want me dead. Amos sneered as he summed it up. So he'll go to some effort to maintain the situation where I can't use nen and can't leave, but I also won't be killed by my brother. That's the balance he wants. Amos fell silent for a moment, then asked, you're asking me this because you want to learn more about nen from those 2, right? Kisho smiled slightly. Of course. Half-baked understanding leads to huge losses. I've already paid a heavy price once. If I don't get something like nen completely clear, I really won't be able to sleep peacefully. Really? I thought you slept pretty soundly last night. Amos put on a puzzled look. Honestly, the first time I saw someone in Meteor City sleep that deeply at night. Kisho, that was from the pain. Don't talk nonsense. Heh. Amos laughed disdainfully, his face clearly saying, do you think I believe that? His expression darkened slightly as he said slowly. For those 2, keeping me from contacting anything related to nen is a standing order. But after I got rid of my brother's people, they should already know I've learned nen. Kisho tilted his head slightly and asked, will they report it to that butler? I don't think so. After all, that butler isn't exactly a good person either. Amos laughed coldly. If they let me die, that's mission failure. If they fail to watch me and let me learn nen, that's also mission failure. Mission failure either way means a dead end. In that case, they might as well follow you all the way. Kisho said in understanding. Who knows, maybe they'll even rise to power later. Amos nodded. The 2 looked at each other and shared a knowing smile. Ha. Amos stood up. Let's go. First we'll find One-Eyed. The lessons can wait after I get back from the East District tonight. Kisho stood up as well. Side by side, the 2 sped toward District 5. The 2 arrived outside One-Eye's base. Amos gestured that he would hide in the shadows. Kisho nodded, walked to the entrance of the base, and looked inside. One-Eyed stood in the middle of the open ground. Behind him were his subordinates and a group of minor leaders, facing off against a burly man. That burly man was one of the hallmasters Kisho had seen when he secretly watched the White Eagle Association's meeting. There were plenty of people standing behind him as well. The man grinned viciously, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. One-Eyed, I'm doing you a favor by borrowing people from you. Don't be so fucking ungrateful. I'm putting this out here today whether you want to lend them or not, you're lending them. One-Eyed glared at him with an iron blue face, but his gaze slipped past the man and landed on Kisho standing by the door. Kisho gave him a slight nod, signaling that he could leave this guy to him. One-Eye's expression immediately eased, the heaviness in his eyes dissipating. Hallmaster Bayer, we're all from the same gang. Helping you out is naturally no problem. One-Eyed smiled politely. His words made his subordinates and those minor leaders' expressions change abruptly. None of them were originally Bayer's people. If One-Eyed lent them to Bayer, their only fate would be being pushed to the front as cannon fodder. Bayer also dropped his smile, the mockery in his eyes retracting somewhat. This acting hall master he had always looked down on had refused to cooperate just a moment ago, then suddenly changed his tune. The contrast made him feel something was very wrong. It's like this. I've only just taken the position, and the people under me aren't very convinced. So I've Hall Master Bayer, you can make them submit from the heart, and they're willing to work for you. I absolutely won't say a single extra word. One-Eyed stepped back half a pace politely. How about it? As One-Eyed spoke, Kisho slowly walked into the courtyard and lifted his eyes toward Bayer. In the man's suddenly darkened gaze, he curled his lips and gave him a friendly smile. He really did look friendly, but Bayer didn't see it that way. One-Eyed, are you fucking messing with me? Bayer stared at Kisho. This kid, who might not even be 10 years old yet, not even reaching his chest in height, was standing there so brazenly in front of him. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. He cursed angrily, strode toward Kisho, raised his arm, and smashed a heavy punch straight at him. Along with the rush of his fist, the group of minor leaders and lackeys behind him flashed bloodthirsty light in their eyes, impatiently waiting to see the scene of the ignorant brat's head being smashed to pieces. 42 Chapter 42 Plan 2x Stronghold X The Invisible Enemy. Bayer thought the same. However, in the very next moment, his expression changed, and in his eyes appeared an emotion of extreme terror and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The child he thought would be sent flying by this punch of his and then vomit blood and die, his skinny body did not move an inch under the blow. He merely lifted one hand lightly and calmly blocked Bayer's punch. What? How is that possible? The people behind Bayer couldn't help crying out in shock. Amid their incredulous expressions, the child revealed a mocking smile, grabbed the much taller man with his backhand, and with an effortless twist and flip. Bang! With a loud crash, Bayer was flipped onto the ground by Kisho, kicking up a cloud of dust. This kind of contrast was no different from a kitten flipping over a wild wolf that had swung its claws at it. You motherf. The curse spilling from Bayer's mouth after being thrown was cut off halfway, stuck in his throat. Because Kisho bent down and crouched beside him, his fingertip pressed against the side of Bayer's neck. Bayer felt a faint sting coming from his neck. The sting itself was nothing, but the near-death terror that came with it made his pupils shrink to the extreme. Kisho tilted his head and stared at him, curling his lips as he slowly said, "Huh, what did you say? I didn't hear it." He was clearly smiling, but once their eyes met, there was nothing left in Bayer's heart except fear. The entire place fell silent, sinking into dead stillness. One-Eye's voice drifted over faintly. Looks like Hall Master Bayer couldn't persuade my subordinate after all. What a pity. His tone was filled with mockery. Then I'll have to trouble you, Hall Master Bayer. Since we're all from the same association, why don't you lend me your people? It's the same either way. Bayer. A short while later, after One-Eyed finished the process of borrowing people, he reorganized the team with the newly joined partners and headed toward the East District. Their target was the White Eagle Association's stronghold in District 7. After passing through the South District and entering the eastern area, along the way Kisho barely saw any people. The flames of war had spread across the entire District 7. What should have been a residential area was filled everywhere with flames that had yet to die out, collapsed building ruins, mud pits mixed with blood, shattered limbs, but Kisho did not see a single corpse that could be considered intact. Occasionally, a shadow would flash by, poking its head out from afar, then silently hiding again. The group arrived before a collapsed ruin at a street corner. The White Eagle Association's stronghold was here. Calling it a stronghold was generous. In reality, it was just a pit dug underground, a basement with its entrance covered by broken bricks, rubble, and wooden boards. Under Kisho's gaze, Bayer grimaced and ordered someone to lift the wooden boards covering the entrance, revealing the passage leading underground. He gestured for his subordinates to step aside, while he himself stared at One-Eyed, waiting for his instructions. Kisho turned his head and glanced into the entrance. Below it was a dark passage leading into the darkness, its end impossible to make out. Standing on the other side, One-Eyed returned Bayer's gaze and smiled politely. Why not let Hall Master Bayer take the lead? Bayer. With Clury missing, this outpost had lost its core defensive force. Even though only a very short time had passed, there was no way to be sure the inside of the stronghold was still safe. Stared at by One-Eyed with that kind of look, Bayer's face darkened even more. He held back from exploding and casually pointed at one of the men he had brought. You, go down and take a look. The man who was pointed at stiffened all over. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but under Bayer's stare, the words were blocked in his throat. He could only lower his head and carefully walk down into the basement. After his figure had disappeared for quite a while, a voice came up from below. Boss, there's no one down here. Even after getting the answer, One-Eyed remained cautious. He gave Bayer a cold smile and said, Hall Master Bayer, please. Bayer cursed, glaring fiercely at One-Eyed. One-Eyed met his gaze without backing down. In the end, Bayer still walked toward the entrance, and his two subordinates hurriedly followed him. After waiting a little longer, Bayer also called out, Come down. There's nothing, not even a single corpse of our people is left. One-Eyed's face darkened to the extreme. He looked at Kisho and explained, This outpost was previously handled by people under Hall Master Clury, but Clury hasn't shown up for several days now. When Clury was mentioned, One-Eye's voice stalled, and a bead of cold sweat slid down from his temple. In that instant, a terrifying guess formed in his mind. He stared at the child standing before him, wearing an innocent, harmless expression and smiling all the time, and felt his heart pounding as if it were about to jump out of his chest. Corin's arm must have been broken by this kid. The people under him were also killed by this kid. Then what about the one who had also disappeared and never returned, the former Hall Master Clury? One-Eyed stared at Kisho, then forced himself to slowly move his gaze away. Vincent is someone from Elder Eros's side. He's been fighting us over this area. If he finds out Clury hasn't come back, he'll probably take advantage of the situation. He suppressed his fear and continued, then asked, "Are we going down too?" Kisho nodded indifferently. This time coming to the East District, One-Eyed didn't bring any of his own subordinates. Instead, he had each minor leader send one person to go with him. Together with One-Eyed and his 3 men, that made 10 people, planning to first investigate this stronghold. Too many people would easily attract firepower. The minor leaders under his command were not united, and Bayer's people didn't obey him either. It was better to leave them all at home, where they could restrain each other. As long as Bayer was kept under control, there was no fear of his forces causing trouble. It would also intimidate those wavering minor leaders under One-Eyed, making them think twice before harboring ulterior motives. Letting the cannon fodder take the lead, Kisho and One-Eyed walked at the very back. After entering the tunnel, One-Eyed raised his hand and tugged a piece of tattered cloth over, covering the entrance. The group moved forward, but suddenly, Kisho sensed a trace of malicious intent. How One-Eyed, who had been closely watching Kisho's expression, saw Kisho's face darken. The question he was about to ask wasn't finished when Kisho yanked him back behind the corner. In the next second, a burst of bullets shrieked through the air, plunging into the bodies of the White Eagle Association members walking in front. Blood sprayed everywhere. Even at the moment of death, their faces still bore blank expressions. The covering fire lasted 5 seconds. The bodies ahead were riddled with holes, blood pooling together and soaking the dirt red. "Oh, someone's still alive. Looks like this time, one of my own kind came." An extremely sharp and sinister voice drifted out from inside the basement, making one involuntarily think of a venomous snake. The speaker let out a laugh, the sound unbearably unpleasant. "I really didn't expect that even after Clury died, someone among this bunch of trash would still know how to use Nen." He paused, then said, "Hey, the one behind the wall, why don't you come out and meet me?" One-Eye's face turned extremely ugly. He turned his head to stare at Kisho, watching him with extreme tension, afraid that this child would abandon him and run away, silently begging that he would be taken out alive. He didn't even realize himself how ridiculous it was for a grown man to place all his hope on a child. "No choice. Let's meet him." Kisho frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and made his decision. He could escape, but One-Eyed would absolutely be dead. If this man died now, both his own plans and Amos's plans would fall into serious trouble. Hearing Kisho's words, One-Eye's expression eased, and his eyes showed flattery and ingratiation. Kisho withdrew his gaze and walked into the basement beyond the corner, standing in the center. As he walked, at the moment his figure crossed the corner, his expression suddenly grew grave. Because inside the enormous basement, there was not a single person. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 43, Chapter 43, Plan 3x Vincent X Battle. Kisho quickly swept his gaze around the basement. No blind spots, no obstacles, yet he couldn't see a single person. Not only the man who had just spoken, but even Bayer and his subordinates who had entered earlier were nowhere to be seen. How could this be? Such a situation that defied common sense made Kisho tense up all over in an instant. The man's voice, dripping with mockery, drifted eerily into his ears. "Looks like the White Eagle Association is really finished, so desperate they'd even take in a little brat like this." Kisho ignored him, slowly solidifying his 10, guarding against a sneak attack that could descend at any moment, gathering power while thinking, could it be an invisibility ability? At that very moment of thought, his ear twitched. With a sharp bang of a gunshot, a bullet whistled through the air from diagonally behind him, shooting straight for his temple. In the next instant, Kisho gathered his breath and stepped, flashing aside. The bullet slammed into the wall beside him. Kisho lowered his gaze, stomped and shattered the ground, flashed to the origin point of the shot, then flames condensing on his fist as he slashed out fiercely with a palm. A streak of fire split from his hand blade, trailing a long tail. It was as if it struck something, exploding with a bang. As the Nen fire burst, there came a dull thud of something crashing into the wall. But Kisho stared at the place the dull sound came from, and still saw nothing. "I definitely hit something. But there's no blood, and I didn't see what I hit. If it crashed into the wall, debris should have fallen." Kisho stared at the distant wall, then turned back to look at where the bullet had landed. Likewise, there was no bullet hole where one should have been. "It's not invisibility." A cold light flashed in Kisho's eyes as he reached a conclusion instantly. "If it were merely invisibility, it couldn't possibly alter what I'm seeing." A sharp, icy voice came from behind him. Oh my, not bad at all." Judging by your expression, did you figure something out? What a shame then I can't keep playing games with you. The moment the voice fell into his ears, Kisho's left eye turned silver blue. His fist, laced with nen flames, swung again, smashing hard into something once more. The recoil forced him back a small step, but he also heard something else being knocked back, crashing into the wall. Ugh! The man let out a muffled groan, adjusted himself, then released a feral laugh filled with killing intent. Oh my, the little guy's punch has quite some force now. I'm starting to get interested. Kisho scanned his surroundings again. This time, he used Gyo, yet still saw nothing in his field of vision. This is troublesome. Even using Gyo, I still can't find him. Did he withdraw his nen? Kisho shook his head, rejecting his own guess. No, logically, it's impossible to withdraw nen while still using a nen ability. So what exactly is this person's ability? In a flash, countless possibilities ran through Kisho's mind, but in the end they converged on one point. Since he entered the basement, he hadn't seen Bayer or his subordinates. Even if they were already dead, in such a short time they couldn't have vanished without a trace. Besides that, he had hit the enemy twice already, yet hadn't seen any traces produced by combat. Therefore, this person's nen ability. It's not invisibility, but creating illusions. Erasing what I see, replacing it with whatever he wants me to see. Kisho held his breath, sensing the next attack that could come from any angle. So my perception has already been affected by the illusion. Even if I'm looking straight ahead, it could be altered to behind me when I use Gyo to look in a direction. There's nothing there to begin with, so of course I can't see him. Oh my, looks like you've figured it out. The man's icy voice appeared by his ear. In that case, I can't keep playing with you anymore. With the voice came a blade light as cold and vicious as a venomous snake, carrying bone-deep killing intent as it slashed down toward Kisho's back. Kisho raised his hand and threw a fireball to block it. However, the fireball passed through the blade light, landed in empty space, and exploded with a loud bang. Damn it! Kisho's heart shook violently as he felt the shadow of death closing in. He stomped hard, shattering the stone beneath his feet, borrowing the force to twist aside, only just barely dodging the blade light falling from above. His coat sleeve was sliced open with a long, narrow gash. The nen-infused blade struck the ground, cracking large slabs of stone, rubble flying everywhere. TCH. The man's sinister voice echoed. You dodge pretty well, kid. But how many times do you think you can dodge? Kisho responded with silence. The hidden enemy could alter the origin of the attacks he saw, then ambush him from the complete opposite direction. Even if the enemy's attack speed wasn't particularly fast, if this continued, once his stamina was drained, he would still fall under the enemy's blade. What should I do? Kisho pondered, pressing down stray thoughts and the fear of death, focusing all his attention on every change and sound around him, staying alert for the blade that could appear at any moment. If Gyo lets you see nen, but requires using the eyes, then is there a technique that doesn't rely on sight, yet can still perceive nen? When ten is attached to the body's surface, bodily perception is greatly enhanced. If I expand the range of 10, wouldn't I be able to sense everything within the 10 range as well? Among the techniques he currently mastered, was there anything that could enhance the range of 10? Kisho thought of something. Then, he closed his eyes after abandoning vision. His 10 instead became even more sensitive. 10, then he released the nen from within his body, expanding it like inflating a balloon, until the balloon was filled to perfect roundness, reaching the limit of what he could do. He stood at the center of this balloon with a diameter of about 1 meter. Within the range filled with nen, just as he had imagined, he could see everything more clearly than with his eyes. His eyes were closed, yet he saw a bright, unmistakable nen behind him, about to approach. What's wrong, kid? Why aren't you struggling anymore? Along with the icy voice, a blade light slashed straight down toward his face. Kisho suddenly opened his eyes, facing that attack without moving an inch. The blade light arrived in an instant, but after falling onto him, it vanished like snow thrown into hot coals, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This attack, just as he sensed, was nothing more than an illusion. Kisho curled his lips into a smile. The illusory blade light fell head-on, forcing him to retreat. If he truly retreated, he would undoubtedly crash straight into the real blade, exactly as the man wanted. Got you! Kisho shouted sharply. The fist hidden at his side, which had been charging power all along, flooded with the nen of his entire body, igniting nen flames, and smashed fiercely to the side. The fist struck empty air, yet a red-haired man was blasted flying out of the void, slamming heavily onto the ground. Even as he lay there gravely injured, coughing up blood, he still couldn't understand how the ability he prided himself on had been broken by this child in an instant. The red-haired man's blade fell aside, but he had no time to care about it. His narrow eyes stared viciously at Kisho, his face full of shock, rage, and unwillingness until, under Kisho's indifferent gaze, deep fear condensed within him. He tried to crawl up, but with his body heavily damaged, he had no strength to rise, and couldn't even speak. Kisho stood where he was, scanning his surroundings again. The scene before his eyes changed the instant the enemy was heavily wounded and defeated. The first of Bayer's subordinates who had entered lay in the center of the basement, shot through the forehead, eyes wide open in death. The second to enter, Bayer himself, had been shot in the shoulder and lay in a corner, his life or death unknown. Kisho withdrew his gaze and slowly walked to the red-haired man's side, looking down at him from above. He bent down. Under the man's extremely terrified gaze, he reached to the side of his neck and lightly drew his hand across it. Blood splattered. Kisho withdrew his hand and stood up, staring at the person who died by his hand. There was no helping it, these men had wanted to kill him, and he had gravely injured him. They were already enemies. Though for a fleeting instant he had thought about letting this person go, in the very next second he was amused by his own naive thought and curled his lips into a smile. If he let him go, the man would retaliate. And if he wanted to live, he would have to kill even more people. Even if it was just self-comfort, would treat it as saving those people this man had sent to kill him. Kisho slowly stood up, silent. After a moment, he turned his head away. Water condensed at his fingertips, washing away the bloodstains clinging there. He let out a self-mocking smile. He was getting more and more accustomed to the rules here. Vincent's Nen ability, what I imagine, what you see. Category, specialization. Ability, within a range not exceeding 10m times 10m times 10m, he can make anyone who enters the range see the scenes he imagines. I recommend checking out my new Pokémon fanfic, Pokémon System, me, the strongest champion of the league. It features a system that isn't overpowered, keeping the story balanced and engaging. The main character isn't Ash, but an original, cool MC, which makes it even more enjoyable to read. I'd love to hear your feedback. 44, Chapter 44, Plan 3x Extra Lessons x The 4 Major Practices. The victor and the defeated had been decided, life and death were already sealed. The loser could finally rest, while the living still had to keep struggling to survive. Kisho turned around. He walked over to Bayer, whose life or death was still uncertain, crouched down, and checked his condition. Since the bullet hadn't hit a vital spot, he was still alive. One-eyed. Kisho called out. Come take a look, how should we deal with this guy? A moment later. Using extremely rough methods, One-eyed dug the bullet out of Bayer's shoulder, then tore Bayer's clothes into strips and tightly bound the wound considered treated. Staring at the unconscious Bayer, Kisho asked in a deeply skeptical tone. Just leave him like this. No problem. One-eyed stood up, spread his hands, and replied. There's no medical supplies at all. If someone's injured, this is the only way to deal with it. After we get back, I'll have his people come carry him away. But if he dies in the meantime, there's nothing that can be done. Kisho. Even if there were medical supplies, One-eyed probably wouldn't take them out to use anyway. Still, Vincent being killed by you just like that. One-eyed murmured. It's really hard to imagine. Kisho didn't respond to the sentiment. He lightly raised his hand. It was as if the sensation of blood flowing over his fingertips still lingered warm and sticky. He shook his head, gathered his thoughts, and asked. What's next? Are you going back to find people to take over Vincent's forces? Hearing Kisho's words, One-eyed froze. As if startled, he suddenly lifted his head and stared at Kisho. After a moment, the deep-rooted shock and hesitation in his eyes completely dissipated. He let out a low laugh, filled with mockery and also relief. Because he suddenly realized that he was no longer the timid small-time leader he used to be, no longer someone who had to hand over credit and territory to others. Kisho wasn't interested in what One-eyed was thinking. He said slowly, if there's nothing else, let's head back first. Anyway, your people are gone too. You can't do anything. One-eyed nodded. He picked up the knife that had belonged to the red-haired man Vincent and the submachine gun placed in the corner. After asking Kisho whether he wanted them and receiving a negative answer, he put them away. In Meteor City, firearms and ammunition were even more valuable than gold. Small gangs fought back and forth for nothing more than these weapons, things that could make them stronger, help them live longer, stand higher, and sleep more soundly. After escorting One-eyed back to the base, Kisho couldn't be bothered with the follow-up matters. After watching One-eyed for a while to make sure there were no issues, he returned to the garbage mountain of one of the numbered districts. Sitting in the trash heap, Kisho silently practiced his 10 while waiting for someone to come back and take him to extra lessons. Night fell. A hand pushed aside the plastic barrel blocking the entrance to the garbage den, and Amos's figure appeared at the doorway. Back. Kisho tilted his head to look at him and smiled. How'd it go? Same as always. Amos raised his hand and tossed something toward him. Kisho caught it and looked surprisingly. It was a battered old cell phone. Kisho flipped the phone over again and again in amazement. This was the first thing in this world that could be considered high-tech that he'd ever touched. Although both the back cover and the body of the phone were severely damaged, when he opened the cover and pressed the power button, the screen still lit up. That's impressive. He exclaimed, looking up at Amos. Where did you get this? Someone threw it away. I had someone fix it up a bit. The number keys are almost completely broken, but I had them input my number. Amos said calmly. If you select my number directly to call, if you're lucky, I can probably pick up. Kisho let out an "oh," continuing to fiddle with the phone. Although it couldn't compare to the touchscreen phones of his previous life, it still made him extremely happy, maybe because this phone gave him the same sense of familiarity as the previous world. Hey, have you never seen a phone before? Amos stood at the entrance for quite a while. Seeing Kisho completely absorbed in his new toy, he called out helplessly. Let's go. The person I arranged to meet is already waiting. Feeling looked down on, Kisho shrugged, stuffed the phone into his pocket, and stood up. Alright, let's go. The two sneaky figures leapt between the garbage mountains. In just over 10 minutes, they crossed the entire 9th district and arrived at the other end of the trash heaps. Whoosh. Whoosh. Amos stopped. Kisho stopped beside him as well. About 20 meters away, atop a garbage mountain, stood a man. The man had a square face and a sturdy build. He watched Kisho, who stood next to Amos, with vigilance. After Amos glanced at him, the emotions in his eyes slightly receded. Here, this is Vester. You've seen him before, but you probably don't remember. Amos introduced him to Kisho. Kisho looked at him for a moment and nodded, possibly one of the people who had ambushed him earlier in the garbage mountains. Back then, the man had been wearing protective gear to hide his identity, so Kisho didn't have much impression. No need for unnecessary talk. Let's start directly. Amos then looked at the man. Neither of us can even be considered beginners, so please start explaining from the very beginning. At Amos's evaluation, black lines crawled across Kisho's face, but he obediently remained silent. Students who needed extra lessons had no right to refute. On the other side, Vester also showed a strange expression. He really couldn't understand how someone who wasn't even a beginner had managed to bring another person into the basics, but wisely didn't ask further. He said slowly, "Alright, then I'll start from the beginning." After a brief pause, Vester figured out how to explain. He raised his hand, releasing his nen and gathering it in his palm. Every living being emits a tiny amount of life energy, but most people unconsciously let it leak away. This energy is what we generally call aura. He continued softly. So-called nen is the ability to freely control the aura emitted from inside and outside the body, using it for attack and defense. Normally, learning nen requires years of cultivation, but in Meteor City, almost no one learns nen this way. Amos sneered. More accurately, if you take it slow, you won't even live long enough to learn nen. That's one reason. But even outside, for people who know nothing about nen, learning it is extremely difficult. Without guidance, they might never find the entrance in their entire life, let alone in a place like Meteor City. Kisho. That's right. If someone here learned nen, there was no way they'd kindly teach someone else. No one knew whether, at some point, the two might turn from friends into enemies over interests. People here never believed in trust. Vester paused briefly and continued. So generally speaking, the reason we can learn nen is because we've once been attacked by nen, forcibly opening the body's aura nodes. He silently observed the two children standing opposite him, thoughtful. But with this method, if the person attacked can't control nen within 5 minutes, they'll quickly die from exhaustion of life force. Even if they don't die, the enormous burden of nen pressure on the body can cause disability. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out all over Kisho. He turned to Amos and said, half jokingly, half sighing, "So someone really was lucky to survive." Amos remained calm and expressionless. "Thanks, Vester." After a moment of silence, he said, "Next, I'll briefly introduce the basics of nen's 4 major practices." He raised his hand. "You already have nen, so you can try following what I say. First is, ten, the most basic technique of nen. Wrapping all of your aura around the surface of your body, keeping it stable and continuously present. This is called ten." After finishing the explanation of ten, Vester paused. Kisho's and Amos's expressions changed instantly. Because in their perception, the person standing opposite them, his sense of presence dropped within a single breath to the point of being almost undetectable. He was standing there, yet people unconsciously ignored him. And then there's Zetsu. His voice came. By drawing aura back into the body and eliminating one's own presence, during this time, the body's defense against nen is almost non-existent. At the same time, one's existence becomes much harder for others to detect. Kisho frowned, thinking. So this technique is called Zetsu, huh? He had used this technique on the night he fought Curiosing Zetsu and Curi's arrogance to deceive him, kill him, and survive. Vester continued. Next is Ren, which allows the aura in the body to be strengthened in a short period of time. Using Gyo, Kisho saw the sudden burst of aura around Vester's body and nodded inward. Lighties, he could use as well. He shook his head helplessly, sighing that practice really did lead to true understanding. Even if some half-baked teacher had never properly taught him, he'd still managed to survive in Meteor City and teach himself through hardship. He turned his head to look at Amos, who also wore a thoughtful expression. Because these techniques he hadn't known the names of before, Kisho had told Amos about them, and Amos had tried using them as well. He should be able to get the hang of them soon. Finally, there's Hatsu. Vester's tone grew heavier. After cultivating the techniques mentioned above, one can release nen outward. Depending on the individual, this will produce various different nen abilities. Vester emphasized the words, nen abilities. Nen abilities. Nen abilities. And in their hearts, Kisho and Amos also heavily repeated those words. Those 3 words were like a door blocking their path forward, and at this moment, the strange and dazzling new world beyond the door was opening itself to them. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 45, Chapter 45, Plan 4x New World X Nen Categories. Under the night sky, two children stood facing Vester. Vester slowly introduced. Nen's ability can be divided into 6 major categories. They are enhancement, transmutation, manipulation, emission, conjuration, and specialization. Enhancement can use Nen to strengthen one's body or weapons. Among the 6 major categories, it is a well-balanced type in both offense and defense. The abilities of transmutation can change the nature and shape of aura. The aura of emission can leave the body and still maintain considerable power outside the body. Manipulation type Nen users can inject their Nen into other people or into objects, and then control their actions. When Kisho heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Sensing his abnormality, Amos asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Kisho silently pressed down the blood-colored memories surging up from his mind, then shook his head. "Nothing, I just remembered some unpleasant things." Amos was silent for a moment, then said, "Care to elaborate?" Kisho frowned. "You really don't know how to be tactful." But he didn't hide it. "I was once controlled by a manipulation-type Nen user and made to do things I really hated." "Ah." Amos thought for a moment, then said calmly, "It's fine. In the future, just beat them back hard." Kisho froze, not knowing how to respond to that. He let out a sigh and smiled bitterly. "Sure, imagining doing that does feel satisfying, but it's just, probably a tiny bit hard." Amos said seriously and earnestly, "What are you afraid of? As long as you can take revenge before you die, it still counts as revenge." Kisho fell into thought. On the other side, Vester quietly waited until the two finished talking before continuing. The 5th category is conjuration. It can change the form of one's aura into something one wants. Specifically, it materializes aura, turning it into something that truly exists. The 6th, and also the last, anything that does not belong to the above 5 categories is classified as specialization. However, the abilities of specialization are generally extremely mysterious and difficult to explain concretely. If enhancement has extremely strong combat ability, then although specialization is not good at combat, its ability types are bizarre and unpredictable. Often, it can create trouble for enemies through means outside of direct combat. In addition, there's one more point. A person can use abilities from multiple categories, but their Nen will only belong to one category. Vester said. Therefore, developing as much as possible in the direction of one's own category is the most beneficial for improving personal strength. That concludes all explanations about Nen. At this point, Vester spread his hands, made a concluding remark, and said, "I only know this much." After listening to Vester's explanation, Kisho quietly pondered in his heart the people he had encountered so far, and which category each belonged to. Clary's Nen was unclear. He had never seen it from beginning to end. Either enhancement, or he hadn't developed his Nen ability yet. Salsty's Nen could turn into poisoned wine and had physical form. That was probably conjuration. Then there was the red-haired man named Vincent who died by his hand today. His Nen created illusions and didn't seem to fit into the first 5 categories, probably specialization. The members of the troupe. Taking a blind guess, Krollo and Pakunoda were both specialization. That annoying guy Shulnark who controlled himself with antennas was definitely manipulation. Maki, who could produce needles and threads anytime, anywhere, seemed a bit like conjuration and a bit like transmutation. Hard to tell for now. Kisho categorized the few people he had seen, then turned to look at Amos. Amos was also digesting what Vester had said in his mind. Then he looked up at Vester and asked, "Then how do you determine what category you belong to?" "You can use a method that people outside call the water divination Nen test." Vester was clearly prepared and explained without pause. "Fill a glass container with water, place a leaf on top or anything that can float. Use Hatsu on the container. Based on the changes in the water and the floating object, you can determine which category the ability user's Nen belongs to. If the water rises and overflows, it's enhancement. If the color of the water changes, it's emission. If the floating object moves, then it's manipulation. Impurities appearing in the water indicate conjuration. If the taste of the water changes, it's transmutation." He paused briefly, then said slowly, "If a change different from those 5 appears, it's classified as specialization." Amos nodded lightly, then looked at Kisho and asked, "I'm good here. Do you have anything else you want to ask him?" Kisho gave a soft looked at Vester, and asked, "There should be some more advanced techniques regarding the application of Nen, right?" "There are, but I don't know them." Vester smiled bitterly. "I just said it earlier. People in Meteor City are almost all self-taught. What I know is just the basics. I've already told you everything I've learned over the years." Kisho said "Oh," then replied, "All right then. I'm done, thanks." When he heard the word thanks, Vester showed a choked expression. Amos shot Kisho a sideways glance, then said to Vester, "Then we're leaving. Don't worry. What I promised you will remain valid as long as I'm not dead." Vester stared at Amos. After a long moment, he replied, "Okay." Kisho and Amos returned to their trash nest. The 2 kids had no intention of sleeping tonight. While it was still early, Amos wandered around the mountain, found a used glass 4 bottle, forcibly snapped off the bottle mouth, and brought it back to the trash nest. Quick, quick, quick. Kisho excitedly threw a small piece of plastic foam into the 4 bottle, then held the bottle and poured water into it. After nearly 10 minutes, the glass bottle was filled with water, and the plastic foam floated up. You go first or me first? Amos looked at Kisho, eagerness flickering in his eyes. Kisho made a please go first gesture. Amos curled his lips, placed both hands on the outside of the glass bottle, and slowly released his nen. After a long while, seeing no change at all, Kisho asked in confusion, "Are you actually using nen?" "Nonsense." Amos's face darkened. "Why is there no change?" Kisho was silent for a moment, then said softly, maybe, is there a possibility that your specialization?" Amos said something Kisho didn't understand, but he could roughly guess it was a curse. He slammed the glass bottle heavily onto the ground. "Forget it. Your turn." Then he retreated to the side in a huff. It was Kisho's turn to sit in front of the glass bottle. He also placed both hands on the outside of the bottle and released nen. After a long while, still nothing happened. "Is this method inaccurate or something?" Kisho said angrily, doubting his existence. Amos was also silent for a moment, then said, "Is there a possibility that you're also specialization?" Kisho. Amos. Under the night sky, a glass bottle with the foam inside was mercilessly thrown out from a hole on the garbage mountain, rolling and tumbling down. Inside the trash nest, 2 children sat with their eyes closed, racing against time to train and improve themselves. Even if the category they tested turned out to be specialization the one Vester described as not good at combat, it was still theirs, an ability that could allow them to survive in this cruel world. I recommend checking out my new Pokemon fanfic, Pokemon System, Me, the Strongest Champion of the League. It features a system that isn't overpowered, keeping the story balanced and engaging. The main character isn't Ash, but an original, cool MC, which makes it even more enjoyable to read. I'd love to hear your feedback. 46, Chapter 46, Plan 5x Cultivation x the 4 Seasons and the Elements. At daybreak on the second day, Amos, who had finished his cultivation, and Kisho, who had just struggled out of his recent agony, opened their eyes at the same time, preparing to begin another life or death day. Morning. Kisho twisted his stiff neck and greeted Amos. Amos opened his eyes and looked at him. Although he wasn't used to greeting people, he still responded. "Morning. I didn't get the chance to ask yesterday, did you find the people you were looking for?" "More or less." Amos thought for a moment and said, "But the few who are still alive have all been placed somewhere that's hard to get out from under surveillance. Bringing them here will be a bit troublesome." Kisho frowned and asked, is it difficult?" "It's not difficult, just troublesome." After a brief consideration, Amos said, "Take me to see One-Eyed today. I thought through several possibilities last night. Letting them escape surveillance under the identity of having died in battle is the most convenient method." Kisho nodded. "Okay." He stood up, continuing to loosen up his body as he spoke. "After I take you to see One-Eyed, I won't be involved in White Eagle Association matters anymore. That's fine, right?" "It's fine. Leave the rest to me." Amos curled the corner of his mouth toward Kisho and smiled calmly. "Don't worry, I'll also keep an eye out for your matters." "That's great. By the way, you still remember the vice chairman I mentioned to you, right?" Thinking of that vice chairman who had left a deep impression on him after just one meeting, Kisho knit his brows, stopped stretching, and asked seriously, "Do you have any way to deal with that vice chairman?" "For now, it's fine," Amos replied, then explained, "I don't have any conflict of interests with him, at least not yet, so there's no need to deal with him for now. If we count the 2 of us, One-Eye's faction is currently the strongest. And you told me that One-Eyed was promoted by the vice chairman. So on the surface, others will classify him as part of the vice chairman's faction." He spoke softly. If One-Eyed supports the vice chairman directly taking over as chairman, and he himself becomes vice chairman, the resistance he faces won't be too strong either. "That's true. Anyway, whether the vice chairman becomes chairman or stays as he is, he won't really have any actual power. To him, the 2 positions aren't much different. At least this way, he still has a faction supporting him, ensuring his status isn't threatened." Kisho relaxed. When you think about it like that, his situation hasn't really changed at all compared to when Sauls was still around. Amos snapped his fingers. "Exactly. Since that's the case," Kisho walked outside, "then let's head out now. After taking you to see One-Eyed, I'll come back and continue my cultivation." 10 days later. After Kisho and One-Eyed returned from the East District that day, the other Hall Masters, seeing Bayer, who had narrowly survived after being gravely injured, looking utterly miserable, all put away their thoughts of targeting One-Eyed. One-Eyed thus firmly secured his position as Hall Master. On top of that, by killing Vincent and seizing his territory, One-Eyed became more and more established within the White Eagle Association. As One-Eye's influence continued to grow, Amos also made use of that power, leading people to overthrow several enemy strongholds in the East District. He killed everyone there, allowing those of his own faction inside the strongholds to escape under the guise of fake death, change their identities, move to the West District, and join the White Eagle Association. Kisho paid no attention to what happened within the White Eagle Association during those 10+ days. Only when Amos contacted him would he briefly go help out. All his remaining time was devoted entirely to cultivation. He vaguely sensed that his Nen affinity was not the same as Noah Barton's. In other words, when he used Noah Barton's Nen ability, his original Nen ability would be replaced. To verify this conjecture, which was completely different from what Vester had said, he once again performed the water divination test. The result was exactly as he had expected. When borrowing Noah Barton's Nen to use Hatsu, the taste of the water would change depending on the element. Fire was spicy, water was sweet. From this, it was evident that Noah Barton's Nen affinity was transmutation. This change was actually quite practical. In the future, he wouldn't need to buy chili peppers or sugar anymore. As Kisho poured out the water from the glass bottle, he sighed in amazement. Nen abilities were truly too strange. Judging from his Song of the Four Seasons Nen ability, the badge could enhance the wearer's speed, strength, and stamina. That meant it should be an enhancement ability, and when using it, Song of the Four Seasons had to be used as a medium to create the badge. Therefore, when Song of the Four Seasons was taken away, it resulted in him having Nen but no Nen ability. Although he could still summon the Nen book, that was limited to mere summoning. All abilities that required badges were completely invalid. Once the badges were invalid, the bonuses originally provided by the instruments placed in the book were also invalid. He let out a heavy sigh and cursed a certain someone 10,000 times in his heart. If he were able to use the ability to condense badges, he guessed he could even use Calamity's Mouth to deal with the poison in his body. The thing that poisoned him was Nen, not real poison. He wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths to find a way into Loshan Mountain in search of an inhibitor. He cursed that same person another 10,000 times in his heart. That said, Noah Barton's transmutation ability could convert Nen into fire and water. If fire and water corresponded to Song of Raging Fire and Song of Clear Water within Song of the Four Seasons, then he should likewise be able to convert Nen into the rock and wind that also existed within Song of the Four Seasons. During the 10 days when Amos was running around busy, Kisho stayed holed up in the Garbage Mountain, developing his elemental abilities in preparation for any crisis that might arise at any time. At noon, under the blazing sun, Kisho sat on the ground, his left palm pressed against the earth, sensing everything within the ground that could resonate with his Nen. Once his Nen was infused into the earth, he could feel every extremely subtle vibration within a 10-meter radius centered on himself. Even a cockroach crawling out of the garbage heap couldn't escape his perception. Kisho sat there quietly, as if asleep. His left eye suddenly snapped open, turning silver blue without any warning. 10 meters in front of him, a rock spike as long as a finger and as thick as a wrist silently drilled out from beneath the ground, pinning a rat, probably a rat that had crawled out of the garbage heap, dead to the earth. The rats in the Meteor City industrial zone had no idea what they grew up eating. They were as big as house cats from his previous life, with blood-red eyes, long fangs, and terrifying aggressiveness. Chee chee chee. The rat let out a shrill scream, green blood flowing from its wound. Pain and blood stimulated its ferocity, and its eyes grew even redder. With a sudden heave, the rat forcefully snapped the rock spike. It knew who had injured it. The blood-red eyes reflected Kisho's figure as it charged straight toward him. However, halfway there, the rat's body abruptly stalled and fell into a mud pit that suddenly appeared on the ground without warning. Pooh pooh. Before the rat could crawl out of the pit, 4 or 5 more rock spikes shot up from underground, lightning fast, piercing into its body and suspending it in midair. Chee! The rat's entire body convulsed violently, thrashing about. As it struggled, streams of blood gushed from its wounds. Even so, this creature with extraordinarily strong vitality still didn't die. Kisho remained silent. He raised his hand, and a wind blade slashed toward the rat, leaving a half-inch deep wound on its neck and granting it release. Kisho lowered his head, gazing at his hand, and muttered to himself. Even though I've developed both wind and rock, the damage they can deal is still too low. When truly facing enemies, the only things that will probably be useful are rock's sensing ability and its ability to create obstacles. Even if the damage isn't high, what if it can make someone trip? Kisho gave a self-mocking smile, but his gaze remained firm. After making a slight adjustment, he once again entered cultivation. If you feel that you're not strong enough, then keep working hard to make yourself stronger. I recommend checking out my new Pokemon fanfic, Pokemon System, Me, the Strongest Champion of the League. It features a system that isn't overpowered, keeping the story balanced and engaging. The main character isn't Ash, but an original, cool MC, which makes it even more enjoyable to read. I'd love to hear your feedback. 47, Chapter 47, Plan 6X Amos X Mysterious Call. Night fell, the moon hanging at its zenith. Kisho frowned, staring at the heavy night outside the Garbage Mountain. He sensed an indescribable feeling of, the storm is coming, the wind fills the tower. Something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, Amos should have been back by now. Whenever the poison in his body flared up, Amos would always appear by his side, waiting in silence. But tonight, he could already feel the poison inside him beginning to stir, quiet and patient, gathering strength, waiting for the moment to drag him into hell. Yet Amos still hadn't returned. He shouldn't be in trouble. Kisho took out the phone Amos had given him and clenched it in his palm. If he ran into something he couldn't handle, he would naturally contact May. He's been doing that these past few days. He flipped the phone open, his finger hovering over the dial key, then hesitated again. If he's lying low, and I call him rashly, will it? However, before he could reach a conclusion, in some instant he hadn't yet registered, an extremely faint stab of pain flashed and vanished. Then, within just a few moments, the pain spread throughout his entire body. As the attacks increased, each one grew fiercer than the last, as if something were gnawing at every inch of his flesh and blood. Kisho bit his lip, suppressing the involuntary whimper, and curled up. The next moment, his scattered consciousness shattered by the sudden agony was jolted awake by the phone vibrating incessantly in his hand. Kisho was almost too weak to hold on to it. Only by digging his fingertips into his palm did he manage to trap the phone there and press the answer key. He took a deep breath, forced down another wave of pain, and spoke softly, "Hello." The voice on the other end wasn't Amos's. That realization made Kisho instantly tighten his grip on the phone, nearly crushing it. His voice turned cold at once. "Who are you?" The laughter sounded slightly distorted through the battered phone's audio quality, but the instant Kisho heard it, his body felt as if it had been electrified. He even forgot the intense pain inside him, going numb from head to toe. "Little kid, it'd be better to let the adult in your family take the call." The person on the line lifted the ending of their words, speaking in an extremely careless tone. "Or could it be that you're the owner of this number?" Kisho's body went taut, numb to the extreme. He steadied himself, lowered his voice, and said, "Just who exactly are you?" Don't worry about who I am just yet." The person on the other end laughed. "Within a quarter of an hour, the tallest building in District 5. See you there, Kishanam." Along with that voice came Amos's voice, followed by a muffled groan suppressed to the extreme. Rage nearly overflowed from Kisho's eyes. "Ma, this little brat should be someone you know, right? But if you don't want to come, that's fine too, I'll come find you instead, bringing this little brat's corpse." The voice paused slightly. "That's it then, hanging up now." After saying that, the person didn't wait for Kisho's response and decisively ended the call. Beep beep beep. Kisho pressed the phone that was emitting the busy tone dark. He grit his teeth and tried to stand, but his legs drained of strength made him crash heavily back to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Kisho stood up once more and slowly took a step forward. Compared to the first time he was poisoned, he could now act while enduring the pain, but only slowly. Damn it, why does it have to be now? Anger and frustration drowned him. Yet anger was useless. If he couldn't reach the designated place within the half hour the other party had set, he slowly lowered his head, fell silent for a moment, gently closed his eyes, and called out in a low voice, "Noah. I'm sorry, but could you help me?" Noah Barton moved through the garbage mountain in the night at extreme speed, like a ghost, like lightning. Within the allotted time, he arrived at a stretch of ruins. Here stood the tallest building in all of District 5, a clock tower missing one corner. At the top of its towering spire, where a bronze bell should have hung, there was nothing. A young man stood there, leaning against a pillar of the clock tower, relaxed and casual. As Noah withdrew, Kisho woke up, lifting his eyes to look at the person standing by the clock tower. As if sensing the gaze, the man slightly turned his head, the corner of his mouth curling as he looked back at Kisho. The instant their eyes met, Kisho felt a sudden chill run through his entire body for no apparent reason. The young man's figure vanished abruptly, and when he reappeared, he was already less than 5 meters from Kisho. Facing him like a great enemy, Kisho tensed his body to the limit. A drop of cold sweat slid down from his temple. "So it really is a little kid." Staring at Kisho, the young man tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. His face was painted with heavy makeup, dotted with star and waterdrop marks. His orange-red hair stuck up wildly. He wore clothes tightly cinched at the waist, and high heels on his feet. He looked like a circus magician. But a circus would absolutely never have such a dangerous, such a deranged magician. Even at first glance, Kisho could be 100% certain this person was absolutely not normal. I thought a spider undergoing an assessment would be some kind of impressive character. The young man stared at Kisho, the narrow eyes that squinted slightly revealing an extremely dangerous dark glint. What a disappointment. Though he said disappointment, his eyes were filled with ultimate madness and ultimate pleasure. He stuck out his tongue and slowly licked the corner of his mouth, like savoring dessert before the main course. Kisho felt his body trembling not from pain, but from fear and from an overwhelming discomfort at not knowing how to face the person before him. This lunatic was surrounded by completely unrestrained nen, and that terrifying, despair-inducing pressure of nen he had only ever felt it from one person before. He was probably just as terrifying as Krollo. But he would rather face Krollo than face this guy who couldn't even speak like a human. Because Krollo's nen pressure was cold and silent. But this lunatic's nen was filled with his madness for slaughter and battle. He craved combat, craved blood, craved death, whether it was death he brought to others, or death others brought to him. Kisho suppressed his fear. Even though his teeth were chattering, he still asked, word by word, "Where is the owner of the phone?" The young man stared at him with eyes full of delight. The curve of his raised mouth made his smile carry a horrifying meaning. Kisho's expression grew grave. Seeing that this person had no intention of answering him at all, he pushed his perceptive ability to the maximum. Amid these ruins, aside from the towering clock tower, he sensed the lunatic's terrifyingly powerful nen, and beneath another corner of the clock tower, an extremely faint 10. Amos. Although he sensed Amos's presence, his 10 was already so weak it was almost imperceptible. A shadow fell over Kisho's eyes as he silently clenched his fist. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw. 48. Chapter 48. Plan 7x Magician X One-Sided Agreement. The young man clearly noticed that someone had swept him with nen. He let out a tone from his nose that could be described as rising and falling, as if expressing dissatisfaction. The corner of his eyes lifted slightly as he chuckled softly. Oh my, how heartless! I was the one who invited you first, and yet you're still thinking about other people. Kisho had no intention of responding to anything said by someone he had already defined as having something wrong with his head. The fist he hid at his side was already filled with nen, but he didn't know whether he should seize the initiative. The gap between him and the person in front of him was so great it was despair-inducing. If a preemptive attack failed and left an opening, then there truly wouldn't be even the slightest chance left. The young man laughed once. A playing card appeared in his fingertips without warning. He brought it to his lips and lightly kissed it. Well, no matter what, even if the troop's number 8 spider is just a little kid, they should be able to let me have a bit of fun, right? As his voice fell, suffocating nen pressure surged toward Kisho like an overwhelming tide. Yet faster than that wave of pressure was the playing card in the young man's hand. The card even sliced through the air, trailing a streak of light, so fast it exceeded Kisho's reaction. Only after that flash of light did the young man's voice arrive leisurely. With a sharp, chilla sound, the blade-like card struck the wind barrier, producing an extremely piercing friction noise. In an instant, the card cut through the wind barrier and, without losing momentum, flew straight toward Kisho's throat. But relying on the less than a second that the wind barrier bought him, Kisho barely twisted aside to avoid the vital point. The card grazed his arm, carving a bloody gash and dragging a line of blood across the ground. The night was moonless. Thick fog rose suddenly. That's a bit disappointing. Beneath the clock tower, the pervert standing there casually sighed in a deliberately lowered voice. I could have joined the troop directly, but that guy Krollo suddenly said that the originally vacant number 8 seat was taken by a member currently undergoing assessment. A bored expression appeared on the pervert's face. He spread his hands, feigning helplessness. If number 8 were strong enough, that'd be fine. I could kill them and still have a good fight. Honestly, making me search the central district for so long. Finally found them, and it turns out to be a kid. A kid who called someone over who knew it'd still be a kid. Kisho. I don't know what number 8 spider you're talking about. While silently cursing Krollo countless times in his heart, he refuted in a low voice. I also never agreed to join the troop. You've got the wrong person. Well, as the leader, that guy Krollo probably wouldn't lie about something like this, right? Before Kisho could finish speaking, the young man had already closed the distance to less than half a foot in an instant. Kisho's pupils suddenly widened, because that eerily pale face was now right in front of him. Narrow eyes scanned him up and down. That's right, white hair, blue eyes, How many times do I have to say it? I'm not a member of the troop at all. Kisho launched an attack abruptly. The punch he had secretly been charging for so long slammed with all his strength toward the young man's face. He didn't expect this punch to injure the pervert in front of him. He only hoped to force him back. But just as his fist was about to make intimate contact with the pervert's face, his expression changed. He felt as if his fist had smashed into a ball of cotton. The cotton instantly turned into terrifyingly elastic rubber. His force was completely rebounded, flinging him away. The pervert hooked the corner of his mouth, extended one finger, and curled it. Well now, what a lying little apple. A rope that had stuck to Kisho at some unknown point was suddenly pulled tight. He was yanked back violently. The backward speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to adjust his posture before the pervert's smiling face was already reflected in his pupils. Then, the pervert casually raised his hand and casually swung it. Yet the attack that landed on Kisho weighed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. His body slammed heavily into the ground with a loud bang. Ugh! Kisho opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The intense pain inside his body and the agony in his back made his vision go black, and he almost passed out. But he couldn't pass out yet. Clenching his teeth, Kisho resisted the overwhelming dizziness and slowly, bit by bit, forced himself to stand up. He stared deathly at the pervert in front of him, gasping for breath one mouthful at a time. Whether it was physical strength, non-strength, combat reaction, or experience, he was utterly outmatched. There wasn't even a trace of a chance to win. What should he do? What could he do? That's a pretty good look in your eyes. The pervert returned Kisho's gaze, pleasure showing on his face. He walked toward Kisho step by step, the playing card between his fingertips repeatedly spinning and vanishing. Suddenly, the pervert stopped. With agility unimaginable to ordinary people, he leapt backward, lightly dodging rock spikes that shot up from the ground. However, at the instant he landed, his figure paused. The moment the pervert's feet touched the ground, the once flat surface suddenly collapsed. In the blink and you miss it gap before he could adjust, a streak of fire lit up the night, roaring toward him like a meteor. Aya! The pervert's eyes lifted at the corners. He stared leisurely at the little kid whose one eye had turned silver blue, the excitement in his eyes almost becoming tangible. The flames struck him and exploded with a thunderous boom. After the dust settled, the pervert strolled out from the other side, unhurried. And that little kid had already vanished from the spot. The pervert stared at the empty space. Now this is a bit interesting. Kisho's figure passed through the dense fog and appeared at another corner of the clock tower. He knew that his nen fire couldn't harm that pervert at all. It was only to create an opening to stall him briefly, and then use the nen fire to obstruct his vision. His current nen had almost no real power, it could only cause minor trouble for the opponent, but that was enough. As long as he could gain a single instant, it would suffice. Amos stood with his eyes closed, back leaning against the wall of the clock tower. Bending down to pick Amos up and feeling his heartbeat, the emotions so dense they were almost solid in Kisho's eyes faded slightly. Good. He was still alive. However, just as he was about to flee with Amos as fast as possible, a playing card pressed against his neck without any warning. Caught you. The pervert's voice carried satisfaction and delight. He slowly said to Kisho, who was pinned by nen pressure and killing intent to the point of being unable to move, "Stand still like a good boy. If you dare move around, I'll kill you right away, you know." Kisho froze in place. He remained silent, suppressing the trembling of his body as well as the urge to turn and run. Cold sweat had already soaked through his clothes. What a good kid. After finally creating an opportunity, you didn't run, but wanted to take your companion with you. Well then, I'll count you as qualified. Answer a few questions properly, and I'll let you and your little partner go. The pervert smiled. Don't worry, I don't want to kill you anymore after all, the two of you are both cute little apples. Kisho. The pervert's trailing tone lifted as he asked, "You know Crollo, right?" Ah, just as I thought. The pervert laughed happily. "That Saul's guy was also killed by you, right?" Kisho knew he was talking about Saul's. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yes, it was me." "Then that settles it. I originally thought the troops number 8 would head deeper into Meteor City. Honestly, I completely went in the wrong direction." The pervert paused here for a moment, then spoke. "All right then, that's it." As his words fell, the playing card pressed against Kisho's neck vanished from his fingertips. Once the killing intent dispersed, Kisho hugged Amos and darted forward, pulling distance from the pervert. He then turned to face him, vigilantly watching for any possible movement. "Nice eyes." The pervert slowly crouched down. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. "Your name is Kisho, right? I'll remember that name. I'll come find you again." He slowly stood up, his figure fading into the fog. Moments later, the terrifying nen pressure that belonged to him gradually dissipated. Only then did his voice reach Kisho's ears. "Until then, don't die, okay?" This chapter was posted for review. Thank you. For each review, plus 1 chapter. 49, Chapter 49, Plan 8X Elders Council X Eve. 49, Chapter 49, Plan 8X Elders Council X Eve. Inside the garbage mountain of District 9, Kisho fled back here as if running for his life, dragging Amos with him. He set Amos down on the ground, then collapsed beside him, completely drained. That pervert's way of speaking and his voice had way too much lingering impact. Even now, half of Kisho's body was still numb to the point of dying on one side, hurting to the point of dying on the other. He was still shaken. That terrifyingly powerful pervert, where on earth did he come from? Why was he looking for him, and what was his purpose? Phantom Troop, Spider, number 8. He knew that the band of thieves led by Crollo was called the Phantom Troop, and he also knew that number 8 referred to a member's number. But what exactly was a spider? And if that pervert wanted to join the troop, why did he have to come looking for him? What he couldn't understand the most was this: if that guy had wanted to kill him, it would have been effortless. So why let him and Amos leave? Kisho turned his head. Amos was still unconscious. He slowly let out a breath. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that they had made it back alive. He crawled over to Amos, lifted his shirt, and checked him for injuries. There were bruises on the back of Amos's neck and his lower abdomen, and the joints in both his hands had been dislocated by that pervert. Fortunately, there were no open wounds. Otherwise, if an infection set in, there would be no way to deal with it in a place like Meteor City. That would be real trouble. Kisho let out a sigh of relief. Grasping Amos's left arm and left shoulder, he enhanced his perception with Nen, identified the positions of the bones and meridians, and with a sharp crack, set the arm back into place. Then he was startled when Amos, who had no idea when he'd opened his eyes, suddenly stared at him. Amos looked at him expressionlessly. Even though he couldn't move, the killing intent in his gaze alone was enough to kill Kisho 10,000 times over. Kisho's hand trembled as he moved to set Amos's right arm, nearly putting it back wrong. "You idiot. Didn't I tell you not to come? Are you fucking stupid? How the hell have you even lived this long?" Amos showed absolutely no awareness that he was already in Kisho's hands, firing off words like a machine gun. "Such an obvious trap and bait, and you still jumped straight in without a second thought. Apart from dragging yourself in too, it was completely Before Amos could finish, Kisho directly raised his hands to cover his ears. Stop yelling, stop yelling. I know I was wrong. I'll dare to do it again next time. Amos's serious face flushed red with anger. Don't overthink it. Kisho smiled and said, aren't we both still alive right now? Amos. After a long silence, he muttered. If there's a next time, I'd rather you didn't come save me. That won't do. Kisho shrugged. I can't just ignore a friend. Amos choked on his words, then rolled his eyes. Idiot. Making friends in Meteor City. Ha! Kisho blinked. He lay down on the other side of Amos, looking through the hole in the roof of the garbage heap up at the starry sky. By the way, do you know who that person was just now? Don't change the subject. Amos snapped irritably, but still followed Kisho's question and answered him. I don't know. I was originally counting the things I'd gotten recently when that guy suddenly barged in. He stared at me for a while, asked if Sauls was killed by me, and then asked if I was a spider. Kisho frowned. So what exactly is a spider? Amos stayed silent, turning his head to look at Kisho lying beside him. After a long moment, he softly said, you really don't know? Kisho looked utterly innocent. I really don't. The A-rank thief group known as the Phantom Troop, each member has a spider tattoo with 12 legs and a number on their body. Amos explained. So people outside like to use spider as a nickname for them. Kisho nodded in understanding. Then he thought of something, a glint flashing in his eyes, and suddenly got excited. They're a group of thieves and even rated A-rank, so they must have committed countless crimes. Doesn't anyone arrest them? Once I get out of here, I'm calling the police. Amos's eyes rolled so hard they nearly flipped upside down. He no longer had the energy to complain about Kisho's cold jokes. He looked at Kisho, his expression complicated, and slowly asked. You have a connection with the troop, don't you? The excitement in Kisho's eyes faded, replaced with complexity. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Even though I don't want to admit it, yeah, I do have some connection. I don't know why the person tonight insisted on looking for you, but Amos said solemnly, no matter what, the fact that you're connected to the troop absolutely cannot be revealed. Every member of the troop is on an A-rank wanted list. Who knows how many people want them dead? Even if those people can't touch them, they can still squeeze you, the soft persimmon. Being described as a soft persimmon, Kisho's face darkened instantly. There's one more thing. Amos continued. I've checked it thoroughly. That day when you said the vice chairman would continue trading with the Bancroft family, that was just a pretense the vice chairman used at the time to stabilize people's morale. The real situation is this: after the East District Elder obtained the raw liquid, he handed it over to Sauls for modification. The portion Sauls received was the Elder's payment to him. Kisho frowned. You mean that even though I already know the family producing the raw liquid is the Bancroft family, if I want to infiltrate, I still have to start with the Elders? As a weapon supplied by the Elders to the Mafia, it'll be trusted more. It's easier than trying to sneak in on your own. Amos nodded lightly, a look of disgust surfacing in his eyes. But my advice is only for reference, because the Elder of the East District is truly a nauseating guy. Kisho laughed. Can't be helped. Life is unsatisfactory 8 or 9 times out of 10, and the remaining 1 or 2 are even worse. Amos. He had lost count of how many times he'd rolled his eyes tonight. The Elders' Council will be convened in the central area in 3 days. The former vice chairman can bring 2 people to attend together with the West District Elder. Amos slowly began to explain his plan. The former vice chairman is now the chairman, and One-Eyed is the vice chairman. Those 2 will definitely go, so that leaves only 1 remaining spot. If things go according to my plan, I'll go look for my brother after the gathering of the 4 elders ends. If nothing goes wrong, after I succeed, I'll directly pull a group of White Eagle Association members to the West District and use them to counter my brother's remaining forces. Amos's expression grew grave. But if I fail, everyone connected to me will be in trouble. So I don't recommend that you get involved in this meeting. If possible, I'd even hope that you wait until my matters are fully settled before going through Chelsea Tabor and entering Los Han Mountain via his connections. That won't do. I've helped you this much already. I should at least be brought along to the end to see the result. Kisho said with a smile. Amos shot him a sideways glance. If I fail, I'll die. Kisho didn't care. Come on. He paused, then looked at Amos with eyes full of trust. If you didn't have complete confidence, you wouldn't act rashly. So Wade definitely won't fail. And besides, instead of going through Chelsea Tabor, why shouldn't I go through you? Kisho looked at Amos and smiled. If you succeed, you'll be qualified to trade with the outside Mafia too, right? Amos fell silent. A trace of complicated emotion appeared in his eyes. He muttered a low idiot, but didn't say anything more to stop him. Seeing this, Kisho smiled. Then let's wish us success. 50, Chapter 50, Plan 9X and X Prologue. May 1st, Meteor City, District 1, Central Manor. Starting yesterday, one sedan after another drove in from all directions toward the most central area of Meteor City. Inside the cars sat people under the command of the elders from the 4 districts. Before the meeting began, everyone would conduct security checks and defensive deployments inside the council building. Although the subordinates of the elders fought each other to the death over territory, talent, and resources, on the surface they still maintained a so-called peace. Therefore, the 4 elders reached a consensus on limiting the number of accompanying security personnel for the meeting. Each elder was restricted to bringing fewer than 50 guards in total. On the main road, a sedan departing from District 5 slowly drove toward the manor and was stopped at the entrance by a temporarily assembled guard unit. As soon as the driver rolled down the window, the guards raised their guns and aimed them into the car. West District, under Elder Chelsea Tabor. This is the pass. The driver remained calm as he waved a pass in front of the inspector's eyes. The inspector merely glanced at the pass and then waved his hand. The head count is correct. Go in. The sedan started up again, swaying as it moved forward at an extremely slow speed. However, no one knew that a young boy was hanging beneath the car, slipping through right under their noses. The guard searching outside will use Nen abilities, but over-reliance on Nen also leads to a lack of caution. Kisho, who had suppressed his presence and was maintaining a state of zetsu, laughed silently to himself. A short while later, the sedan that had entered the manor stopped in the parking area. Go find Lord Tabor and rendezvous. Yes. Voices came from inside the car. Kisho tensed his body. The moment the people inside opened the doors to get out, he released his grip and dropped to the ground beneath the car. Then, using the shadows cast by a row of neatly parked vehicles, he slipped out of the parking area. What came into view was a manor built in the central district, luxurious to the point of being called a castle, a level of extravagance that simply didn't seem like something that should exist inside Meteor City. Kisho shrank into a corner, reached into his pocket, and quietly pressed the dial button. After the phone vibrated 3 times, he hung up the call. This was the signal he had agreed on with Amos, successfully infiltrated. The guards patrolling outside the manor and those stationed at fixed posts rotated shifts in cycles. Kisho observed from the corner for about half an hour. Taking advantage of the gap when the 2 groups guarding the main entrance switched shifts, he sprinted through the front gate at top speed and successfully entered the castle. Beyond the long corridor lay the grand hall on the first floor of the castle. Aside from 2 rows of tables, nearly 100 people were present inside, divided into 4 groups, standing or sitting. Everyone was watching every move made by those not on their own side with vigilance. Avoiding the direction from which the corridor could be seen from the main hall, Kisho advanced cautiously along the corners. He came to a small side room at a bend in the corridor, silently pushed open the half-closed door, and slipped inside. This was the castle's prep kitchen. Shelves to one side were filled with freshly baked pastries, red wines with names he couldn't understand, and spare tableware. On the other side were about a dozen empty food carts. At the far end of the prep kitchen, the bustling noise of conversation and footsteps never stopped, occasionally mixed with a chef scolding an assistant. That passage just now is for service staff. Kisho stared at the back kitchen separated by plastic curtains, then looked in another direction. This way should lead directly from the dining area to the main hall. He thought to himself. Then he heard footsteps approaching from the kitchen. His figure flickered as he hid behind a storage rack piled with napkins. The chefs carried exquisite dishes out from the kitchen and placed them on the tables. The dishes are ready. Get people over here to send them to the front, hurry. Behind the rack, a chef shouted impatiently. After speaking, he raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, failing to clean it completely, then hurried back into the kitchen. After the head chef gave the order, notifications were sent out. Over a dozen servers rushed over, placed the dishes onto food carts, and then pushed them one by one toward the dining area. Kisho remained silent behind the storage rack. A few minutes later, another server came running in, panting, muttering under his breath as he ran. Damn it, damn it, damn it all, the pager had to break at a time like this. He cursed as he set dishes onto a food cart. Then his movements froze, his eyes widened, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Sorry about that. Kisho dragged the unconscious man to the innermost, completely empty space behind a storage rack. As he stripped off the man's clothes and put them on himself, he muttered, borrowing your identity for a bit. Don't worry, I'll return it tomorrow. A moment later, Kisho stood there, awkwardly tugging at his bow tie. He bent down and used fingers infused with Nen to trim the overly long pant legs. Whatever, this'll do. It's not like anyone has nothing better to do than stare at a server. Kisho stepped into the outer area. Not long after, the group of servers returned to the prep kitchen pushing empty carts. Seeing Kisho, someone who looked like a supervisor frowned and snapped angrily. I was wondering why we were one person short. Where did you go? Why are you only showing up now? Kisho lowered his head and said sincerely, I'm very sorry. This is my first time here, I got lost earlier and was delayed. I'm really sorry. The supervisor stared at Kisho, feeling suspicious of this kid. However, all the service staff here came from the attendants of the 4 elders. A new face suddenly appearing was normal enough. Sending a child to work as a server was strange, but since he was just a kid, he couldn't be a dangerous figure. The supervisor didn't think further. He cursed. Move faster. If you don't know how to do something, watch how others do it. Don't be so clumsy. Then he hurriedly turned around and called for the others to keep sending out food. Kisho quickly nodded and silently followed the others, pushing a food cart toward the main hall. When no one was watching, the corners of Kisho's mouth lifted slightly. The plan was going smoothly. As servers came and went, the tables in the center of the hall, which had originally been empty, were now filled with dishes and pastries. Kisho followed the others and imitated their movements, placing dishes onto the tables. Suddenly, he felt the phone in his pocket vibrate once, then stop, then vibrate twice more. The first vibration meant Amos had already seen him. The second vibration meant Amos would find him to rendezvous within 2 hours. He needed to quickly find a concealed place to wait for him. Kisho gave a barely perceptible nod, letting Amos, who was watching him from the shadows, know that he had received the message. Noon. After working busily behind everyone else all morning and figuring out the distribution of guards on the first floor, Kisho took the initiative to accept the task of delivering meals to the rooms where the elders were staying. He pushed a food cart, silently took the elevator, and arrived on the 3rd floor of the castle. The entire 3rd floor was divided into 4 areas: east, south, west, and north according to the territories governed by the 4 elders. Each area had people guarding outside the rooms. Security was airtight beyond measure. The doors were tightly shut. Not even a bird could fly in. They really are afraid of dying. Kisho complained inwardly as he pushed the cart toward the west area, the territory where the West District Elder Kadi's Eros was located. As soon as Kisho approached, he felt eyes raking over him from head to toe. A bearded man in a dark teal suit stopped him. "That's enough. Get lost." Because he didn't know whether there were Nen users capable of detecting others through perception, Kisho didn't dare use Nen to observe. He only let his gaze sweep rapidly across the faces of the guards stationed at the door. The bearded man's expression turned cold as he stepped in front of Kisho and shouted angrily, "Fuck, what are you looking at? Get lost already." Kisho immediately took a step back, pretending to be frightened, and hurriedly turned around to leave. Though it lasted only an instant, Kisho still silently memorized the positions and conditions of the 5 people outside the door. There were 5 visible guards. The 3 in the most obvious positions were ordinary people, but the bearded man and another one hiding in the corner, those 2 were Nen users. Looks like a frontal assault won't work, but I didn't need to look to know that. Kisho pondered inwardly. He glanced once more at the layout of the rooms on the 3rd floor, imprinting the map into his mind. "I'll wait until Amos meets up with me first." Thinking that, he headed toward the staircase. Please drop some power stones. Plus 100 chapters and support me on patreon.com/jigsaw.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get: an unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.